something to laugh about? Am I the butt of the joke? Modern day humor delivered in the form of insults. Every now and then I like to shake my world around. Can you pull the rope hanging from my back now? Can I blame it on God? Is that trick too old now? How did you find everything you need? Just tell me. How did you find it easy? But not me. How did you find everything you need? Just tell me. How did you find it easy? But not me. How did you find everything you need? Just tell me. How did you find it easy? But not me. How did you find everything you need? Just tell me. How did you find it easy? But not me.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon. Welcome to High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. It is a Monday, and it is good to be here with all of you fine folk. How are you guys doing? I hope you all doing well. I also hope you enjoyed the Hang Your Hate lead-in. If you guys do not know, Hang Your Hate is a more of a community band here. Well, a community promoted band. The lead singer's father is a big fan of his son's band, which is awesome, and he is definitely he needs to get paid for his contributions to the band. I'm saying it right now for Jeff Curry. Shout out Jeff Curry for doing all the hard work for his kid, but also shout out for being a good dad. But anyway, hope you guys are doing well. Hey, Uni is first. Hey, look at that. Yes, the uni update. I'm not sure if she's been giving it, but she is at home. We are doing home administration of, IV. It's an IV situation, so it has been interesting to say the least. But she is on the mend. I really appreciate all the well wishes and everything that you guys have been saying. And also, thank you for the contributions, guys. It is now the medical fund. If you guys have not noticed the little tweak, yeah, it's it's a thing. It's a thing. Oh boy, I'm not gonna start the show with it, but it's fun. Anyway, let's get some music and let's chill to start the week here. Okay, well, first off, I want to say, this was one of those rare weekends where the news didn't stop. It just kept going, and yesterday was one of the first times that I have debated going live on a Sunday just because of the stuff going on with the Charlie Kirk funeral, and then there was some reports coming out about how Trump is trying to bury key inflationary data, which that's great. That's great. Yes, that's fantastic. And the stock market has never been happier. Like, I don't know, man. We really do live in a dystopian just time right now. But on the good news side of things, apparently I am just, you know what, a little bit of a Pep Talks ego boost here. Right about like everything involving this Jimmy Kimmel thing. I have called every bit of it. Did I not? So, if you guys have not heard the news already, check this out. You know what? I'm going to break tradition. I want to cover this because, you know, being one of the first channels that broke this news, there is something to it where I want to be the one to let you guys know just how right I was. Here we go. Look at that. Disney says Jimmy Kimmel Live will return on Tuesday. I nailed it. I think I called it to the day. If I didn't say Monday, I said Tuesday. I am totally having a Kyle, like, yes, it's Pep Talks and Kyle Kulinski. You can call us the sages of the left internet sphere. I am Pep Talks. I am the one to listen to when you're discussing media matters. And I'm not calling out the reporting organization. I'm literally saying when it's a media matter, come to Pep Talks. Clip it. But I am right. I am so right about this. It feels so good, and also like to the point where yes, my ego has inflated because I call this shit like down to Sinclair Media and the affiliates. I couldn't think of the word. So they are all in this really awkward position where money talks, bullshit walks, and you know, I think going into yesterday, they were paying attention to the news. They were paying attention to the finances. Like I know that the stock market was down, like shut down, but everybody was just like waiting for the stock market to open to look at Disney stock. It looked like it was taking some hits. They released the Mando trailer randomly, which I will say, yes, the timing was a little odd because I was just like, wait, it was a finished trailer, which I'm excited, but I gotta be honest, if this was it almost looks like it should have been just another season of The Mandalorian. And this was a way to kind of give it to us in the movie package, which I don't know, man. I have gotten acclimated to the long-form storytelling of specifically that character, so we'll see if it works. But regardless, Jimmy Kimmel is going back on Tuesday, and I did have this bit of disappointment. I have to be completely honest with you guys. So Howard Stern went live today, this morning, and he built it up where he was talking specifically about, you know, oh, I don't agree with this, but it was very disappointing to hear Howard kind of just pussyfoot. He pussyfooted around it, and it seems like because he is in the middle of his contract negotiations, can't say shit. So because he said he was being careful, which this is Howard Stern we're talking about. The man has never been careful in his career. Why now? Well, why now? Because this man has changed. I'm gonna admit it. I'm not like a stan of the guy. I'm a fan of him, but I can also admit that he's a little out of touch, specifically when it comes to talking about the money stuff. And when he occasionally slips up and just goes full, Hampton's Howie, where it's just like, okay. Yeah, we have two totally different existences. But he started the show by publicly canceling his Disney Plus, which was funny because, again, through his, kind of just living this life for a long time, he did forget that it's like, not everybody just has people to do this. Because that's what he was saying. He's like, yeah, I have people. And he didn't even say like interns or anybody from the show necessarily. So I was like, huh, interesting. So it also made me think like, oh my God, I'm not sure if you guys know the lore, but his producer is named Fred. Or Baba Booey. You got Gary too. So it could either be one of those two. And I would laugh at either one, or it's just like, hey, Fred, can you cancel my Disney Plus, please? But yeah, he went public this morning, said that he was doing that, which I'm sure there was a boost. There already was. That was one of the interesting stories that I wanted to cover this weekend, was when I saw that, yeah, Disney Plus's site crashed from people trying to get out of Disney Plus, which that's not... You never want your servers to crash from traffic where people are trying to leave your service. I know that kind of should go without saying, but that was kind of wild. But again, my faith has been just a wee bit restored where, they overstepped. The FCC totally overstepped. They got called on it. So I have to say, pretty funny. All right. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I was ignoring chat for a second there. Bangas are where it's at. Bangas? What? What are you talking about, Kirk? Moogle's hat. Oh, I see what you're saying. Moogle's. Oh my God, you have Final Fantasy racism going on. Oh man. When I get more Baby Yoda, you shut your mouth and let me have my Baby Yoda. I know. You better have to apologize on her. Oh wow, really? They said they have an estimated loss of $3 billion during the time of suspending him. Yeah, so yeah, and I saw that it was on track to go to $4 billion. So that's like I said at the beginning, money talks, bullshit walks, and it sure seems that they are walking away with their bullshit. I'm just happy to see MAGA with egg on their faces. For everybody that was celebrating it, number one, they showed their asses, and that's fun. Oh my God, that's fun. I'm glad that they had to go full mask off and just show that they don't give a shit about the First Amendment. That's cool. Again, they can't ever play this game anymore, and honestly, this is on us. This is on us to just be like, shut up, you're full of shit, we're not listening to you anymore. You guys don't have any principles. You don't believe in the First Amendment. You don't believe in any of this, and we have so much proof now. Thank you for that. An entire weekend of proof. And them also doing the bullshit where it's just like, it was a private company that made a decision, free market, blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's a bitch, because the FCC and Trump going on record with this and then doubling down didn't help. So much for the silent majority. Hey, I mean, why be silent about it? I think that, I can't take credit for this, but I'm pretty sure that it was Hassan that was saying, like, yeah, we are the majority, and it's pretty easy to see how unpopular, like, Trump's, I want to say his administration, and it's not even policy, because I was about to say policies, but it's not, just Trump, like, as a person and his administration, I should say now. Yeah, they're both very, very unpopular, but, man, if you guys can do me a favor, hit the like button, share the stream, because we're there, guys. We're there. I had a feeling this was going to hit me a little bit harder with everything that's been going on here. I also got to change my thumbnail. Is the wrong thumbnail. That's weird. Oh, it doesn't have one. Well, that should not be it. There we go. Weird. I got in an accident today. Uh-oh. Zach. 1 to 2 miles per hour. Oh. So you are sorry. When you say you got in an accident, like, does this cost you anything, or is this good for you? One of those ones where they hit you. There's been the occasion where I'll just say this. I had a Pontiac Grand Am that I hated. It was green with khaki interior. It was abysmal. That car sucked. I also ran like ass. But I got hit, and I was just like, yes! But the payout was not enough to cover, a new ride, and that's how I also learned that, yeah, they're going to fight you every bit of the way on an insurance claim. So, be back in a minute. Oh, yep. Hermit, what up, dude? Good to see you. By the way, Sean, how you doing? But being shadow banned on Facebook is a First Amendment attack. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of shadow bans, guys, for real, my stream is not getting out. Usually, I have a little bit more traction in the start. I have no idea what's going on. I'm going to guess that my notifications aren't going out because I've been told that already. I was told that at the back end of the week that people were having problems with that. So, we are going to do what we do. We're going to like, share, subscribe if you obviously are not. I mean, come on, guys. Kind of a hard ask if you're not subscribed to the channel and you are just getting here, though, because this is the beginning of the show, so... Oh, coffee. I woke coffee. Damn it, I think some coffee grounds definitely got in there. That's okay. It'll just be a little chunkier. Ew. But... in a win for free speech, we got the Kimmel stuff going on, man. I'm pretty happy that number one, I am happy he's getting reinstated. I'm just going to say it. Now, we will see. Public apology, what do they do here? But I know where this came from. This came from the lawyers. This didn't even come from the boycott. This came from them, him and his lawyers sat down with Disney and their lawyers, and his lawyers kind of just laid it out there. It's like, hey, you signed this thing called a contract. Here you go. Just lucked out here at the beginning. Yo, what up, Tony? Yes, you did. You are at the beginning of the show. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you, man. How was your weekend? Yeah, how was everybody's weekend? You guys do anything interesting? Any stories? Because I got a few. One of them actually just came from today. So I took a video of this. I recorded a video in my car, a la Matt Walsh style. Can't be a middle-aged guy without making a few car videos, right? But I had to because, all right, I'll set the stage for you guys. So I take Uni to one of her medical appointments. Now, this was at a medical office that was pretty popular, so it was definitely it was bumping. But they had one of those systems where if you sign in early, it was crazy. These people would get to the office and then boom, called. So I watched two old ladies kind of freak out about this, where you could tell where they were starting to be like, I have been here way longer than them. What is going on? It's like, that's not how it works. You checked in. It's like, this is the benefit of, I don't know, keeping up with technology. Not trying to be a jerk, but it is kind of just like, you either you learn or get left behind. That's just a fact of life. Instead of just walking up to these poor, receptionists where it's just, what am I doing? I don't understand. Well, my favorite part about this was, as there is the average comings and goings of a doctor's office, which, by the way, this was also I think that they had a pediatrician, because all of a sudden people started showing up en masse to have their they're just like, oh, it was like Baby Central, where they were just like, here, let's go. It was crazy. And then, of course, you had the standard, also 420, let's go. But yeah, so you had the standard I call them climbers, where they're just they're using the office as a jungle gym, which, whatever. I try not to judge because obviously being a parent is already kind of shitty enough. You don't have to add to it. Now, if they start like bothering me, well, I have that moment of like, can you get your kid? What? And if they give me the, it's like no. It's pep talks. Which, by the way, guys, I'm gonna send you some of the merch mock-ups coming up. We're getting to the final stages. We're gonna have 3 or 4 t-shirts available. We're gonna be doing limited prints. But back to this real quick. So, after all the people, literally all the people get called in, since I'm just waiting, I'm just sitting there by myself. I was playing some solitaire because, you know, like playing the occasional game of Klondike. And in walks this old woman who had to be, God, I'm being generous, like in her 90s, because like it was rough for her. And she does, and I told my wife this because the only energy that I've ever had have an equivalent to this is when, and every dude knows what I'm talking about here, when you're at a urinal and there are like, you know, 5 other urinals and somebody walks in and pees at the one right next to you. Yeah, it was kind of like that, where all these empty seats, and I'm not in like right from the entrance, easy access one. No. I was like in the middle. She sits down right next to me. I'm just like, oh, okay. And then, of course, within seconds, just I'm like, oh God. I did that thing where I'm like, do I get up and move? Like, do you? I don't know. I felt like it would be rude, and I decided not to. She was wearing a mask, so I didn't feel too weirded out about it. But her caretaker, who by the end of this, you will lose all faith in caretakers, trust me. I know I did. She just had, like, the bedside demeanor of, if annoyed was a person. Like, it was kind of crazy to just, okay, where does it hurt? It's because all of a sudden she does this, I have a sharp, and she sounds exactly like this, by the way. I'm doing a dead-on impression of this woman. I have a sharp pain right here. And she starts like pushing on her right here. And I'm like, ah. I tensed up and I kind of made a, oh. And I'm like looking, I'm like, I had that little internal monologue where I'm like, mind your business. I was like, okay. And she's like, it's a sharp pain, it hurts. And she's like, when did you start feeling this? And this is her tone. And I was like, oh man. And she's like, I was in the car. And she's like, and you didn't think to tell me this? We could have gone to the hospital. She's like, but I met the doctor. And she's like, well, you're going to have to wait to see the doctor now because I don't want to, like, they'll take care of you. So she's like, oh, okay. And like, mind you, I told the bit about them not checking in because they did not. So this happens again where we get a second wave of just, it fills up and you watch it empty out and it's just her. And I'm like, oh no. And she's doing this thing where she's just like, I'm like, oh, is anybody gonna do it? And I'm like, kind of panicking inside where I'm like, do I say something? What do I do? This woman she's about to have a coronary in the middle of a doctor's office, which, again, like, I don't know, is there a doctor in the house? Like, if anybody saw or just had, like, okay, so they all rolled perception and they all nat ones, just all day. I don't know what the fuck is with this, like these people. But again, The caretaker, she's sitting there reading a magazine. Yes, she actually pulled one of those out, and she's just flipping through it. I'm like, while her charge is going, So, I get very uncomfortable. Finally, she gets called in, and I'm like, oh, thank God. And then in walks in, and I was worried about this. It was like a full family unit, and they like the kids were definitely amped up. I'm like, oh boy, oh, this is about to get annoying. And no, they were actually very well behaved. That's why I'm like shocked at this, where I was just like, whoa, it wasn't my average, like, oh crap. Long story short, she died in Pep's arms. No. Although that would have been like, she does the thing where she just goes like this. And it's just like, let's go out. Okay, that's funny. But no, in walks this lady, and I call her Green Stanley lady, or faux Stanley, because she didn't even have like but she had the giant cup where I'm like, whatever. But she's got, and it was mint green, and I could only like focus on the fact that she was mint green Stanley, not Stanley lady, with the red face, because she was hacking and coughing without covering her mouth in the slightest. Oh, a mask? How dare you even suggest something like that? She actually got in one of the receptionist's faces, which again, I'm here to see the doctor. Yeah. I hate people like that. I genuinely, like, I try to reserve my hate. That is reserved for people like that. So I finally had it where I'm like, fuck this. And I actually I didn't make a scene, like I didn't go like, fuck this, but I just went, and I got up, and like people watched me, and I was like, nope. Went to the, I went downstairs. I texted my wife. I was just like, hey, by the way, I'm not going to be in there because it got kind of gross. So while I'm sitting waiting in the car, as I'm walking to my car, all of a sudden a fire truck pulls in, like cuts me off on my way to my car. I'm like, whoa. Oh. And I'm like, I had this moment where I'm like, I don't want to be weird, but I kind of want to follow him up and like all of a sudden I'm back in it's like, weird. I didn't. I went to my car, and I'm just kind of waiting. I'm like, no, because it's a medical office. This could be for anybody. And I'm like, hold on, dude. Sure as shit, they come wheeling her out, and I recognized her yellow because she had a bright yellow mask. I'm just like, oh no. The caretaker, nowhere to be seen. I lost my shit. I'm like, oh no, fucking it. I was sitting next to a woman having a heart attack. And everybody could give a shit. Oh my God, it was wild. So, as I said, I lost my faith in caretakers, like, cause like her personality was literally like, if you're just annoyed. So, oh yeah, a real gem. So that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Oh, I also, Bill and Marge. Yeah, I'm not even making those names up. Screw it. I don't care. So I don't know what it is about hitting a certain age. Now, it could be a mix of like, obvious, like a little bit touch of dementia, maybe. Don't know. But it was like, I was sat here thinking of like, oh, look at this adorable couple. Like they're doing their medical stuff together. And all of a sudden this guy starts going on. Number one, about how his daughters don't talk to him anymore. And the only time that he does hear from them is when they need advice on something like siding, which then he started going on a tangent about how his daughter just got new siding, but didn't listen to him. So he was very upset about that. Bill was very upset. And his wife was just like, oh, yeah, they're just going to do their own thing. It's okay. And then Marge is one of the ones that has her phone volume. I'm not sure how this happens. Like, I don't have phone speakers, like, nearly as good as these people. Where are they getting their phones where it sounds louder than a concert? Like, it was crazy how loud her phone was. It really, it was, like, to the point where I was jealous of how good their sound was. But they are literally she's showing her husband, who I'm sure has seen this, a video of their grandson, who apparently, it sounds like he's high-functioning autistic, because the way they kept saying he never smiles. He never smiles. He doesn't smile. It's like, But, and then they kept saying, they're like, but look at this smile on his face. He's got his drum, and he's the little drummer boy, and he's so happy. I'm like, but I wish they would have, like, I would have been happier had they not had his little drummer, like, video, which, okay, guys, it's an elementary school band. I mean, if you're going to take a video, make it a short and send it to your parents. Don't send them a 5-minute video, because guess what they're going to do? They're going to sit in a doctor's office and they're going to watch it on full blast with other people around them. It's awesome. Awesome. I was so thrilled. Honestly, I'm not sure if I would have rather heard like recorders, because there's also that part of you that's just like, he's not very good at the drums. No, they were not. No, they were not. His timing was, it made me wonder, like, of all the instruments you let him, like, okay. I mean, percussion being the backbone of the band. Say, and, yeah, but then they used it as an opportunity to keep bitching about their mom. Who I'm only I have to assume that they have the son, because the way they talked about the mother, like, they didn't say like my daughter or anything. They just said their mother, and I'm like, oh boy, there we go. And then Bill, out of nowhere, I guess he just ran out of, interesting topics to talk about to oh my god, I fucking forgot her name already. Shit. But I'm not even kidding. Like, that was their names, Bill and fucking, oh my god. Maybe one of you guys can remember for me, because I'm in the middle of telling it. But at one point, Bill starts talking to his wife just about, and actually, here, I can do a better impression of this guy. And this is why we were lucky. I went to trade school and joined a union, because, this is what the kids, they should be doing. Marge. It was, Bill and Marge. Because I remember even saying, I was just like, you don't hear that? That's like, Marge is like the female Gary. Like, Marge and Edith. Like, those are the two names where, like, if you have a daughter, and apparently, like, I think that people that hate the fact that they're having a baby are just like, fuck it, call him Gary. That's how I feel about the name Edith and Marge. Although Marge is short for something. Just gonna, so maybe that one gets a pass, but still, Margaret, okay, Margaret's still good, but calling her Marge, large Marge, like, come on, man. And she was rather portly, so it was kind of like, I'm not, but either way, Bill decided to give a play-by-play on their marriage, which was wild. Dude, I wish I was exaggerating any of this. Bill just starts going on about how, like, when I joined the union, that's why we had the good benefits and we were able to buy a house. And the kids really benefited from that. It was a stable life. I miss that. It's just like, oh, Bill, what's going on with your life, bro? This is one of my favorite things when I'm in these moments where I'm like, I have so many questions that I know I cannot ask. Because it's just like, but no, you know what? I should have, because maybe, just maybe, they would have that moment of clarity where it's just like, are we telling all of this to just random people in a waiting room? Where it's just, yes. I mean, it was my entertainment. Like, I did say that to my wife, where I was like, yeah, you know what? I didn't have a dull time That's for sure. Oh, speaking of overshare, God, everybody just overshares nowadays. They really do. Another Chicago streamer. God, yeah. Yeah, right. No, this was wild, dude. So there was another woman that walks in with her kid, and they just right from the get-go when she's checking in, they're like, do you have your insurance card? She's just like, I left it. Oh, I thought I'd have this problem. I left it at home in another purse. I was just like, okay. That sounded rehearsed. But then they're like, it's fine. It's fine. And then all of a sudden they start asking her questions about her name. And they ask her last name, and she gets like offended and like, huh? No, that's my ex-husband's last name. No, we need to update this right now. I was like, immediately, I'm like, I'm assuming it wasn't a good divorce. It wasn't amicable. Yeah, because the way that she starts using ex-husband, like the ex, like ex-go give it to you, like, damn. She was pissed. And you could tell that the kid was a little embarrassed because he's like, Mom, stop. And I'm just like, I've been there, kid. Because my mom was a bit of an overshare. Oh my God. That's the one thing that you guys will not get. Sorry about that. But to like a simple question, then it's like their entire life. That's what happened though, because she starts going on, which you can tell. Okay, so that's another thing in the reception area, because I was just sitting there listening. They're essentially making 10-second phone calls, and you can tell when somebody starts asking more questions on their check-in, because they're just like, hi, this is such and such clinic. You have an appointment at such and such time. Is this the person? Do you... Okay, do we, you have confirmation? Okay, thank you, bye. Perfect conversation for them to have, right? And there are a few points where you could tell where somebody was just like, and they're like, yes, actually, you can find that out when you get to the doctor's office. Yes, you can find that out when you get to the doctor's office. Okay, but have a good day, bye. And then you could just sense it, or it's like, okay, you've got this down to like a science that when somebody upsets it, you get a little irked, which I understand. Well, this woman decided that she was going to make it just this, because there's a specific receptionist that you could tell that she was definitely the shortest, tempered one. And oh boy, she was not there for this, because all of a sudden, when the woman starts telling the story, her eyes just like glazed over and went, well, we're gonna need that insurance card, and we need your updated name. It was pretty funny. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. I mean, the way she was going on about her ex-husband when she said that, which, dude, okay, you ever have this one? And if you live in a city, this is common. Like, if you're on the L or like the bus, this happens a lot. And there's there's two things that you can do. You can play tourist mode, or if you're having a kind of a good day and you're chatty, fine, engage. Or you just go, no. Just turn, just ignore them. Because, kind of what happened, where she sits down, and because she had her story to tell, she was already halfway through it, she just decided, I'm going to let everybody know the full extent of what happened with my ex-husband. It's just like his cheating ass. It's like, okay, now this got uncomfortable because her kid was mortified, and I could tell, where I'm just like, oh, this sucks for you. So yeah, that was my last little bit where I was just like, huh, the waiting room was kind of its own. It could definitely be its own like TV show. I could see it. Just call, whatever clinic waiting room, like, especially if they did like an IRL thing. And they had people sign off, but I think this would be a problem with HIPAA. But again, with the lack of the people that don't care. They just, oh my God, so many people just offering up just unnecessary freaking knowledge about their health. That's crazy. I was gonna say. Yeah, I feel for that kid. Yeah, Natch, I did. I was just like, because he went from having, cool teenage demeanor to just sitting there like this. I'm just like, I've been there, buddy. What up, Patch? Good to see you. Glad you could join. You guys know what to do. Hit the like button. We're in YouTube suppression mode. Also, make sure that your restricted mode is off. Because, guys, it's happening. It's been happening to all of us. Anybody that is a leftist, or actually a political channel right now, I got to be honest. I was talking to a right-wing commentator that was saying that we're all in the same boat, that just political commentary is taking a little bit of a hit. So, well, also, everyone is watching the press conference. Wait. Oh, what press conference? Wait, what press conference? What am I missing? Sylvie, tell me what press conference I'm missing, and I should just put that up. Wait, oh, don't vaccinate your baby the way the doctor tells you. Don't take Tylenol because the autism thing. That's right. I forgot that was today. Great. You knock on your door and you see this outside your window. Hey, you know what? Careful. Although that's how you know I've really made it. It's like they sent Cash Patel. He's just like, we gotta get this Pep Talks guy. He's dangerous. Dangerous, I tell you. Oh, man. Still can't believe that lady had a heart attack right next to me. I'm just like, I shouldn't be laughing because it's actually horrifying. Just knowing that, like, I'm gonna get serious just for a hot second, because her doing that where she, and seeing people just not care, that fucked with me, man. Like, I laughed about it because of how wild it is, but dude, her caretaker couldn't give a shit. That was just, dang. And on top of it, I did have this thought where I'm like, okay, in the caretaker's defense, if she was having this problem in the car and now she has to deal with an ambulance, she had a point about, why couldn't you tell me this in the car? I don't know. It's just like, you know. But also, the medical system, holy hell, just in general, damn. Did you see the FCC director sent a meme to former cast members? Yeah, to a former cast member. Well, he's a former cast member of Glee, but isn't he like I thought he was trying to do like online journalism of some kind. Yes, I did though. I also saw, yeah, is that the one that we all saw where it was the Office meme? Because that was crazy. Which, let's be real, egg on their faces. For real, though. I was dead on about that one, too. I know that you guys just got here, and I had me a little bit of an ego trip because, dude, I called it. I called this shit, what, Thursday, Friday? Whenever it happened. Literally the day it happened, I'm pretty sure that I said that they were going to back down because, like, this was to, like, catch the headlines and, you know, make MAGA have their feel-good moment. But in reality, there was no substance. So, anti-vaxxers are hilarious. Literally dumber than flat earthers. Yeah. Well, again, because it doesn't affect them. And when it does, then they're just going to be like, I never saw this coming. Or they're just going to be like, God works in mysterious ways and he raptured my kid. Like, whatever. Now, this is where the left needs to actually, like, get on it and make it like, if your kid dies, then you get prosecuted. If your kid dies from a preventable disease, then you need to be prosecuted for neglect. Period. Just, seriously. that's how that should be, especially in blue states. But whatever. I mean, I would like to see some pushback for this. I do have to say that the autism thing is a little disconcerting, though. I was an anti-vaxxer for about 3 months. I'm a little ashamed. Ooh. Was this during COVID? COVID definitely scared a lot of people. Hell, I was just talking with my mother-in-law about this. She can't watch certain programs, like, because they... Like, she can't watch medical programs. She can't watch, like... she said something... what was it? Fuck. I think it was a... commentator on CNN. She said Gupta. She said if she sees Sanjay Gupta that she like has flashbacks and she actually has like a little bit of a panic attack. COVID broke the world. It did. It really did. I mean, I'll be real. The whole anti-mask thing was always weird to me, where it's just like, what, like people just my freedoms, the mask don't work, the blah 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 blah. It's like, what is wrong with you people? Who cares? Just wear the goddamn mask if it helps. Because, like, I thought about that from I like the fart breakdown where it's just like, okay, here's what happens when you fart without pants on. Here's what happens when you have pants on. You see? It's not foolproof, but it helps. At Pep Talks, no. I was like 10 years before that when my son was born. I fell for the autism thing. Thank goodness my partner was like, shut the fuck up. He's getting vaccinated. Good. You got a good partner there. Like, yeah, seriously. Like the fact that they're doing this at a time where we're still dealing with COVID out there. Like it's not over. I know people don't like hearing that. But okay. And then there are long-term effects that if, like they have bad effects. Like everybody's talking about how the vaccine like melted brains and blah 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 blah. And then they ignore the science that shows it's like, no, COVID actually does that. Long COVID, that's what it does. Although I made a joke to my doctor where I was just like, wait, so if COVID does that, you know, are you making a case that I might as well just take X? And he was just like, no. I wish I was kidding. What? My doctor doesn't always find me funny, which I'm not sure they're supposed to. But occasionally, yeah, I've made them break. Which that's like my favorite thing to do is to make somebody break when we're in a professional setting. But it's also my curse. And when their kids die, they will blame the doctors. Yes, they will. They'll blame, yes. And they will still find a way to not get radicalized into wanting free healthcare. Because then they'll, again, blame the doctors. Then it's like, oh, but then they'll simultaneously, again, mental gymnastics, say that we have the best healthcare in the world and whatever. At this point, they're kind of sacrificing their kids to MAGA. Like, they're sacrificing their kids to an idol, which, listen, old school Christian Pep, that's how I calls it like I sees it. Like, these people do not understand, number one. Like, my aunt is as MAGA as you get, right? But she had polio. Like, she almost lost her ability to walk when she was, I think, 10 years old. And she is 1,000% for vaccines. You know, even during the COVID thing, she was just like, you know, I looked into mRNA, all of this. Well, I brought her up. It's the same aunt that is a paleontologist, but she also, you know, I guess she could connect the dots there and just be like, okay. And because, like, she definitely was starting to get a little bit there-ish, but then ivermectin did it. When people started recommending ivermectin, she even said, she's just like, that's what it's in canine, like frontline canine, like dewormer. I'm like, yeah. And because trust me, I was like, I thought it was horse dewormer. She's like, oh, it is, but it's also the same thing you give your dogs. I'm like, huh? And then she just brought it up. She's like, why would these people think that works when there's no science behind it, but there's science behind this? And they're just like, nuh-uh. She's like, that is cognitive dissonance. And she's like, that's just them wanting to do an alternative thing because other people are telling them to do it's like, she said, it's childish. She said, this is a childish way of thinking. She was also a teacher for a while, so. H-Bomber Guy has a great video about how the vaccine scare started. Oh, maybe I'll watch that later. Natch, can you send that in Discord? Are you part of Discord? If you're not, then I'll invite you. And if you can, join and send me that link. Because unless you're already there, then please send the link. I would appreciate that. Also, speaking of links, guys. So here, if you haven't already seen the announcement over on Discord, let me do it. Your boy is on social media, and I'm actually using it. I'm actually posting. Went a little wild today. But, oh, that's Twitch. Okay. Here's my link for Twitter. Also, head on over to Twitch if you guys haven't already. And, yeah. Put in just a little time over there. It helps out the channel a lot. And last one, TikTok. And hopefully I can get these over to LT when he pops in. Because he's very good at getting these links out. But yes, Pep Talks is on social media. Blech. Not through. I'm really not. Because I know me. I'm going to try and do the thing where it's like, I just want to post. But then this is what always happens. Then I get there and I'm like, oh, okay, video. TikTok, I'm not going to do that. TikTok, I'm strictly just going to upload. I do not want to become part of the, 4-second brain capacity. I'm sorry if you're there. I understand. I can't do it. Dude, I got viscerally angry at an AI video just yesterday where I talked about this, where my living room is set up in a way where I can just yeet my phone and I know it's safe. So I did that where I got the stupid fucking AI voice where it's just like, did you know that? I think it was a comic video or something. Oh, no, it was actually, I know exactly which video it was. It was in Prometheus, David gets his head ripped off because of this from the engineer. And I'm just like, yeah! Just yeeted it across the room. TikTok is cancer. Dude, did you guys hear that Rupert and Lachlan Murdoch are in the running to own and run TikTok? Crazy. It's gonna be fucking Fox News's little baby. The only thing that I see happening is if that does happen, once the news goes public on TikTok, there's gonna be a lot of people leaving TikTok. Just gonna say, they're not as popular as they think. Again, they're the #1 cable news station. Well, I met one of their main audience members, and I'm not even sure if she's with us anymore. I know, a little mean, but true, right? My chest hurts. Yeah, that's like 90% of their viewership. My chest hurts. I'm scared of what the man is saying on TV. They told me that Antifa's coming for my life savings. Oh, great. So are we going to double the Spartan Warrior and Black Rifle coffee ads? Random question. How would you guys feel if I were to be theoretically sponsored by somebody like Surfshark? Would you guys watch my little ads that I put together? Because I would make I would make a commercial. Because they let you do whatever the hell you want. So, I don't know. It's funny because that's not even like a thing. That's not in the works or anything like that. I don't know. I think that I'm done with sponsorships, though. I would, but I wouldn't buy anything. See, that's the thing. I don't, only because it's you. Oh, I appreciate that. Well, no, see, I'm being honest, guys. I kind of want to get away from that. You need to have a sponsor. How you been? Sorry, been working lots. Oh, hey, been good. no worries that you have been working lots. You know what? That's always a good thing, especially in this economy. Save your money. Be a little more conservative with your money, which I know for anybody that had a parent that's like, you're going to be fiscally conservative. It's just like, yeah, well, it's your economics that kind of forced that fucking hand. Go for it. Oh, the thing is, I'm not sure. Like I've considered reaching out because I've been thinking of things that I use where I'm like, oh, well, maybe if I did something like that. Nutrafol is the one that I'm really hoping, like, I'm gonna just be completely honest with you guys. I like that company. That's all I'm gonna say because I don't want to ruin anything. So yeah, that one I really, because I would love to actually like do the reads for that one because that company, look at this. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but I've noticed it. When I went back to one of my older videos, I was just like, damn, that shit works. That shit works really well. Overtime pay is good at my job, and they match 401k. So yeah, okay, man. Yeah, Vinyl Pill, you're doing quite well then in the situations that we're in. You're one of the rare ones. I got friends that are really worried that they're about to lose their administrative positions to AI. Like, for real. They have a few, insurance guys. I'm gonna just say this much. If you're in... Yeah, I can say this. If you are in the field of selling insurance or, like, processing claims... Just be very aware of what's going on around you and what your company is doing and who they're... Look into if they're bringing on AI consultants. If they are, writing's on the wall for you, okay? I'm just going to tell you right now. Because one of my friends, he figured it out. And he's on his way out because he was just like, they are using me to train the AI algorithm. He's like, this is fucked. He's like, they are literally using my output. And then going, hey, base it on this. It's like, whoa, that's dystopian as fuck. To train not even a person, but a program that's in, etch. I'm just gonna. Yeah. And I'm telling you guys, I'm not even trying to doomer. I don't like doing that. But this is one of those situations where if you do have that kind of job, and if you don't even work just in insurance, if you are in an administrative position where it's just a lot of, taking numbers or just transferring data, man. The fact that it's happening so quickly, and the fact that and this is just from what I've heard, so take it with a grain of salt, but within 36 months, and that's being generous. They're saying within 36 months, the entire, nation is going to be dealing with this. I was like, really? He's like, oh yeah, this is gonna, work its way out of just, administrative, and it's gonna just... They're trying to train AI to do everything now. Which, obviously, physical labor and all this type of shit, you can consider yourself a little bit safer, but that sucks. It really sucks. And then Trump, in his infinite wisdom, everybody told me it was such a great idea. Wait, this one requires the hair. So, everybody told me this was a great idea. Bury the inflationary data so nobody will see just how bad inflation is. Therefore, if they can't see it, then they can't tell me how bad of a job I'm doing. Brilliant. That's insane. That's a real thing. To quote our favorite man, Joe Rogan. Oh my God, the hair. Yeah, I figured out that I could kind of do Donald Trump hair if I just put it in just a little whoop. I mean, it's literally what it does. I think that's how they style it. It's just like, hold on, I got a little too much bald. If I keep this here, okay. That hair's flattering Trump. Yeah. AI was just created to take the fall for the government. I mean, if we weren't dealing with the Epstein stuff and all like the just, what's the good word I'm looking for? Bullshittery. Yeah. Oh my God, that's it. Thanks, Etch. Oh man. But like I said, guys, for you work in communications and tech. Oh, no kidding. All right, so. Oh, really? It's for sure crossed my mind. Well, that's also where I'm a little afraid of other types of jobs that they might be coming. Let's be real. With the Jimmy Kimmel thing, I was a little worried that he was going to go to Google next and just be like, you know what? You guys got these YouTubers, they're a big problem. I was surprised, excuse me, when they brought the guy from Twitch and all of these people to testify in front of Congress, which, has that happened yet? If any of you know, please sound off. But I was surprised that they didn't get Google in there, which, you know, you go back and Google paid its pittance, or its, you know, for at the inauguration, they gave their $1 million donation to not have them be messed with, which there's no, I love how they like paid up, but there was no guarantee that that was going to work. Like, unless they signed a contract, which, hey, where's that paperwork? I wonder if the victims will release a list soon. It sounds like they are. They're just waiting for the time to do it, because right now, with the Charlie Kirk thing, they're trying to do this strategically where they can't do another Charlie Kirk without being that fucking obvious, because there's a lot of people out there in the Republican Party that think that this was a hit. Like, it's kind of crazy. I was not expecting the amount of people to come out and just say, yeah, that looks sus as hell, and that FBI letter ain't real. It's like, whoa. Again, one of my most ardent, MAGA friends, who, again, I use the term friend loosely. We knew each other, like, we've known each other since we were, like, 6 years old, but it was one of those things where he, like, totally, I've told the story, he moved on with his life, and we live two totally different lives, but we like to talk to each other occasionally. Conspiracy brain, gonna conspiracy. Yeah, but the thing is, Etch, I gotta be real. I'm going down, like, I'm getting a little conspiracy pilled with some of the shit, because how can you not? Like, you don't want to, because I think that I was having this problem where I was so against being seen as that, because it's like, yeah, we've definitely spent a lot of time being like, okay. And back when I was like part of like the truth stuff, yeah, it was the same thing. Like, oh, thermite, huh? Oh, cool. All right. But this one is just like, dude, it just, nothing adds up as far as like the actual like stuff that the, you know, the federal law enforcement reports have come out with the shooting. None of it adds up. None of it. Except for the Discord messages. That's the only thing that's just like, huh. And they knew they couldn't fake those, because if they actually did want to go after those people, they could not fake any of those messages, because that would be easily told through the metadata. I like how I did that, like, because I was like, oh, wait, what's that even called? Pull out metadata. But yes, it's true, though. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that maybe, have I gone a little too conspiracy brain? Because you guys have heard my takes on some of this stuff. And I've been very cautious with this, where I don't want to be like the next Alex Jones or do any of that bullshit. I don't even want to do the Joe Rogan stuff. Like, I don't mind getting high and talking aliens, but god damn, I do not want to do what he was doing. Which, by the way, what's up with the aliens, guys? Oh, did you hear about the comet? Or like the meteor that's it's gonna pass like by our satellites. They're anticipating that it's gonna break up in the atmosphere, but when that happens, all of Starlink is gonna be down for a while, and anything that's satellite based is gonna have some real problems. which immediately I was like, oh no, my Sirius XM. Whack. But here's a little secret. Half of it's digital now. If you listen on the app, that's not coming from the satellite. Still, I'm so disappointed in how Howard handled that today. Because he did 10 minutes on Kimmel. And most of it was not having an opinion about it. Outside of, yeah, I'm canceling my Disney because I want to support Jimmy, but I really don't want to talk about this. It's like, Howard, damn it. I think outside the box, I've seen too much already to think something won't happen. Yes. Well, okay, see, that's where it's a little dangerous, because when there's conspiracies out there, obviously you got to look at some of them that, came in, like Gulf of Tonkin. That's why it is important to point out where it was proven. But the QAnoners, this is where I always saw a problem with them, is like prophecy. And it's actually Alex Jones, the same thing. The downfall of conspiracy brain is when you start trying to piece put the puzzle together and you have your own puzzle. And it's not the fact. It's just what you feel is right. That's a problem. I remember Alex Jones talking about the trains. They got this system of trains. They're going to be locking up U.S. citizens in the Obama administration. They're using back rural train tracks to make sure that they have these facilities. Because I remember at that time there was a juvenile detention facility in one of our counties that he was talking about being used because it just happened to be where the train line was, right? So when he used that, I looked it up and I was like, oh yeah, the juvenile detention facility is scheduled to be closed. I was like, and so that got me into it, where I was just like, oh my God, I think he's right. But then I looked into it even further. It was like, oh, it was closed for a remodel. Yeah, whatever. Trump administration suggests Tylenol during pregnancy causes autism. Okay. It's really weird how many parents out there are just, living their lives, not seeing this news. And they're going to be waking up to wait, why can't my kid get the care that he needs? It's like, oh, you didn't hear? The Trump administration thinks that your kid is now subhuman because, oh, my kid's not trans. It's like, oh, no, they have autism. It's just like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, it's been declared a national threat. Weird. Because honestly, number one, let's ignore the fact that, yes, they started characterizing this stuff throughout the years. Weird, right? So all of a sudden, the diagnoses go up. Fucking weird. But Dr. Asperger wrote about autism 10 years before Tylenol was created, I thought. Whatever. Your mom didn't take Tylenol? Apparently she did. Genetics have nothing to do with this. No. I think they honestly did this thing where they found a link between autism and art and thinking critically. I'm trying to think. Could Tylenol do that? Let's see. Tylenol better sue like crazy. Hold on. That actually stopped me dead in my tracks because I was like, I didn't even think about that. Can't have critical thinking. Exactly. They're demonizing critical thinking. That's why they want everybody to be nationalistic. They want everybody to feel like they're going to be ostracized if they're not. That's why it is having the effect on the dumbest people amongst us. Go to a Luke Bryan concert and I can already tell you it's just like, okay. Sorry if you like that. Shots fired. Sorry if I caught some strays there. I'm half deaf, so all the audiophile conversations are lost on me. Maybe that's what it is. Because I have tinnitus in my left ear, so maybe that's why, like, I kind of quit with being an audiophile, because I'm like, I can't really... What I love is the fact that they got that new frequency. I'm not sure if you guys, like, if any of you have tinnitus, they have an app now, and I found a free version of it, where they just play something at a frequency that matches it, and it tones it out, and it helps where if I kind of slowly, like, get out, like, away from it, my tinnitus is gone. Like, right now, my tinnitus is completely gone, which is awesome. But this is the part that sucks. It's like, when you know you're going to get stressed, it's just, because that's when it happens to me, is when I start getting stressed. I'm like, damn it. Sorry, man, just saw your comments, so I responded. Oh, no worries. Recorded lots of digital reel tape. Quite superb. Oh, nice. But yes, my theory is that they really are going after the arts, and this is the way they're going to do it, where they're going to classify anybody that, you know, is high-functioning autistic, or like, you know, most artists that I know, you know, they either have diagnosed ADHD, which I do, so that's where I'm like, uh-oh, because go back to the beginning of this conversation. They were talking about, like, the spectrum and how ADHD and all these other things start getting on that list. This is only going to reward people who are scared to go to the doctors and, yeah, want to be just sheep that will be fodder because, again, they won't be vaccinated. Like, dude, this is the way that they're doing their version of the Holocaust. I'm gonna just say it. Like, this is what they're gunning for. Just so you guys know, like, they really are. Don't ignore any of this stuff and don't not be alarmed. It's pretty fucking bad, guys. Like, this is all leading up to that. If you've ever read a history book. But that's another thing. They don't want you reading history books. They don't want you, you know, Anne Frank is on the fucking banned books list, which is insane. That should have been red flag number 1. But I just saw your comment again about the Epstein victims coming back. I'm wondering when they're pull the trigger on that, because again, Trump is just going to pull shit like this. Like, all of this is supposed to just shock and awe, you know. He wanted everybody talking about the free speech thing, knowing damn well that wasn't going to go anywhere. Although he did do the thing to Pam Bondi, which we're going to talk about. Like, that was crazy. Like, do you think he actually did, like, it read too much like a normal Trump tweet to not be on purpose? Because people were just like, he accidentally I saw Pondering Politics did this. And I got to say, that was I was like, come on, man. Like, you got to be kidding. Because he was saying all that where he's just like, oh, Dad. Oh, hey, Bryant, what up, dude? It wasn't because of the Holocaust. It's because women authors are woke. Sorry, guys. A little derail. I had somebody over on Twitch trying to get their little bots out there. Stupid assholes. It's raining hard here. It rained really hard yesterday. Actually, you know what? I'm going to post that picture in the Discord because I was out in a certain area doing some stuff. And yeah, got trapped in rain where I was like, oh, do I need to stop? Like, that was kind of crazy. Anyway, if you guys haven't already, hit that like button. It really helps out my stream. If you guys haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate all the help. And, God, go follow me on social media, guys. Pep Talks TV, on Twitch, on Twitter, on all of it, on TikTok, Facebook. I just didn't do Instagram. I refuse to do Instagram, so. All right. So if you guys are interested in my random thoughts and maybe getting some, you know, pictures of my life and stuff that I don't already put in Discord, then yes, come and follow me over on the social medias. Also, you guys will be able to get live updates of when I am at the protests and not able to stream because, yeah, it looks like I'm not going to have signal at the next one. It is in an area where I already know that my phone has problems, so I'm just like, crap. Whatever. But, oh, what were we talking about? Trump. Oh, yeah, Trump doing his, the pivot and the swerve. The pivot and the swerve. Pepper thoughts. Ooh. I like it. Honestly, I like that. Sean. All right. I should just start my own social media app. Pepper thoughts. Oh. Ah, man. How come we don't have that? Wait, we did. TikTok had a limit. I miss those days. You know what? That's what happened. TikTok, they got rid of the word limit, and now everybody all of a sudden just was just like, I'm going to let everybody know how much I do. You can do pep drops. I can, my name does work for a lot of stuff like that. I will say that much. You guys are on the right page. And like I was saying earlier, guys, I'm dead serious. We have the merch like pretty much ready to go. We are finalizing 2 designs that I'm really excited to show you guys. I can tell you guys one of them is put some pep in your step. We worked on something really good with that one. 421, we have some fun there, and then we also have like I said, the pep Bible verses, which I am super excited to get out there. So all of my merch is going to be limited drops. It's going to be very limited time. Literally pretty much like I've been toying with doing like maybe 10, 20 each kind of thing. So, like I said, they're going to be super limited. I'm trying my best to make sure that they are on like the super cozy shirts that I like. But yeah, because again, I love me a soft shirt. It has like, if I go to a show, right? I have turned down concert merch because their shirts suck. So I am all about having comfy shirts. And also I like certain designs. So like the baseball tees, one of them is going to be a baseball tee. I love me a good baseball tee, you know, just the, black collar with the black sleeves with the white front. It's going to look awesome. And then a hoodie, because, I mean, what's Pep Talks without his hoodie? But yeah, I'm really excited, guys. We got Wrecked Angles working on this with me, so yes, I'm super excited. And when I do the drop, I think I'm going to be debuting it on, you know what, I think I'll do Twitter and Discord. And, well, I'll do Discord first, and then go to Twitter. How about that? Because I'm also trying to gauge how much, like, I don't know. I think you guys will love it, though. I really do. Because I did this thing where, I'm not even kidding, I'm going to be wearing my own merch. I don't care how much of a dork that makes me. The shirts are too fucking cool. They really are. Now, I'm also toying with, like, do I bother with a QR code? I don't know. We'll see on that one. Because I do need to promote my channel. That's where you guys come in. If you guys can share my channel with anybody that you think would vibe with the community, definitely get on that. Like I said, guys, oh my God. Did somebody really just unlike the stream? Oh. Ow. That's... I haven't seen that happen. What the hell did I do? Well, I do declare you just hurt my feelings. Yikes. What the hell did I say? All of a sudden I'm like, hey, I need to promote my merch. I need to... Jesus Christ. You know, guys, this is... I'll be opening... I have not done anything with the chorus front, but keep that up. Trying to remain as independent as possible here. Dang. Just not healthy to watch your analytics that closely. I just noticed that somebody literally unliked the stream, okay? I try not to watch my analytics, actually. Like, I think I've been open and honest about that. Like, it's impossible to not look, though. It really is. If anybody tells you they don't, they're lying. It's the same as, like, people that are like, I've never seen a chat, and I've heard that, where they're like, I've never seen a chat. It's like, what? That's bullshit. It's cool you can see it live. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it live, and that's why I was just like, hey! I don't get hurt. Like, listen, I really don't. I don't get hurt, like, feelings much here, but what kind of hurt my feelings? Ugh. You know what? But no, for real, I try not to. I try to have as much fun here as I would if one person were watching. But you guys do, you add to the show. Don't pretend that you guys don't. You guys... I got an awesome chat. Like, you guys are engaging. You guys have, you know, good back and forth. Do you know how many times I've seen people, like, with chatters that... okay, I'll just call it out. Do you know how many times I've heard Vosh, like, legit yell at his chat? Where I'm just like, I'm glad I don't have to do that. That's kind of nice. Oh. Speaking of, like, that side of the internet, the sex pestiny stuff. Did you get... So, we're going to cover this a little bit. I am very confused. So, Sex Pestiny came out on Friday, said that he was quitting politics. Right. So, is he not? Because his YouTube channel got demonetized. I know that it's still up on review, but he said he was going to quit doing politics, and then he was at a political thing, I think, like, yesterday? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't really care to follow him as much, but my only issue is that I do not want him representing our side of the internet anymore. Like, it's beyond problematic. Like, it needs to be called out and just, like, I know guys like Hassan and everybody over on that side are doing their part to be like, no, he does not represent what we represent. But you have a lot of older libs that, again, that fucking CNN thing, they're like, I saw him on CNN. Hey, does he represent you guys? Does he represent your thought process? It's just like, no. Fuck. Ugh. Yeah, it's weird, but what you gonna do? Anyway, sorry, I kind of still locked on the Destiny thing. Because I was also being sincere. Like, you guys are a great chat. Thank you for being very, very cool. But I also realized that we are well past the hour into... Well past. All right, 20 minutes past, but still. We're past the news time. I gave you guys a little bit of the Jimmy Kimmel, but we should do the news. So, if you're just joining us, I called it. And if you are just joining us, if you're new here, welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. But I called this on Friday about the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing. I explained how there is a system in place to make sure that this kind of stuff doesn't happen in contracts. And I also explained how places like Sinclair and Nexstar Media, they may hold, like, I think it was 900 last time I checked, affiliate stations, but those affiliate stations still need the mother station's permission to air anything that they would. So it is almost like Disney, number one, catered to Trump explicitly, and that's why they did this, because they realized they were like, oh, fuck. We also exposed that we listened to Benny Johnson. Embarrassing. But that's kind of what happened, because they did it right after the FCC guy went on Benny Johnson. Like, they didn't even wait a half hour. They were just like, oh, yep. The FCC chair just threatened us, so time to do it. Before his show goes out, we got to do it. Got to make the Lord Trump happy. And then Trump goes out and says, again, you know how people are like, we got to tone the temperature down. Well, this is where he takes his opportunity to go, nope, you know what? Fuck that. the left, they're dangerous. They're the enemy of the state, and I really think that we need to do something about them. It's just like, oh God, awesome. Oh, and I posted this on my my Twitter. You guys can go check it out over on X or whatever. But I did kind of point out how Donald Trump made his speech pretty much about anybody but Charlie Kirk. Dude, it was wild to hear some of those guys talking where I'm like, wait a minute. This isn't about Charlie. Like, what is going on? And then to see them laughing and yucking it up, I was like, okay, is anybody on the right wing gonna acknowledge how, like, shallow all this is? Nope. No, they embraced it. They were just like, here comes Air Force One with Donald Trump there. It's like, hey, I thought this was about Charlie. And like, the weird part was how I saw a few videos. Not sure how true they are though, because you can edit this, but it did seem like there were like people leaving the arena when he was talking. I'm like, huh, interesting. I wonder if that was edited, but if it's not, he's gonna do the thing. They weren't. It was AI. They were all of the people walking out you saw weren't real people. They were AI. AI could do some really wacky stuff. But it can make Trump look so bad, so bad. Maybe we need to outlaw AI. Oh, wait a minute. Dude, that'd be so funny if it came full circle. It's like, we need to ban it. Shocking. Yeah. Was it? Did you guys actually watch it? I only watched like a clip compilation, which I'm glad, because I wasn't going to sit there and waste my time watching all that. I wasted my time playing some Final Fantasy Intermission, which I am so done trying to 100% games, by the way. Like, I don't care anymore. I used to be like, I used to care, especially with Final Fantasy games. I 100%, I did 100% remake. But then I was like, remake intermission does what? All right. Dicks. Jimmy's back. Is that a win for free speech? I can't tell anymore. It is. Yeah, Simply Steve, it is. It is simply fantastic, actually, for free speech. Because, no, it shows that, number one, MAGA lost. Like, dude, they were cheering way too soon. Number one, this is why I put the fired in the thumbnail. I did that on purpose. Because I was like, oh, they're going to be searching for him fired. I should have filmed it in vert. That was the thing. I should have done a vertical stream. Wait. Enable dual output to stream. Horizontal, vertical. Simultaneously. I don't know, guys. You know what? Here. I should probably do a poll on this. I'm interested in your opinions, but I'm also like kind of worried that you guys are going to say, yeah, do it in vertical mode. I don't wanna. What do you mean Kimmel is back? How did he uncancel himself? He just waited it out, went to Disney's heads with his attorneys, had his attorneys explain his ironclad contract, and yeah. Disney was like, oh, we just lost how many billions from people unsubscribing to Disney Plus? Oh boy, yeah, when they say boycotts don't work, interesting how they work on certain companies. I will say that, because I'll admit that I have egg on my face on this one. I'm sure that somebody, a few of you guys remember when I had some hot takes on, boycotts, which, yeah, you know what? There's something to it. Now, I remember there were a few of them that were kind of silly because they didn't do anything, and I think that's what gave me my opinion. I remember the Starbucks one, nothing happened. Nothing happened. I was kind of shocked by that, where I was just like, well, I wasn't shocked. I was more so shocked by like what did it, where it's like nobody stopped going to Starbucks and they just use it as a way to shame like each other. Where I'm like, okay, cool. But yeah, Target worked. There's another one that worked. Besides this one. Shit. It'll come to me. Poor Adam Carolla, I'm sure he was pitching Kimmel a Man Show revival. Ha! Ha! Oh, what did he have to say about that? That's interesting. Uh-oh. My favorite trolls here to say that I have 4 eyes, for I cannot see without my glasses. I know. Affirming care, guys. When you can really hit the corpos in the wallet where it hurts, that usually works. Well, that's exactly what happened. Like the Disney Plus one. I'll be honest. I did not cancel mine. I didn't. Because I was waiting to see what would happen by Tuesday. Because I was like, he's going to be back by next week. So canceling wasn't going to do anything on my end, but I'll be fucked. You know, everybody else did a good job. I'm sorry I didn't participate. I will admit, you know. And I have a little FOMO from that, I will admit, because mine's not as sexy as you'd think. It's not that I didn't want to, and it's not that it has nothing to do with any of that. It's legitimately, I went to go look if I to cancel it, and I was just like, oh, that means that I would have to stop watching Alien the day, like literally 2 days before its finale. Not happening. I'm sorry. I was going to wait until after Alien Earth and then cancel. Okay? Okay. Well, if everybody did that, Pep, I know! And that's what they did. Well, I mean, dude, $4 billion. Like, it was 3 point some odd billion dollars, so I don't want to misrepresent it, but over $3 billion. That's crazy, dude. Like, for real. That did tentative damage. It's the same with, they have been able to quantify how much Target has lost in their market share, and how it does actually tie back to like how black women have they have made Target the target of their ire. Sorry, didn't want to, but I had to. And yeah, no, it actually had like a major effect. So again, there are some cases in which boycotts definitely work. So this is where I'm going to back off on that, on my criticisms, because I did have a different opinion. So I have changed. I have changed my opinion. I see the utility in them. Jimmy got some well-earned time off. I bet he went to the beach. No, he didn't. No, he did not. No, he was sitting at home, scared shitless. And Howard was talking about how, like, because Jimmy is apparently like a genuinely good dude, that he was worried about his kids. Like, he was like, immediately he was just like, what is this gonna do? Like, is my career over? Like, on top of it, to feel that ABC didn't have his back in Disney, that was another thing. He said that, the betrayal had to be a major factor, but then he stopped, like, pretty much short of that. Oh, you think you're so cool with your 4 eyes and your big dick? Get over yourself. I'll sip my coffee on that one. Chatter speaks the truth. You heard it here. Is that what the Disney Plus unsubs cost them? Yeah. Yeah. Clip that. Oh, God. I keep forgetting that sometimes. Every once in a while. I am creating the content that I'm like, I'm not exactly thrilled about that, but fine. Jimmy should just go solo and do an online show or a stream. Get out from under it. The thing is, he can't. Contracts work two ways, right? So if they determined that ABC was in breach of contract, then yeah, he would have all the right to do that. But because this is not being litigated, now it is just like they slapped him on the wrist which I saw that when it was just a long-term or an indefinite suspension. And I told you guys that this is corpo language to like kind of play this game of wait and see what happens. Let's let the lawyers get involved. And if we want, like, we want this to look like, we don't want to look like the dummies in the public sector. So we want to put this out there and preempt it, right? So with Jimmy, that was kind of the case where they were just like, oh, wait, so he's suspended. Well, hold on. And this is where Donald Trump, being Donald Trump, they kind of knew that he was going to latch onto that. And MAGA latched on hard. And it's because of the Charlie Kirk fucking hysteria, which can we also acknowledge how fucking crazy these people are? Just, they're nuts. Anybody that had that much adoration for somebody that they would just fucking go to Arizona for a mock funeral because it wasn't a real funeral or like the memorial or whatever. Like, I don't know, man. That's just creepy. Like, it's creepy. Fireworks at a funeral. Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, because they had to make it a show. It reminded me of a wrestling event. Oh. It's like, that feels like coffee grounds. It's coffee grounds. Fun times. Charlie Kirk? Did that call him? Wait a minute. Is that what happens? Like, we say the word Kirk and it's like Beetlejuice. You say it 3 times. So if I like am talking about Charlie Kirk and let's do. Do you think they sold tickets to attend? From my understanding, it was a first come, first serve basis. They at least knew that wouldn't look very good. But you know what else didn't look very good? The fact that you had Dana White, Elon Musk, and Trump making fucking business deals behind bulletproof glass in a VIP suite. I gotta say, I don't know, man. For a memorial. Cool. Yeah, sweet. Very, very cool. Yeah, but I'm just going to say that Jimmy Kimmel is coming out of this one, the winner. I have a feeling that, you know, he's going to be told to turn down the heat, and he's just going to be like, no. Although, you know what? This is where I was wrong, because I thought that Howard Stern was going to come out and have like this long hit piece about it. No. It was legitimately disappointing. Because it showed just how much he capitulates like to the corporate world now, which this is the FCC. So that's what got me into Howard Stern when I like was a teenager. It wasn't it was a little bit of the, you know, occasional chicanery that would happen on his show. Is that a word? The hijinks. That's what I was looking for. But for real, like, it was the fact that he stood up to the FCC and he was not going down without a fight. I mean, the motherfucker ran for governor because he was like, oh, you want to try and censor me? Fine, I'll be the governor of New York. And he would have won. That's what's crazy is, like, you go back to that and you look at the numbers. He was poised to win. So that was one of his better radio bits too. But it sucks that it was a bit. Although, not really, because let's be real. Like, Howard didn't want to govern, so he'd probably be bad at it. Although, who knows? Because that's what they say, is the people that don't want it tend to be the best. That's why guys are clamoring for guys like Jon Stewart, where it's like, he doesn't want it. It's like, yeah, but he'd be pretty good. At least in the context of, like, being a dude who seems to believe in everything that he talks about. But, what do we know? I went and saw Destiny live on the 18th. There was a vigil for whoever the guy was at the same time. Oh, really? Oh, you were there? Wait a minute. Were you were in attendance was that the thing where he announced that he was demonetized from YouTube? Steve, you got a story to tell me. I'm actually really interested to hear that, because yeah, what was that event even about? Was that essentially like his version of the change your mind thing? I feel like we were duped in some way, because, like, dude, I mean, if he got demonetized from YouTube, that is... Wait, is he still demonetized? Let's see. Destiny still demonetized. Yep. Still demonetized. Demonetization means you can no longer. Thank you, Reddit. Fucking Reddit. I don't know. That sounds like an AI summary that they just like tacked onto Reddit because they're just like, oh, this is the deets of what's going on with him. Oh boy. Fuck yourself with this chair. All right. I'm gonna get away from the Destiny stuff. Let's get to the news, guys. All right. First things first. Let's take a look. Trump administration suggests Tylenol during pregnancy causes autism. Let's get to this. Doctors in the U.S. will soon be advised not to prescribe the pain reliever Tylenol to pregnant women. U.S. President Donald Trump said, citing a disputed link between the drug and autism. Trump made the announcement with his health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy. Blah, 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 blah. Some studies have shown a link between pregnant women taking Tylenol and autism, but these findings are inconsistent and inconclusive. Tylenol maker Kenvue has defended the use of the drug in pregnant women. In a statement to the BBC, we believe independent sound science clearly shows that taking acetaminophen, motherfucker. I don't know how to say it. Acetaminophen. All right. Acetaminophen. There we go. I think I got it. Acetaminophen. It's the same. I have the same problem with ibuprofen. Is it ibuprofen? Ibuprofen. Ibuprofen. We strongly disagree with any suggestion otherwise and are deeply concerned with the health risk. Okay, so in a statement, who said that? Just the Trump administration. Jesus Christ. So the FDA will also begin the process of initiating a safety label change on the medication and launch a public health campaign to spread awareness. Dude, the theater of this where it's just like beef tallow. The beef tallow fries and the getting rid of the Tylenol. They made America, healthier. Yeah. What up, Fred? How you doing, dude? Welcome to stream. Good to see you, buddy. So it was good to have Fred in the house. Alrighty. Commissioner Marty McCain said approval will be based on the research he said, which is a form of vitamin B may help children with autism or deficient in folate. What? Improve their verbal Wait a minute. Kennedy added that the FDA will soon approve Lucorvin, a decade-old drug traditionally used to protect cancer patients from toxicity of chemotherapy, to be used as a treatment for children with autism. What is with this fucking administration just constantly just being like, nah, vaccine's bad, but you know what's awesome? This thing that absolutely has no proof that it works, but man, I don't know, maybe I got paid, maybe I didn't. Like, come the fuck on. Jesus Christ. Has anybody dared ask if, I don't know, Robert F. Kennedy has some kind of financial stake in a company that has, creates ivermectin and all this bullshit? I'm starting to think so. The fuck, dude? Why is it always these people that are like, you know what? Fuck scientists. I like this guy that sounds like he's got a fucking horse in his throat. Oh, you know what? I'm the pinnacle of health. I mean, I just look like you left your testicles out in the sun too long, but I'm totally I'm healthy. Come on, look at me. Fucking Christ almighty. But demonize the fucking autism kids. That's what's up. That's what's up. In April, Kennedy pledged a massive testing and research effort to determine the cause of autism in 5 months. Motherfucker. Dear God. Oh. I did this thing where I underestimated the stupidity and just gall that these people have. Holy fuck, guys. I mean, listen. If you guys are going to be doing, like, if you know people that are going to be doing this shit, I'm just going to just put it out there. And if you have children, just maybe, now's the time to look into homeschooling. Because I don't know, guys. This is fucked. This is fucked. Because this is the part that gets me, is they're saying that if enough of these, like, if we lose herd immunity, that just means that, like, essentially any of us could get this again. And even if we are vaccinated, it could mutate into a new form that just negates the vaccinations we got when we were fucking kids. So... Ay. I don't understand how did we get to this point? I just hooked on phonics. Hooked on phonics worked for me. Actually, I'm proof that it didn't. Oh no. I'm the anti-phonics kid. Great. 5 months, guys. In 5 months. And just the magical number. 5 months. Pep, I am getting... When am I getting timed out in Discord? You requested you be timed out until after Tuesday. We can only do certain blocks of timing out, so we timed you out for a week. We can bring you back on Wednesday after you have your birthday party, but this was at your request, bro. Yeah. I only... Fuck me for listening, apparently. All right, cool. Because I was about to say, I'm like, yeah, you're the one who said that. You warned us about it. You were just like, hey, I'm going to need to be timed out until Tuesday. So I was more than happy to acquiesce. But yes, if you would like to be reinstated by Wednesday, drunk request be damned. Drunk request be damned. You said it. It said 1 week, so I was confused. Well, yeah, again, we can't really do timing out by like the hours. Yeah, man, internet people are weird. That is true. But you know what? I love y'all. So weirdness and all. What up, Glim? How you doing? I saw you chime in here. If that is Zach, so help me God. Oh, it is. Sean. Hey, you know what? The mods have spoken with this one. We have determined through the council. Well, again, dude, you're on non-super secret probate, or wait, yeah, non-super secret probation. Like you're on open probation. Wait a minute. So many words. Just to tell you that, yeah, you're being on watch, dude. So... Also, Sean, come on, you got a block. It's fine. You don't have to deal with them. I have stated on this channel that, again, if they apologize enough, I will... Because he did break the 3 strikes on there. I've covered this. He broke the 3 strikes in Discord. Well... Zach, I would dare say yes. It does seem like you have like a special way of pissing certain people off, so. But that's also where, again, you're on watch. Because, yeah, dude, I don't want to ban you, but fucking... Enough with the shenanigans. Act right. Alright. In April, Kennedy pledged a massive testing and research effort to determine the cause of autism in 5 months. We read that. Trump on Monday called the rise in reported autism cases horrible crisis. It's a horrible crisis. In an issue that he has very, very strong feelings about. Very strong feelings, you know. We needed to go back to the Spartan age. You know what? I propose that we do the Spartan thing. You know, we get the pits, bring the pits back, make pits great again. The experts have cautioned that finding the cause of autism, a complex syndrome that has been researched for decades, would not be simple. Oh my God! You're telling me that these scientists that came in with their expert opinions of stuff they've studied for years and years and years? No, they don't know shit. They don't know shit because my little comfort tummy, my little bitty comfort in my tummy told me that now all of a sudden I have an explanation for which it's so scary. You do also realize that this is gonna like set back like diagnosis rates, right? Because they're also gonna do this thing where they're gonna keep demonizing autism. So there's also going to be, we're going to go right back to just like, oh yeah, you know, he's just the weird kid. Nonsensical spazzes, yes. They get to me, yeah. It was a rough day. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you add an X back? Why would you, from years ago? Let go. Let go. As an autistic dude, it's rough out there. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they're doing this thing where they're going to demonize it so much that, like it is going to go undiagnosed. And this isn't in just children. You're going to have a lot of people that are just, like, they're not going to go get diagnosed for a lot of mental health issues because you're going to have a lot of people that are going to feel stigmatized. We're stigmatizing mental health again, and this is how they're doing it. Now they're literally doing the thing where it's like, oh, do you have an autistic kid? They're broken. Automatically a parent, like, I'm not even a parent, but I can imagine that being a parent and hearing your kid's broken from a fucking, like, a government agency does something to you. It needs to be cured. Okay. They're not going to just find a cure in 5 fucking months, and it's not going to be some drug that... It's not going to be this magic drug. Trust me. Like, if they did that, it would have already been a thing. This is kind of one of those situations where I do actually believe, I trust the medical community in this case. Weird. Actually, I trust the fucking medical community because guess what? My dad had stage 4 fucking cancer, was told he was gonna live for maybe 4 months. My dad's still here, and this was back when I was 24 years old. So I don't know, man. Get a little pissy when I start hearing people just automatically like go. What I don't fucking like, and I've gone through this last week, is how the administrative side of healthcare and all the billing and all of the like how they seem to care more about that stuff, like getting you into care, especially in the ER. The emergency room in America is just so messed up. Angela, what up? Good to see you. I don't think they know what autism is. There are too many different ways it shows. Yeah, well, trust me, they're going to use the spectrum to do something that's very unsavory. Like, dare I say, and this isn't being hyperbolic, guys, where did they do this? In what historical context did they demonize a bunch of people for having a certain thing? And then they just kind of did this thing where they locked them up because then they were trying to do this conflation of them being dangerous and threats to themselves. And they've also said this with the transtism thing where they're, trust me, this is MAGA has gone out and said that, you know, most trans people are diagnosed with autism, so that must have a causation and correlation. Me scientist, me do all the work in elementary school. Fucking assholes, dude. I don't even trust me. Fucking high school, well, essentially high school dropout, but just love how these are the guys out there just telling me, like, again, oh yeah, you know what, masks don't work, bro. Oh yeah, you know what? You got the jab, bro. You go. It's like, but they also, it's like, oh, I thought I was going to be dead, what, 4 years ago? Fuck you. Assholes. Being led by a pedo and a guy who couldn't keep his brainworms alive? Yeah. I mean, at least the guy, alleged pedo, but you don't have to do the alleged game, really, to say that he definitely runs, he runs interference for pedos. That's for sure. ADHD used to be helpful evolution-wise, but now it's horrible to have. Yeah. Yeah, weird how that works. Weird how this algorithm shit all of a sudden becomes a thing, and it points to how, like, you know, ADHD be like. That's why I've always had this thing where I get really sick of people who don't have formal diagnoses and then playing that game. I found that out about like a prominent ADHD TikToker who, like, they got famous by making these ADHD videos, right? It turned, like, somebody, I again love the internet. It turns out they didn't even have a fucking formal diagnosis. This is one of those things where it's like they were the product of fucking like ADHD TikTok or whatever, where they self-diagnose and then we're just like, ADHD be like, fuck, that pisses me off. Wait, the black woman was the overstep. What? What are you talking about? Angela, I just read your comment and I'm like, even in context, what? What was it? The fuck was I talking about where that would be applicable? Hold on. But yeah, guys. Anyone else excited for the rapture? Yeah, tomorrow. Did they say what time? Angela added me on Discord. You asked her to, I'm pretty sure. Dude, you gotta stop drinking. You really do. Because honestly, you're about to get kicked out of the community entirely. Come on, bro. I remember that too. You did. Yes, you were literally saying, like, I would have a conversation, like, I remember this. She brought it up? Oh, well, you engaged. Whatever, man. Professional stove toucher. Thanks, Sean. Nah, man. I'm dead serious about this being so dangerous, though. Like, do you not see where they're going with this? I'm pretty sure that this is, a strong feeling. He doesn't give a fuck. But experts have cautioned that finding causes autism and complex syndrome. The widely held view of researchers is that there's no single cause of autism, which is thought to be the result of complex mixed genetics and environmental factors. Lawmaker shares hit after report of autism link. Oh yeah, they gotta sue somebody. The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology said doctors across the country have widely identified Tylenol as one of the only safe pain relievers for pregnant women. Studies that have... Oh, I guess, ladies, you gotta just keep being in pain. Another way that we just show that America has disdain for women. Studies have been conducted in the past, show no clear evidence. You know what? Fuck this. Hold on. Because I've seen people like fucking Mrs. Kirk literally bring up, like, in their own TikToks about just like, oh, men be like, Again, anything that be like, and is in a fucking TikTok, I already have a specific hatred for. But god damn it. Like... How are they just such morons to not recognize where it's just like, oh, you're literally, like, you're running interference for the people that do not respect you. Cool. And then you're wondering, like, why? Why do men always do X? And why do men always get X treatment? Show no clear evidence that proves direct relationship between the prudence use of acetaminophen. Whatever. You guys can clip me having a very hard time with this stupid word during any trimestral and fatal development issues. Fetal, not fatal. The drug is recommended by major medical groups as well as governments around the world. In August, a review led by the dean of Harvard Chan School of Public Health found that children may be more likely to develop autism and neurodevelopmental disorders when exposed. Okay, but I thought that Harvard was literally one of the schools that he was trying to defund. So wouldn't he want to, I don't know, keep funding the school to make sure that, they get the answers for that? Gee, it's almost like they actually don't give a fuck. Researchers argue that some steps should be taken to limit the use of the drug, but said it was still important for treating maternal fever and pain, which can have negative effects on the child. Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, this could cause severe mental retardation if they don't fucking have this checked. And if they don't get their fevers down, it's almost like, I don't know, brain damage can occur from all this stuff. Huh. Weird. Whatever. I don't know, fucking anecdotal, but we have 2 children laced with Tylenol and no autism. My wife suffers from migraines, and it was the only way to get rid of her, to get her any relief. I commented, I turned 21 on Tuesday. It's happening because I was too powerful. God, if it does happen, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Again, not too late to get those routing numbers, folks. Still haven't met anybody that's willing to do it. So, talk about not putting your money where your mouth is. I'll pray for you. Yeah, me too. I'll pray for you when you move the clock back again. And then you're like, what? No, Wapsha, what? Although, to be fair, guys, just so you guys actually understand this, the wider Christian community is laughing. They're laughing at this along with us. Because they still don't see it. They still don't see the whole thing that Trump is doing. The doomsday, side of things. Well, they said tomorrow specifically because Trump is going to Israel. And if he's in Jerusalem, then that's literally the start of it all. I'm not kidding. That's where this comes from. Just so you guys know. Well, I blocked him, but still don't see him, so shrug. Oh. Wait, who? Let's see if I learn to unblock someone. Oh, I see what you're doing. Autism diagnosis. Okay, here it is. Autism diagnoses have increased sharply since 2000, and by 2020, the rate among 8-year-olds reached 2.77%. Yes, because they fucking were able to diagnose it properly. This is what happens when you study something. Oh my fucking God. The lack of critical thought. Dude, this isn't even critical thought. This is just basic shit. What are you sending your kids to school for if you guys cannot fucking have the same thought process? God damn it. How many children are walking around smarter than their own fucking parents right now? God damn it. Woo. Don't forget their numerology bullshit. Oh yeah, that too. I mean, these are people that literally fucking think thoughts and prayers are a good way to, stave off, disease and gun violence. Yeah, but another study I love how they put this one on the bottom. But another study published in 2024 found no relationship between exposure to Tylenol and autism. It was conducted by looking at a population sample of 2.4 million children born in Sweden between 1995 and 2019. Around 7.5 of them were exposed to acetaminophen. Acetaminophen, there we go, during pregnancy. By comparing autism rates between those exposed versus those who were not, as well as comparing siblings who shared genetics, the study concluded that there was no increased risk of autism, ADHD, or intellectual disability that may be definitively linked to acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. I put an extra T there. I hate being this way. There's no robust evidence of convincing studies to suggest that any causal relationship. A professor of social development psychology at Durham University, Dr. Botha, added that the pain relief for women was woefully lacking, with Tylenol being one of the only safe options for the population autism diagnosis. As yes, okay. Scientists attributed at least part of the rise to increased awareness of autism. Part of the rise, I guess. An expanding definition of the disorder, researchers have also been investigating environmental factors. It's almost like having, clean, like not having lead in our pipes is kind of like a good thing. Wait.
Acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen. Thank you. Acetaminophen. I'm embarrassed. It's okay. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. I'm already screwing it up.
Acetaminophen.
It's funny. I can almost hear the annoyance in your voice. Just like, stop! You're butchering this! Acetaminophen. There we go! All right, now if you can send me how to say ibuprofen or whatever. If you can do that one, then I'm good. I will be good. I love you, but it was killing me. I love how that's what got you. You're just like...
Acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen. Well, Pat learned how to say a word properly today. Scientists attribute at least part of the... All right, we did that. In the past, Kennedy has offered debunked theories to rising rates of autism, blaming vaccines, despite a lack of evidence. Gee, it's almost like this guy is wholly qualified, or wholly unqualified to... Wait. The bad thing is I mispronounce everything. I've literally, like, if Uni were in chat, I have a feeling that she is, doing something else right now. This is what it sounds like. But yes, she has always been annoyed by how I can't say it. Huh? Oh, no, that was actually Angela. Sorry. Didn't mean to put you on blast. But no, I find that funny that you were just like, you're gonna say this right, whether you like it or not. Well, I guess Trump is solving autism. Did I miss Streamception? No, you did not. No, you did not. We have our daily, I've had this conversation. I've tried to teach him. I'm cuddling a kitty. Aha! Knew it. Yes, we have had this conversation. But... Okay, so I guess they're taking away pregnant women's only painkiller. Cool. What's it gonna take, guys? Republican women finally going, wait, I can't have what now? Like, what in the fuck is it gonna take? Besides the people who bought into this to finally go, no. But it's scary. I'm literally seeing people that are willing to sacrifice their kids' health because of a fucking, of an orange thumb of a man. Man, Twitch sucks. Why does Twitch suck? What happened? Next it'll be the epidural. Oh yeah, they'll say that, yeah. You say that, like, in jest, but dude, how am I supposed to look at this any other way and go, no, they're definitely, like, they want women to be in pain. They want you to have those babies, but painfully. They want them to apparently suffer from, fetal strokes or whatever the fuck. Like, dude, I just don't get it. I don't understand how we have gotten to this point of, like, you would think that MAGA would give a shit about their kids' health, but fucking COVID did this shit. And again, Trump was the one who had the fucking vaccine mandated. What the fuck? Like, or not mandated, but he did the thing where he, Operation Warp Speed. We live in a just profoundly fucking stupid time. And I'm glad I don't have children. I'm so glad I don't have kids. Oh, God. Again, my heart goes out to any of y'all, especially if you got young kids and, like, they're just about to start elementary school. Good luck. Seriously, good luck. Fuck me, man. School standards are down. Did you see the report that came out that high school reading levels and math levels are at an all-time low with seniors? Cool, but they're still graduating, so that just means that they're laxing, like the lax standards have now kind of produced exactly what we should have known was going to happen. Control. It's all about control. Yes, and this is the thing about fucking MAGA that is like, it's almost like it's antithetical to the American way of life of having freedom. Republicans are celebrating? Yes, I know they are. Because they're fucking... I'm just going to say it. They're retarded. Like, Republicans, right now, if they are on board with this, are just certified the R word, okay? You know that I do this, where it's like, I save it for very, very rare occasions. Well, they deserve that one. Fuck. You said... Brian, I wasn't prepared for that. Fucking A. Oh, Brian. Comment of the day, dude. That's fucking funny. Oh, God. Oh, you got me with that one, dude. I can't even say it. Oh, man. Ah. Wow. This is insane. Wow. I'm literally just looking at my news stories. I'm just like, how is this? I thought it was a little on the nose myself. I was just like, dude. Did y'all down a bottle of Tylenol in protest yet? See, this is right there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. We haven't had one of these in a while. Okay. Yeah. Coming in from the depths of the internet. Aha. Got a hot take or two. Yeah. Wants to let us know that taking Tylenol as a pregnant lady without painkillers. Yeah. Way better for you. Aha. No autism link in this house. No way, sir. We only go high for no medicine. Aha. Fuck that. I can't even do the voice because honestly, I'm still a little sick, but let's do it. Come on. Come on. I got this. RFK Jr., yeah, bit of a weenie, yeah, huh? Once you guys out there getting sicker and sicker, meanwhile, look at him. Why, I don't know why you all of a sudden go and trust a guy like him. I said this yesterday, yeah. I would rather trust a guy like Dr. Oz, because at least Dr. Oz has a degree in the medical field. Yeah, hot takes from Macho Man. Not even hot takes, medical takes from Macho Man. Yeah, Macho Man believes in vaccines for all, yeah. Always liked him better than Hogan's. Yes, it. This stream has dropped and buffered twice on me in 10 minutes. I haven't had a problem, but that sucks. I'll tell you what, that's going to be less of an issue coming up. I've got some IT stuff happening on my side of things, so hopefully it will produce a better stream experience for you all. I'm on Twitch right now, and I've had no such thing. It's probably... it could be your internet. Hey, thank you for renewing your membership. Appreciate that. Stuck in Fire Temple and Tears. Really? That one's not that hard. Well, wait a minute.
Stuck in the Fire Temple in Totk.
Okay, so if you don't have the fire armor, then yeah, that will be a little bit. Listen, as somebody, if you're spending too much time in one specific spot and you're like a purist that doesn't want to get help or look up internet tutorials, F that. Use it as your strategy guide. Like, just, if you need help, do it. Seems good here. Huh? Zach? Shut up. Yeah, actually. Yes. So, hopefully the stream will be a lot smoother. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited. You gave it? Education system at work right there, guys. You gave. I'm pretty sure D was an accident, but good for you. I mean, that's always a good thing, especially if you can afford it, and you know. No, actually, you didn't. I hate to say it. I mean, yes, you technically were the first one to really kind of give me the lowdown on, hey, you should do this, but it was more so the fact that they came around my area and were just like, hey, we have this new offering for you. I was just like, really? Oh, shit. Or some guy, someone say... Gave it. What? The protest JFK's medical advice. Democrats are taking 100 Tylenol a day to show MAGA how smart we are. Oh my god, dude. I don't know. These people live in a fucking just weird reality. Like, get offline, brother. I don't know. Like, this is coming from a dude that is essentially like, I live my life here, especially lately. But man, get offline. Fuck. I don't know, man. I'm starting to like. You guys are all like, if and this is assuming that you're genuine and not just like a, you know, a troll that just wants to see the world burn Joker style. If you genuinely believe this, I'm seeing the cracks, guys. Like, they're not as good with hitting because they are in power and they refuse to recognize that. Oh, thank you for the puck. Appreciate that. Where are we at? Oh, okay. I guess I gotta... Thank you for the dollar. Give, El Pucci. Oh, did you see the one hundo? And then just go, I hope that's $1. It's just missing the decimal point. No. Nope. The Pep Hat. We must reach around $100. $100. If we hit $100 during the at any point in the stream, I will put on the goofy hat. If you guys don't know, here's the goofy hat. With Tim Pepper is using it as a as this little chair. Actually works. Because I was just like, wait, there's a way that I could do the redeem. And if you don't know who Tim Pepper is, go hop on over to Twitch and you can redeem a Tim Pepper moment. Yes. You did it for the dog treat? Ah, well, dog got a treat. You know how it goes. I know I did the thing where I'm like, $2 dog treats, but come on, look at him. He's so good. He deserves it. Also, everybody give the dog some love. But back to what I was saying. Oh my god, another Macho Man call up. Yeah. Let's do this. All right. Let's just do like a straight Macho Man. What would his opinions on Jimmy Kimmel? Yeah. Uh-huh. Jimmy Kimmel went and made a no joke. Yeah. Decided to make a mockery of Charlie Kirk. You know you don't do that. Conservatives, they claim to have all of the armor. Yeah. Word armor, but it turns out that they're the biggest jabronis in the entire world. They get offended by everything, yeah. Sorry. I really can't do my Macho Man impression today. Still stuffed up and just not feeling all that great. specifically sore throat. But just like my at my business, don't make services you ain't willing to do repeatedly. Well, yeah, okay, fine. Good point, but listen, I wasn't complaining. Oh, here we go. I just need to raise the cost on these. I actually should. I should probably put it up to 5K. But he should. I'm worth way more. How much did you put? 1,000? 1,000? 1,000 channel points? That's it? That's all you think I'm worth? What? What an asshole! Fuck you! Fuck him! Why would he do this? You guys know how much I'm worth, and you guys know how much Tim Pool's. Put in a good word for me and get me out of here. This asshole needs to be taught a lesson. Kickflip! Could you imagine? Could you just imagine for a minute? Somehow, some way, Tim Pepper ends up on Timcast. Whoa. There it goes. Autofocus. Where all of a sudden Tim's doing it. It's just like, and here, say goodbye to Pep Talks. He's just like, yay! I love how he hates me. Another one. Yeah. Gonna call out legend. I'm gonna call out exec. Yeah. Quit drinking. You need to put down the booze. Even Macho Man like to have himself a good time every now and then. Moderation is the key. Yeah. I'm drinking. Oh, cool. Good. As I said, yeah, moderation. Everything in moderation. Yeah. Macho Man knows all about the moderation. Yeah. Scarcity. Make yourself scarce. Pep Talks doesn't listen to that. No. Streaming 5 days a week. Yeah. Well, okay. If there's one time I'm going to give, like, the social permission where it's like, dude, it's your 21st birthday. Yes, that's fine. Just be responsible. Make sure that you get driven everywhere and do the smart thing. Make sure you have a puke bag. Trust me, whoever's your ride, make sure that they have a plastic bag. I'm not even kidding. That was one of the worst things I ever did was I took my friend out for his 21st birthday. He got so drunk that he puked. Like, he was at least courteous because I had a early WeatherTech floor mat. He just picked up the floor mat and puked in it, and then he's just like, let's go to the or he's like, go to that car wash. Just dumps it and sprays it off. Like, sleeping in the back of my truck bed. Okay. So I signed up to be part of a lawsuit against Facebook a long time ago, forgot about it, and oh yeah, $28. That's what we got. I'm part of that lawsuit with you, so is it only $28? Hey, you know what? Thanks, Facebook, I guess. I do that a lot. Anytime that they're just like, hey, here's this, Brian, is that the one for their data theft back in like 2010, 2012? Probably. Hey, that's 28 $1 shout outs. Hey, all right. Oh, God. My wasp sting itches. It's right here. Right on my back. Thank God it got me in like a little bit of a, softer spot. But for real, like, dude, I got stung when I was in the car. I was getting out of my car and I was like, what the hell? And then I just felt the sting. I was like, yo! I jumped out of my car and went, fuck! And sure as shit, there was a woman that was walking her baby right by us. And I was like, oh! Sorry, I got stung by a wasp. Yeah, it hurt. God, Twitch sucks. Fell off like 5 times. I swear to God that, yeah, okay. I would like to say it's your internet, but if YouTube's not having the same issue, then yes, you're probably... Wait, update your Twitch. That might be it. I'm not even kidding, but I've had that problem where, like, I hadn't updated Twitch in a while. Then I went, like, literally to the App Store. I was just like, huh, I guess it has an update. Whoops. and I was only there because I'm in a mood. Oh. Well, I'm sorry that you're in a mood. I mean, is it a good mood or a bad mood? When you say when I say I'm in a mood, that usually means I'm in like I'm angry and I'm about to be spicy. So, yeah, so wait. I'm pissed at this fender bender today. I asked her if she was okay multiple times. Generally didn't care though. I wanted to be seen as normal around the cop. What the Okay. I have to remember, I don't have autism, so okay, I guess that makes sense. Wow. That sounds like a struggle. Gonna be honest, that sounds like a thing that sucks. But all right, guys, we're now 2 hours and damn near 2.5 hours into stream, and I haven't really done much past reading about the autism thing. And she was like crying and shit, like, get over yourself. I mean, if it was a fender bender going like but the thing here, I'm always very cautious with judging those positions because, like, I've had really bad days where all it took was something small to, like, break me. Where I had this right after my mom died, where I was just in line somewhere and, like, I forgot the exact details, but I do remember, like, something inconvenient happened where it was like the line shut down and I had to go to another line, and I just like broke down. It's an ET, he has me blocked. Oh, okay. Listen, I'm not getting involved. Not there. I'm only getting involved as far as, like, if he causes another problem, then I will do a hard ban. Because, just so you know that, man, you're on, she was fine, but stepped out of her vehicle holding her head instantly. Again, well, if you hit her, if you hit her from behind, even a minor fender bender, like if you just gunned it real quick and it, like, just, you hit her, that can, like, yeah, that can cause whiplash. Dude, whiplash is no fucking joke. Like, I have had whiplash. It sucks. That was one of my first concussions. Like, major concussions, too. I couldn't play hockey for a few years because of that. Like, that shit's... You don't fuck with it. Brain damage is one of those things, man. And I hate it. I hate how people do this, where they walk it off and they're like, I'm fine. It's like, no. 99% of the time that somebody walks away from something that is, like, head trauma related and they say they're fine, I immediately go, like, get to the fucking hospital. But you know how many of them actually listen? I remember the promise of playing, oh yeah, YouTube members. Is that going to happen? Were you thinking? Okay, so the playing, see, this is the bitch of it. For that's where, like, YouTube had me set up tiers, right? So there's the top tier of my YouTube channel that I still have up, I think. I'm not sure if did I get rid of that? It should still be there, though. I can't remember. Damn it. But I'm pretty sure that it's still there, because I kind of remember going to change it and there was something weird about it. But I'll look at it after stream. Either way, that was one of the ones where it's like, nah, man, like, I'll do that, but that's like the $15 tier where it's like, sorry, man. Because, yeah, I have to do this. Like, I got to start, like, doing stuff like that more. And I hate it. Like, trust me, I hate it. It's like the worst part about doing this. Because I want it to be, I want it to be available to everybody. Spicy's $14.99. That's what I thought. Yeah. So yeah, if you guys do the spicy, then it's like, oh, that one's literally like whatever you want to play. Like, if you want, like, I know that Legend of Sean has been like, hey, Smite. Which I would do that too. I would play Smite 2 with you. I would obviously have to take time to do that, or I would have to do it like pre or post stream. But yeah, Mario Kart World, I will totally play Mario Kart World with you. Because, yeah, that essentially gets you all of my, like, game names. So if you're on PS5, Switch, or whatever, then, yeah, we would be able to play whatever. Would have gave her 1.5K right there. Man. I'm still salty that I'm still salty, Pep, that you did the thing last week where you were just like, I just gave this one random streamer all my money and now I'm broke. Too bad for you. Oh yeah, well, I wouldn't mind buying you a copy of DBZ. It was on sale on PC if I had the extra cash right now. No, again, man, I'm not trying, and that's where I feel bad, guys. Like, I for anybody that cannot, contribute to the stream, monetarily, trust me, like, I understand, but I need the help where I can. So as far as, trying to make this living, anything is appreciated, and, when I say anything, I mean like the free stuff too. Like hit that like button, subscribe, share. That's a big one. Like if you guys can boost my my videos, like that really helps me too. So actually, that's a big one. When I release a video, if you guys don't even watch it, can you guys just share it? That would be wonderful for me. No, I'm an enabler of, I know, Fighter Z. The bitch of that is I have that for PS5. That's what's annoying. It's like I hate the fact that I have a game that I can't just like, transfer or like crossplay. I will go spicy to do a post stream. Smite 2. Clearly, I'm fun. Yeah. Okay. He's a coworker, got fired for medical reasons, most likely suing. Ooh. So he's going homeless on Thursday. So yeah, I helped out. Oh, I see what you were saying. Yeah, about the guy who... Yeah, you mentioned that he was like kind of a friend that... Yeah. No, I understand, man. I'm giving you shit. I have it on Switch also. Oh, of course. The one that I don't have it on. Ain't that fun. I got it on PS5. Alrighty, let's do some news, guys. Pep Talks news segment time and streamception and all the fun stuff. That's what you're here for, right? You're here to hear Pep Talk, right? Right? Also, like I've been saying, guys, throughout the stream here, make sure that, number one, if you haven't already, please, do me a solid. It's that I did this, but I did it for you guys. Alex, actually, from Devil's Advocate Productions, our friend of the channel, he convinced me that I really needed to promote my Twitter and my social media stuff and, kind of ride that thing and do the... He's like, are you trying to get bigger? I was like, oh, I feel called out. So, there it is, guys. Follow me on TikTok and Twitter and Facebook. You guys can find me at Pep Talks TV on Facebook. I made it fairly easy to locate my stuff if you guys cannot get the hyperlink. For some reason, Facebook's not working. I don't use Twitter because it's a Nazi platform, but that's just me. I mean, I'm on Blue Sky. I'm also on Blue Sky. Follow me on Blue Sky. Pep Talks TV, I should probably get the link to that too, but, being prepared and all is not exactly my strong suit. I'll be honest, guys, I hate social media. I really do. But I also had a friend point out where he's like, yeah, but you've been doing this thing where you're going off like into, local MAGA groups and pissing them off. Why don't you just do it online and, have your interaction there? I'm like, that makes sense. You did follow me on TikTok. I know you did. Thank you for the follow over on TikTok. Appreciate that. Hey, Fred. Thank you for the follow over on... Oh, shit. Legend of Sean. Spicy. Uh-oh. I'm playing Smite. I'm fucked. All right, I guess I'm playing Smite too. Oh, ain't that a bitch. Prepare for me to suck. I was in Devil's Advocate stream on that one Saturday. Nice. Yeah. Had I not had everything going on in my life, I probably would have been there, but No, he's a great dude. Solid dude. Oh, actually, that's a... All right, so we got a spicy. There we go. Running out of treats, so I'm gonna have to give him 2 until I get the re-up. I don't want him running out. There you go. Good boy. First time meeting me. Fuck. Man, what? Oh. Oh, you were hanging out. All right, I'm off to do some gaming or something. I don't know. I'll hit you up later. Oh, sorry, man. All right. Yeah, go game. I'll be doing Streamception here in a little bit if you want to take care of that. LT, what up, dude? LT, here. Copy these. Do me the solid. You can promote my stuff now. Ugh. Yes, I'm on, like I was just explaining, I'm on social media now. But LT, you just missed that. So what up? Yes, I mean, I did the dive, I did the stuff. And yes, you can actually, like, follow me. I will be making an effort to put, like, posts out there and link my stuff and all. Oh, shit, I actually realized I forgot to link the, stream. Give me 1 second. I will do that real quick. And then we're going to go into the news because I keep promising it and I'm failing on that front. Whoa! Hey. Jimmy Kimmel? Yeah, well, I'm going to do the Jimmy Kimmel thing here in a second. Just give me 1 sec. Okay. Is Twitter down? It's not loading for me. Oh, did I get banned already? No way. No. Did I? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Cool. Never mind. I'm not banned, guys. Cool. There we go. Shit. They said Grindr had an outage in Arizona yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. I actually here. I brought that up. I'm glad that you... I already had that brought up as a story, so here. Guys, down detector. Dude. All right, so from 5, right? What is it, 5 to 7? Or no? Did it start at 7? This chart shows a view of problems reported past 24 hours in the typical volume. Dude, why is that always where the GOP gatherings are? Gee, I wonder. You figured it. Come on, how could I not? Every time that grinder goes down, it's hilarious. The last one was in Milwaukee. This is too funny, guys. Like, they're not going to be able to run from this. It's consistent. God, if they could just live their fucking, like, live their truth, they would be a lot happier. They would be less hateful. They would stop blaming, like, everybody, or, like, everything on everybody. God. I mean, maybe. I mean, how much of it is just a bunch of, like, pent-up, like, SUL bullshit that they just cannot deal with? They want to ban prawns, so you have to hook up with them. Just gonna say that. Hey, well, this is why Pep talks. Dude, this really itches. Oh. But yeah, LT, thank you for taking over the promoting my socials because, God. Oh yeah, TikTok. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing my TikTok stuff too. Ugh. All right, for TikTok though, what do you guys think? Should I do like little 20, 30-second videos about, you know, the general news of the day? So it's like almost like a pre-show. I was thinking about doing something like that. Or, I don't know. I made a video after, you know, the lady had her heart attack next to me today, which that was crazy that legit happened. I had an old lady just like have a heart attack next to me. Now, she walked into the doctor's office while she was having it. God, that's still horrifying. Like, it really... There's nothing funny about the fact that she was just like, my chest hurts. It's a sharp pain. I'm like, like, I'm still flabbergasted over how I reacted more than her caretaker. That was kind of crazy. Banning prawn is a pretty effed up thing to do. It makes no sense. It really does. Yeah, LT, I sat next to an old lady having a heart attack today. It was wild. And I made a video in my car talking about it where I was just like, you know what, screw it, I'll tell the story. Kind of toying with putting it on TikTok. We'll see. $1 billion industry. Oh, what, me? Hey, you know what? Guys, let's get me out there. Let's convince someone worth that. You know what the sad part is? Oh, God. Somebody starts like, hey, we're going to give you this giant, you know, donation, or we're going to fund you in some way. I wouldn't change shit. Oh, and that's also where I have mentioned numerous times where it's like, oh, I'm hiring an attorney to look at this contract. So one time I will take that shit seriously. Because, yep, don't need any of that chorus drama. Which, I'm glad that that's kind of like, I guess, done? Is it? I don't know. Because, like, bear with me on this one. Because I've made my piece known about this. But I really do still feel like it did more damage to the left. Like, it fucked us. Like, it literally fucked the movement. I keep thinking of what was gained. Like, yes, now, me as a creator, I gained something from it because it did make me do the thing where I'm like, oh, no. Being, like, a creator with integrity and also... integrity. Also just being like, oh, that's a little sus. Like, oh, I just had this happen today with my little situation that's going on with my IT thing, where I sat there reading the contract. You could tell the guy was getting pissed. Like, you could tell. He did... People are not used to somebody sitting down and reading the terms of service, which they hate it. You understood half the shit where it's like, wait a minute. And they do it with this intent, like the intention of being like, well, fine, don't use our product. It's like, no. That's, hold on. Like, I will make that decision, but why? And then if they don't answer, then it's like, okay, I will not use your product. I feel like everyone already forgot about it. I feel that way too. For the Jimmy Kimmel thing, David Dole and Mike dropped a video just now. Really? Like together? It's here. Oh, no. They're separate. Sorry, phone rang. Don't worry about it. Thanks, Herman. I appreciate that. I always appreciate when somebody's just like, I couldn't watch you in that very moment. No, individually. Okay, cool. Well, first off, before I watch them, I want to watch CNN real quick report this because all weekend they obviously made a huge stink about it, but you want to talk about fence sitting? they were just like doing the, maybe he should apologize. Maybe there could be a common ground found here, and maybe he can tone down the rhetoric because, he was bad. He said bad things. It's like, dude, I heard enough right-wingers. One of my favorite things that happened this weekend was I was watching, who the fuck was it? Oh, God, it was The Bulwark. That's who it was. But The Bulwark was bringing up how there were right-wingers that were just like, okay, I'm reading this. I cannot find where he said something that bad. And they were just like, he lied. And then they took that and were just like, yeah, he lied. I can't even like that. Damn it. Thank you for the 99 cents. Appreciate that, brother. You know what? Hey, I appreciate that, dude. No, thank you. Again, I wasn't sure about how to go about that, but no, thank you. Speaking of, it's separated. Cool. I just had to check something. But yeah, here, let's take a look at this CNN clip, and then we will go. Oh my God, the body language! The body language right off the bat. Look at her. Look at her. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. It's almost like they made this whole narrative about, we can't piss off the Lord and the Commander-in-Chief.
Disney is bringing him back on the air tomorrow. ABC says in a statement that we made the decision last week to suspend production to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment. But now, after having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, the ABC says we...
Before you said it in chat, thoughtful conversations. Okay.
Reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday.
Yes. We sat and thought about how much this would cost us in lawsuits, and then we made a determination. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Well, getting back to work.
Wow, Brian, that
Dude, he's going back on Tuesday, too. Egg on your faces.
is significant, especially given that some of the players outside of Disney in a corporate setting, like
Get
Netstar
outta
and
here.
Sinclair, they essentially
And I love how Sinclair Media was like, we're going to back Nexstar. We're doing the same thing. Oops.
have deals that allowed them to preempt his show, and that's part of the reason that it was suspended. Do we know?
Yeah, but the thing is, with the preempting of all these shows, then it's almost like, oh, so are you just going to cancel all dissenting opinions because they have dissenting opinions?
Know how they might react to this?
I hate Disney for putting loser Kimmel back on the air. He's not. What has he done besides just been a milquetoast comedian? That it's the third tier show that I never watched.
We
Just gonna say, like, I didn't. My mom enjoyed Kimmel.
don't,
Like,
and that becomes the big question now. Will these
I'll just say this, LT. Not everything is for us. Okay, like sometimes there's an audience, so don't hate. Just he's actually got pretty good politics.
local station affiliates choose to air Jimmy Kimmel Live, or will they continue to protest the comedian,
Nexstar's stock is down while Sinclair's is
even
up.
though the network is bringing him back nationwide? ABC does gently chastise Kimmel in this statement. The statement says, quote, the decision to suspend him, we made it because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive.
Oh.
So they're very,
That's when you're quoting Trump. Okay, thank you.
very gently saying they
Missed that.
disagreed with Kimmel last week.
Okay, I hate Disney for putting this loser Kimmel back on the air.
But obviously, they're bringing him back
There
as
we
of
go.
tomorrow.
And we don't know, obviously, all of the considerations that went into this, Brian.
I'm sure Sinclair is up. They've been professional dick suckers for Trump for years.
But-
Oh, yeah, but this is also where, like, I knew about this.
I would say leaders, obviously, at ABC and Disney have had the benefit of a few days of feedback.
Yeah. Including
God, can we just go back to your yesterday's coverage where you guys were probably just like, what does this mean for free speech? Is this it? Do we just have to capitulate? Yes, we should. Yes, we should.
from Disney employees who were
Can we cancel Fallon?
very disturbed. including from Hollywood.
Honestly, dude, if you haven't seen the clip of Steve Martin and Martin Short roasting him, it is priceless.
Stars and showrunners.
I can't show it on stream, but it was good.
The kind of people Disney wants to work with, and from free speech groups, politicians, even some Republican politicians.
Flying on TV is was a problem. Then Fox News better watch the F out.
Like Ted Cruz. We know
that's also part of it because they understood that they would have to prove that he was in fact lying, number one, where it wasn't just a misstatement, because also at the time of his recording his show, it was still being speculated on what the shooter's motives were.
Condemnation of Disney has been widespread.
It's almost like they couldn't prove actual malice
now,
and they couldn't prove a threat to the public or any of this. So any of their very loose reasons for even thinking about taking him off the air, they couldn't hold water.
What we don't know yet is what the counter reaction will be from President Trump and his allies.
That's a really good point. Brian, please stand by. Terry, your reaction to this news?
It's great news. It's great news. And I think you're absolutely right, and Brian is absolutely right. This was a community standing up for the rights of Jimmy Kimmel and all people who speak in public, entertainers and journalists and all of them. And it worked, at least with the head of Disney. And it makes good sense because they would have won in court. One thing that gets lost in this, you do not lose your First Amendment rights because you have a broadcast license. Supreme Court has been clear on this. The government cannot take your license because of speech they don't like.
You were talking about Katharine Graham when the news broke, and these are the considerations of these bigger companies about how they're going to handle this and how they're going to think about it. They do have the benefit of some history as they do consider these moves.
Right. Well, Katharine Graham, when Nixon threatened to take her FCC, the Washington Post's FCC licenses, they had some local stations. It was a main source.
Yeah, it's almost like there's precedent for this too, dating back to the 60s.
Source of income. She published them anyway. She said, forget about it. And that kind of corporate courage is rare, especially in the face of an administration that exceeds by many orders of magnitude any other presidency trying to silence speech it doesn't like.
If we still have Brian, I want to go back to him because one of the interesting bits of reporting that we got over the last few days was that Kimmel was actually preparing a monologue that would up the ante against some of the feedback that he got from the Trump administration.
No MAGA watch him.
I mean, can you imagine, Brian, what...
The thing is, a lot of people consider independence, quote unquote, to be diet MAGA. So he is just like, well,
What might be formulating in terms of a response when he gets back on the air?
Right, Kimmel wanted to defend himself.
Nexstar CEO Perry Sook is a right-winger. His company owns The Hill and Rising. I did know that. The show, yeah.
So now, Tuesday night's monologue becomes even more interesting. What he will be critical, and it might affect what local stations decide to do going forward.
Yeah, certainly will.
Well, again, good luck. Good fucking luck. This is also not being emphasized enough, and trust me, CNN has a stake in not emphasizing this. People don't watch this shit. They are cutting the cable quicker than ever before. Like, dude, most cable companies are just dying because most of their audiences. I made the joke earlier that literally sitting next to the 90-year-old woman having a heart attack made me realize it's just like, oh, Fox News lost another one.
I want to know what you think.
Might have lost another one.
Terry, about just sort of the moment that we are in when it comes to free speech.
Either that or she's in the hospital bed watching Fox News going, I'm scared.
And I also want to
watch, I'm completely wrong. And she was a based ass, leftist old lady.
Play a moment from the White House press briefing today. This was a correspondent for Turning Point USA Frontline.
Didn't seem like it, though.
Associated with the group that Charlie Kirk founded, who asked the White House press secretary what her message is to Americans who are too afraid to express their beliefs. Here's a brief part of what Caroline Levitt said.
We have a right to free speech in this country. The president supports it. It is protected by our beautiful Constitution. And Americans should not cower in fear. They should rise up in courage to continue speaking the truth.
What do you think about what you're hearing from the White House there as we just get this news that Jimmy Kimmel will return to air tomorrow night?
Right. Well, see what the White House says. Everybody should speak up except the ones that the president doesn't like. He just barked at my former colleague, Jonathan Karl. Maybe we'll come after you. because I don't like the content of your news coverage. All of this is bedrock First Amendment rights that we all have. And I think they've overreached here. Most Americans, even many who support President Trump, did not like the kind of gangster talk that the head of the FCC said, you can do this the easy way, you can do it the hard way. And they understand how precious this right is, even for people that they disagree strongly with.
Well, I mean, again, anybody that has like a modicum of critical thinking skills, like, the people like, and I hate to say this because it's given a little too much credit, but like the Megyn Kellys and, those types.
Good common sense about our First Amendment right.
Ted Cruz even came out and was just like, yeah, I may not like Jimmy Kimmel and I might be happy that he got fired, which he didn't get fired.
And I think
this is incredibly soft. It's CNN.
Trump is running up.
Literally, they have to wear kids' gloves right now because they might have a merger where they might become even more MAGA.
Against that.
Trust me, they're all shitting their pants right now.
Yeah, Senator Ted Cruz said it was out of Goodfellas, to your point there. Terry, thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate it.
She really is just a dolt.
Appreciate it.
The way that she just said that. Wow.
And this is the breaking news just in from Disney. Jimmy Kimmel, his show will return to air tomorrow night.
Wow.
Big news there.
And guess who's about to have a ratings bump?
As a lot of conservatives who had been very pleased that his show was yanked off the air indefinitely initially were characterizing it as a firing, but his show will return.
You characterized it as a firing. You did. You were wrong. You misreported it. If anything, they should actually, ABC might need to come after fucking like some of these news groups and just be like, it was a suspension and you guys are blatantly lying about this. So, weird. It's almost like the broadcast standards have slipped. This is news to me, or this is new to me. What is? Live for the Rapture? Hey, I'll be there tomorrow. I'm going to go live. When? Does anybody have a time? Let's see. Well, we can't do... Oh, wait. Well, we can't do 777. So 7:07 on the 7th second. There we go. So it's going to be 7 o'clock in the morning. The 7th minute, 7th second. Oh, man. Come on. Go for it. Guys, let's do a collective prayer. I haven't done this in a long time. Woo. All right. Dear Lord, it's me, Pep. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Can you please do me a solid? And I don't ask a lot of you. Can you just, I don't know, do this thing where they really want the rapture? Lord, I acknowledge your greatness and your all-powerful wisdom and the fact that you have the ultimate ability to make us just laugh and just... I will laugh for weeks and weeks and weeks. So please, Lord, please, I ask you to make comedy truly legal and to make this rapture happen, please. Also, sorry about the thing. We're good, right? All right, cool. Peace out, Lord, and I forgot how to end prayers. And in his name, amen. All right, we're covered, guys. Pep Talks is covered. We have just blessed thyself. Well, they do that on the fake Christians. That's gonna be my favorite one. Is like, there's only like 4 people that just it's so scarce. All of a sudden, Pep disappears. It's like, no. It's like, and behold, you lived in thy name. Come, join us, Pep. It's just like, but I don't wanna. I wanna go broadcast. Chat needs me. Then I come back, I'm like, guys, I may have fucked up. That's a typical Pep move right there. It's just like, I talked myself out of getting raptured. Oh, damn it. Please rapture the worst among us. They claim you, so you got to deal with them. Well, they just, yeah, and that's all right. I am, as much as I say, like, serious. You need to cover the Cove tomorrow. Oh, I plan on it. Oh, I plan on it. That one I'm going to be actively looking into. If you guys see clips on TikTok or social media, please save those for me and make sure that you link them in the Discord because I will need those. I will need all those little juicy bits of just, oh, the rapture was supposed to happen. We got it wrong again. Oopsie poopsie. We're not good at the math. I just love how they always have conviction up until the very moment where they're just like, now? Now? Ah, Jesus Christ. Now? No. I mean, I covered, I didn't cover it, obviously, on stream, but I did, like, I was so curious about the 2012 one where I paid it. Oh, yeah, I paid attention to that one. Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, that was fun. And it wasn't even the Mayan one because the Zionist evangelical Christians piggybacked on that because that's what they tend to do is they'll pick and choose their favorite bits of history and just be like, well, that sounds good. So they were like, ooh, this Mayan clock, that has a set time. Well, maybe, just maybe they knew something. Oh, you know what? It's because they had missionaries and they had Jesus in their hearts. It's like, what? It's like, oh, so you thought the conquistadors were just spreading the love and guidance of Jesus Christ via bullets. Cool. Doesn't seem to be a consistent, thorough thought process with them. Camel has a much better... Yes, yes. Yes, Sylvia. The camel in the eye, passing through the needle. Famous Bible verse. But they don't give a fuck. That flies in that flies in the face of prosperity gospel. Damn it. I need to make my money. And Jesus says it's okay, especially if I'm, doing it by ripping off people and just doing it on, designating Antifa as a terrorist group. I get it. But at the same time, like, can we just... I'm not going to freak out over the stuff where even the courts are like, oh, we can't really do anything with that. Like, the federal courts, all of it. Like, good luck. You do realize that they're just using words at this point because they're just scary words. And they're terrorists, the Muslim terrorists. It's just a whole bunch of shit, guys. Like, don't fall for every little fucking thing. Like, this is one thing I'm going to request here. Don't fall for every fucking thing that the Trump administration is doing. Stop. Like, calm down. We will freak out when... boots hit the fucking ground. But I am sick of covering every little fucking thing this cocksucker has to say. I really am. I'm done. I'm burnt the fuck out because he's so fucking stupid. He just says shit, and then his administration, they have to go and fucking deal with it, which is hilarious to me because half the time these motherfuckers are probably just like, God damn it, he did it again. And until the actual Supreme Court, legitimately gets rid of one of the amendments, I'm not going to fucking freak out. I'm sorry. Like, I have had enough of this. I really have. Because look at the way that CNN did this shit. Look at the egg on their faces. I'm tired of doing this. I'm tired of, they're trying to wear me out. And they're not. I'm not worn out because, honestly, when I got off this weekend, I didn't give a fuck. I didn't. I sat there for a minute on when I got off on Friday. I'm thinking is it the free speech over? No. They are trying to fearmonger you. Yes, and they're trying to catch us slipping, dude. And the thing is, this is why it's so easy. Is because a lot of times we fall for all of it. Trust me, okay? This is where me as a content creator, I have a little bit of a hard time with this one because I want to make the videos. And this is why I'm going to be completely real with you guys. I have not made a whole bunch of clip videos of me talking about Trump or doing the MAGA fear-mongering because I don't want to play into it. I would rather not have the fucking views and just kind of organically grow the stream than do that bullshit. That's why when I made the Jimmy Kimmel one, that one I actually felt passionate about because I was and also it was funny that I found out 10 minutes before. I didn't know how to put that in the title though, where it was just Pep Talks learns about Jimmy Kimmel firing before anybody. I should have probably done that. But that is fantastic. I'm glad you were able to get away on the weekends. Yeah. I barely paid attention. I checked out like maybe one or two political videos yesterday. Yeah, it was last night. And then even those, I was like, okay. Because on Friday, I left with the not knowledge, but wherewithal of media law, where I was just like, they are going to go into this weekend. And I was like, I'm going to wait for Monday to see like if I'm going to freak out or not. Because if they upheld the firing, then I would be freaking out, because I would be like, oh my God, this really is the death of free speech. They're going after talk show hosts that Donald Trump doesn't like. But again, contracts, just fucking, instead of like making a long drawn out point, it's what I've been saying. Money talks, bullshit walks. And I'm just so sick of the MAGA wins when they get us all riled up. They love that shit. Do you know how much they love hate watching? Like, they love to hate watch. Number one, like streams like mine, CNN, any of like the liberal garbage, MSDNC. They love to watch that shit because they love to see the people actually freaking out and do it like just nom 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 nom. We take all the bait. Nom 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 nom. We're dumb fish. Nom nom nom. It's just like, stop. Stop. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here, it's just like, that's a fucking hook. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? Check this out. So I had a random video. We talked about Jim Brewer, right? Recently.
Comedian Jim Brewer went hard.
All right. So we got Tom Powell, Chicagoan, Chicago local. For me, Tom Powell had a good, what Goat Boy do now? So, something surprising, by the way. He's leaving MAGA.
Comedian Jim Brewer went hardcore right-wing MAGA. And now all of a sudden he's having a falling out with MAGA, and now he's trying to teach us the bad parts of what's going on within MAGA. How many times do we need to hear this? Don't you know what this? Well, he's been saying this the whole time. You've been supporting him, champ.
How many times you got to hear
There we
Trump
go.
say
The central casting.
What do you think that means? What do you think? What is Donald Trump's motive to constantly say, not once, a billion times, central casting, central casting. Look at this guy, central casting, central casting. And I'm going to go on a limb here. I don't believe in the whole assassination thing. I see the...
See? I'm loving that, like, when you're losing the likes of Jim Brewer, who, trust me, he kind of milked these idiots for what they're worth, that's for sure.
Professional wrestling game. It's professional wrestling. They script it. You play the bad guy. We're going to fight in public. We do our photo.
It's almost like hey, have you been watching Pep Talks there, Jimmy?
Then we give it to the public, and then we control their emotions. You get
What up, Pinkerbell?
this
Good to see you.
side, you guys get this
How's
side.
your weekend?
And that's what they do. I don't buy it. I'm sorry. I couldn't stand what was happening before.
So that leaves Roseanne Barr as the only batshit comedian to be in MAGA. Yep.
But I do watch from a distance all of it.
Yeah. You watch from a distance what you created.
He hasn't made any.
You're hard.
Just making tauntaun noises from Star Wars.
Oh, man. You helped get this motherfucker elected. He's been talking about people that are from central casting since all the way back in 2015. We know what it means, right? Central casting in Trump's world means the people have to look the part. They got to look the part. They can't just be good at what they do. They got to look the part.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're bad,
that's why that's why all of these people are just not substantive. They just look like they should be there. That's why, again, it is just so fucking insane that it's like, this is life.
at what they do, but they look the part, then A-okay. Now, you took it a step further in that you don't believe the whole assassination.
KVUE is down only because of the Tylenol rumor. It's $17 right now. I suspect it'll go up when this rumor dissipates. I mean, if you guys are looking to invest, I guess, okay.
I'm starting to not believe it myself.
I don't give that advice, so I'm just saying, okay, if that's it, it might be good, might be bad. I don't know.
But this is your guy. This is.
I actually wonder, was he at one of the shows I was at?
Your guy.
I feel like he was.
The guy you.
I feel like I saw him
for years. Now you want to tell us, well, why do you think he keeps saying central casting? Why the fuck did you keep buying that central casting shit? You kept voting for him during all those years he kept talking about that shit. Yeah, Donald Trump needs people that aren't necessarily good at their jobs, but look the part, because Donald Trump is all about appearance.
Trump is playing GTA with the stock market.
The comb over, the fake spray tan, the phony cufflinks. It's all about appearance. It's not. There's no substance there. And yeah, he probably did fake it.
That's why he loves Janine Pierce. Why do you think that half the people in his staff are literally hired right off TV?
His own assassination.
I mean, it really doesn't take a lot of thought. It's just, oh, right.
Donald Trump goes.
And MAGA's just like, yeah, I saw them on TV too. They definitely are good at their jobs.
It's a verbal war with everybody that has ever wronged him on any level, except for the guy who literally tried to kill him. We don't. Not only do we not talk about him, we don't even mention his name ever.
Yeah, I don't even know his name.
Yeah, I'm beginning to believe that there was no way in hell that Donald Trump was actually shot at in Butler, Pennsylvania.
No.
The Trump administration, or I'm sorry, the Trump campaign at that point in time, in my opinion, sacrificed a Trump supporter in order to make it look like somebody was trying to kill Trump. I believe that now.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, crap. Just realized that. Sorry. Pep about to make a trade. Yeah. No, that was a medical. That was a medical thing. I forgot that I was waiting for a phone call on that. I was like, oh, crap. I think I might have missed that. But I also got to pee real quick. So let's do this. Dog up. He's chilling. All right, guys. Give me one moment to use the restroom, and then we're going to talk about this. Because Kat was at the protests, and she made national news because her moment, I hate to say that her moment with them went viral, which she wasn't necessarily, like, I don't want to say that she was looking for a viral moment. I do not think so. Like, honestly, I think that this was one of those situations where she genuinely wants them to just follow the law. So there's something interesting about this video, because right here you can almost see it. So the second that they're on this part of the street, that's not federally protected land. So this is where Gavin Newsom doing the mask ban and also trying to regulate federal agencies. This is part of it. This is where the cops need to start taking a stand. Are they going to stand up for the locals? or are they going to stand up for the federal, jackbooted thugs? That's something that we really have to make a, we have to reconcile with that. Actually, here, you know what? Because here, LT, where is that link that you dropped here? There it is. Let's do Mike. We'll do this real quick.
Well, it turns out we have some semi-breaking news, and I say semi because I'm relatively late to the party on this particular subject. Nonetheless, it's still important, so I wanted to get a video up about this as soon as possible. Jimmy Kimmel is returning to the air on Tuesday. His show is back, and Disney, who owns ABC, released the following statement about their decision, writing, "Last Wednesday, we made the decision to suspend production on the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday," Disney added. Now that, my friends, is corporate bullshit. They did not decide to return him to his show because they had a conversation with him and just wanted to suspend him so he could think about the naughty words that he said. They decided to bring him back because, like many companies, this started to cost them money. See, lots of people canceled their Disney Plus and Hulu memberships. Celebrities started to speak out. So because this is a bigger shitstorm for them, there's a lesson there. Anna Gomez, the lone Democratic FCC commissioner, says, "I am glad to see Disney find its courage in the face of clear government intimidation. More importantly, I want to thank those Americans from across the ideological spectrum who spoke loudly and courageously against this blatant attempt to silence free speech." And that is exactly what this was, and it's important to point that out because right-wingers are now pretending as if, oh, see, this wasn't what you all said it was. This wasn't the government cracking down on speech in violation of the First Amendment. This was just consequence culture. ABC and Disney didn't like what he said, so they chose on their own volition to suspend Jimmy Kimmel. That is not what happened. Again, to recap, FCC Chair Brendan Carr boasted about getting them to do what he wanted. He said we could do this the easy way or the hard way, and after they suspended Kimmel, he then started to talk about going after The View. But let me show you some examples of the weaselly right-wingers and what they're saying. Scott Jennings says, so basically his employer suspended him for being an insensitive prick, and we don't live in an authoritarian regime. Got it. Pierce Morgan says, so Kimmel wasn't canceled by Trump or the FCC after all, but temporarily suspended.
This isn't no, you don't get to make this a W because all of a sudden the left was freaking out about nothing. Go fuck yourselves, you fucking disingenuous pricks.
Suspended by his employer because they thought what he said was ill-timed and insensitive. So these are the new NPC talking points that have been apparently uploaded into their brains, so look out for that. Understand that it is complete bullshit. Listen, if they chose to suspend him on their own accord and there was no government pressure, yes, this would simply be a company making a bitch move, but that is not what this was. There's a Rolling Stone article that details how executives were worried about the blowback from the Trump administration, and
I'm waiting for the clips of the 5. Does anybody know what time that show's on, or like what show should I be looking out for clips for? Or from Fox News, because they're going to be freaking out about this, and I want to get all of those juicy clips.
And even though they didn't necessarily find his comments insensitive because they weren't, they chose to cancel him anyway because they feared retribution.
Yeah, it's almost like they were so fucking milquetoast, because like for real, and then the pivot came where they were just like, oh, they fired him for being untruthful. It's like, what?
They would not have made this decision without the government. But the implications of this are really important because it shows you that not all hope is lost. Listen, capitalism is killing our entire country, but the one thing that we have going for us is that the capitalist overlords that rule over us, they're really fucking greedy. Right? So they're going to make...
if any of you actually have like a second, can you check decoding Fox News to see if they put up any new clips?
Decisions based on what is going to be the least costly. And since our backlash, the blowback that they received is more costly to them than whatever Trump could do, they chose to cave.
I'm just hoping that one of you guys can do it quicker.
That in the back of your mind, because this isn't going to be the only instance where the Trump regime is going to try to shut down speech that they don't like. Trump said that he thinks that criticism of him from these networks is illegal. So this is going to happen again, and we now know the proper response. If we see a violation of the First Amendment, that is the government cracking down on speech that they don't like, we know that we can exert pressure on these corporations and get them to buckle. But it has to be targeted. It has to be enough pressure, right? And we already knew this earlier this year with the Target boycott. So keep that in mind. That's a very important thing to note. So look, again, like I said in my last video about Jimmy Kimmel, I've never been the biggest fan. I just, not my cup of tea, but it's not about Jimmy Kimmel. It's about the principle of allowing our press to be free and independent without government interference. And the fact that they buckled in response to pressure from us shows that we still have a lot more power, right? Trump has a lot of power and he's trying to consolidate it as we speak, but the people still have a lot of power. And this is one small victory that is going to help fuel us going forward. But just understand that the battle for free speech is going to be a long and lengthy one, and it's never going to go away. The threat will always be present. So just understand that you have to be doing this every single time the Trump administration tries to insert their tentacles into whatever organization is saying something that they don't like or committing thought crimes. So we'll leave that there. Jimmy Kimmel's back, and I'm happy. I'm not...
Yeah. Do you think that he had to redo a video because he was like talking about that and he's just like, damn it, I gotta put this out first? I've had that happen. Where news broke like right before I was making or like doing my streams, when I was just making videos trying to get myself out there, which I need to do again. God, I should have been recording like half my stream today. It's okay. It's okay. You'll do it? Oh, sweet. Don't know what you said. You'll. Are you looking for the Fox News clip? Okay, cool. Perfect. All right. Let's get to the Chicago thing because this is not too far from me. All right. So... right there, he just body slams, like well, not body slams, arm drags and then tosses. Also, she was like, yeah, he copped a feel. He totally did. All right, right here is where he fucked up, and this is where she has a good case, is because the second that they're off the sidewalk there, ooh boy, that's state property. State public property that we have every right to protest on.
Shame on you! Put him down!
Yep. The fact that he picked her up off of a literal fucking state street. Yeah. That's our city block. These motherfuckers, seriously, like, where are our cops? Where's our protection? Do we need to start fucking, I don't know, since the federal government has literally just gone out and said that it's perfectly fine to not wear identification and fatigues and all this kind of stuff. Weird. It's almost like they're trying to instigate that. So do not give in, by the way.
Shame on you! Shame on you!
No, this is where you need to, I'm not even kidding, you need to pressure your local police departments. Like, if this shit's going on, like we are just pressuring the shit out of CPD, which they are kind of, I don't know, man. Like, there was a little bit of a break in this because the, police chief came down and just told them, it's like, hey, we're not going to be able to, like, if you guys keep doing that shit, then we're just going to have to stand in between. And I don't think that the intimidation factor works as good when the cops are facing their way. And I don't think they want those optics.
Why do you want to...
There has been some movement in and out of this facility here today in Broadview as there's growing uncertainty about the future of operations here. We've seen some vehicles and buses coming and leaving from the facility, and that's where tensions started to escalate between protesters here and some of the armed guards at one point.
Also, they're not reporting this in the news a lot, and it's a problem, is the fact that that ICE is completely abusing their power because, like, by law, right? They can only detain people for so long, specifically in these makeshift facilities. They're breaking that, like, entirely.
Tonight,
you have people that were supposed to be held for 24 hours max to get processed, there for over 12 days, and then they're shipping them off somewhere else. And they're not telling anybody where.
Guards appeared to have fired off what looked like peppered bullets at the protesters in an attempt to push them back from the gate.
There's kind of not a lot. There's a couple videos. They're currently live.
Tensions remain high at the ICE processing center in Broadview tonight as families of detainees are receiving word that
look at that dork.
Their loved ones.
Just remember, guys, like the incel fucking dipshit that plays Call of Duty that fucking, has no social skills, never will interact with anybody outside of his little incel crowd there.
Maybe
that's who is waving there.
One woman who did not want to be identified says she's received a call from the facility about her father, who was detained earlier this week.
They called us at 6 p.m., told us that to bring him something because they were all leaving. And they're either getting sent to Wisconsin or to Michigan or to Texas. They're telling him he had to wait 2 months for a court. 2 months in Texas, and then he'll
Yeah, but remember, guys, this immigration thing is so easy to solve.
get deported.
Just remember that every time that they pick up one of these people and they are detained for that long, that it's on the taxpayer dime and it's paying for the fucking private prisons that they're being put in. It's almost like they're propping up all of these industries that Trump's little friends and cronies have a bunch of stake in. Gee, it's almost like it's so obvious, but nah, wacky leftists. Oh my God, the wacky left just being wacky and oh my God, they're freaking out.
Instead of just self-deporting, because he wants to just self-deport, but they're not letting them.
That comes as speculation is growing about how long operations may continue at this facility after protests escalated here earlier this week. At least one published report suggests DHS is looking to possibly stop using this facility and move to a different location. One source also confirmed that with the ABC 7 I-Team tonight.
Nah, Tom Homan just needs another $50K,
the
bro.
Department of Homeland Security shared a statement.
Literally caught taking bribes, but MAGA's just like, oh, it's our guy. We love him. But this is also where it's like, guys, I don't know. Like, holy shit. If they're standing up for those types of fucking people.
That, saying in part, any allegations that ICE Broadview Processing Center is temporarily closing is false. They go on to say, Secretary Noem's message to rioters is clear. You will not stop us or slow us down. ICE will continue to enforce the law. Now, one man organizing the protest.
You mean while breaking it?
Says they're trying to maintain the peace with a message of solidarity.
Families that are coming in to visit, it is heartbreaking to see them. We've really been trying to stay out of the way so that the families that are coming get
they need to shut the facility
chance
down
to see when their loved ones are taken out.
There are also concerns from.
I mean, honestly, Pritzker's got to get his. This is where he needs to get off his ass, and he needs to get there now.
Families about the conditions their loved ones.
I mean, the mayor got arrested. Daniel Biss got arrested.
Are enduring at this facility.
He said they were sleeping on the floor. He had handcuffs up for about 12 hours, and he said that there was 150 people in one room at some point.
Now, DHS tells us that federal law enforcement has.
Joe Biden sent that Democratic senator to prison for bribery, but Republicans won't prosecute Homan.
Arrested 16 protesters here this week during some of those escalated tensions that we've seen at the facility. Tonight, it has been a calm crowd as we continue to see some.
Meanwhile, they continue to make policy that makes it harder for illegal immigrants to come in.
Those vehicles and buses.
It was never about illegal immigration. It was about immigration as a whole. Yes.
Coming.
And getting people who are not white out. Because they're not going after a bunch of fucking Ukrainians. They're not going after the Polish people. Trust me, trust me.
And going.
The fucked up part is when you hear some of these people speak about this shit and talk about immigrants without recognizing that they are immigrants. It really does make you go like, oh, you fucking suck. And it does test your humanity where you start playing with those thoughts where you're just like, should I call on you? Which, no. No narking. Even no matter how much these fuckers suck. You don't give in to ice. You don't do that shit. But you can admit that you've had the bad thoughts. No. They even let in South Afrikaners. South Afrikaners. That's one of the most. You can't help but say that in like a southern accent. Hell, they even let in the South Afrikaners. Crazy. Yeah. We watched that video of Kat talking about that on Friday. As far as I know, she's still there. She swears to protest every day that they're there, which I was kind of like, oh, you know. That is good, but at the same time, you do have a campaign, so. On special visa, while saying they are victims of white genocide. Yeah, and you saw the fat motherfucker come off that plane with all his shit. I mean, I'm glad that the optics at least are there, where it's just like, can't hide that one. Guy gets off the plane looking like Peter Griffin. Hey. Oh, I was about to say. You deleted the message, and I'm assuming you're retapping. I hate that my chat does that. It'll pick up a message before you guys delete it. Oh no, you got a Peter Griffin? Peter. Not a great one. Hey, you want to hear something funny? Peter. Hello. Oh, Frenzy. Hey, what's up? Frenzy Kriska. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Hope everybody is enjoying the stream. I mean, you guys have permission. Let me know if you're not. Actually, fuck it. What are you guys not enjoying? What did Pep do? What must I reconcile? Alright. Chicago activists push back against federal presence. Tom Homan investigated for accepting $50,000 from undercover FBI agents. Now, here.
Welcome back, Ace.
I'm sorry. I need to get a little bit of details on this story. You like what you're seeing? Yes, please. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, guys. Your kind words mean the world to me. I do like affirmation. I think we all do. Also, compliment your friends. Or your family. Like if they do something cool, tell them they're doing something cool. Just do it randomly. Weird them out a little bit. Just be like, where'd that come from? It's like, I don't know, I love you. Trust me, people get a little weirded out where all of a sudden you're just like, dude, I love you. You know what? You're doing good. I'm proud of you. There's like one of my friends asked me if I was dying. I'm not even kidding. After my mom died, actually, I did this thing where never been like the biggest hugger, you know. I was always big on like the side hug or just like the, you know, but now I give hugs. You know, feels better. I don't know. Acts of specific random kindness. Doesn't even need to be specific. Random acts of kindness are always cool. I mean, occasionally, yes, there are the times where you'll hold the door for somebody that you're just like, I should have slammed that in your face, fucker. Like, had that too. Where you're just like, I was nice to the wrong person. You took advantage of me. I don't like it. This is why people aren't nice. This is why people view niceness as weakness. It's because of bullshit like that. This is where they don't like the spicy Pep. Like, honestly, I've always said this. I'm one of those guys where I'm like, you don't want to fucking piss me off. You don't. Because it takes a lot to get me there. But once I'm there, you're fucked. I will make it my life's mission to fuck your life up. And the thing is, I'm pretty strategic. Sorry. Might have given a little bit away there, but for real. There's nothing worse. And trust me, I have, every time I meet someone, Jake is like this. Jake, you know, our pal Jake, how you say his last name? Druggers? I need to ask him that. But yeah, man, he's the same type of cat. I can feel it. Like, I just know, I can smell my own, where he's a nice dude. He's a great dude. He's got a great heart. But man, you fucking take advantage of him and piss him off, he's going to turn into something that's fucking scary. I've never liked the looking good there, but like that belt, your earrings like that. Oh. Yeah. Or like, yeah, something like that. Like, I always go for t-shirts. Like, if you're wearing a cool t-shirt, I'll always just be like, I like that shirt. Because, like, I know how, like, it makes me feel, like, when somebody compliments my shirt. I feel great. Like, especially if they do it with, like, a smile, like, hey, I love your shirt. It's like, cool. Yeah, I got good taste. You got good taste. High five. And then it gets weird because you're just like, nope. No, it's not like that. We just do the, okay, cool. Just know the boundaries. Compliment something that they have put effort in. Yes. So yeah, exactly. Like, for instance, if you see your friend just cleaned his car, just mention, hey man, all right, car's nice and clean. Look at that, man. It's a nice clean car. Just, you did a good job. Something like that. Or you could just be really weird about it and just be like, yo, dude, I like your face. And just leave it there. See what happens. Oh. I'm spitballing here, okay? I'm trying to think of another random, like, just thing you could compliment. Because, yes, I can see where, like, yeah, okay, like, the dude's doing creepy compliments to, like, women because they heard it in, like, a pickup artist thing. Your car's so clean. There you go. I love the way you stirred that coffee. Awesome job, dude. There you go. See? Yeah. Milk to sugar ratio. Bitchin', dude. Hell yeah. I respect. Not too much sugar, not too much milk. Must taste really good. And they're just like, you want some? Like, no, just perfect stir, my friend. I like the way that you walked. Huh? Oh, was that too much? Was that too much? It's like, you didn't swerve. You just went in a straight line. Heel toe. Good walk, my friend. Just start complimenting the really... You chew very nicely. I mean, that one, okay, hold on. No, that one is actually a little real because, like, I know people that do not chew nicely and that I want to let them know, or it's just like, hey, can you not? Can you just, I don't know, not? My old roommate, I've told this story here, but, we used to have this thing because he knew that I had that. Because I kind of do have that thing where, like, if I hear somebody eating, especially if they don't close their mouth, like, it bothers me. Like, I don't have, like, the real bad one, but it's almost there. So it's... He used to do that shit. And then, you know, don't ever tell your roommates, especially if you guys have kind of like a just, like, you know, best friend feud kind of thing where it's just... It's what bros do. I don't know why we do this, but we suck. I was just like, yeah. It's almost like the worst thing you could ever do is eat an apple. And he was just like, apple? I like apples. Immediately, this motherfucker comes back from the grocery store. And, like, he must have been planning this because we were having, like, just, I forgot, like, I want to say that it was like we used to have like Xbox night, right? Where we would play Xbox and then we would have it like a PS2 night where we would play like Soul Calibur on there. Like Soul Calibur was one of those games where because they had different characters, we would swap them and we'd just be like, oh, well, let's play the PS2 one so we could play Heihachi and then we'll play the Xbox one, and, you know, because Spawn's there and Spawn's, although he had the cheap axe move. God, that sucked. But my roommate, well... While I was playing Burnout Paradise. I remember exactly what I was playing. So I'm playing Burnout, and this motherfucker comes up right to my ear, just. I'm like, I just felt the rage fucking boil. Yeah, I did something not entirely cool. I hate to say this could be seen as, you know, a little toxic anger, but I took the controller, which, guys, it was an original Xbox controller. So if you know, you know. I took it and I just hit him in the, because like he's a larger dude. I just slapped him like just as hard as I could, right in the stomach. Oh! It started something. Which, to this day, is just like, yeah, but I know how to get under your skin. I'm like, oh, yeah, you do. I don't know, man. I probably shouldn't have said that. I just had a Hagrid moment. I'm like, I just told you guys what really annoys me. Now somebody's going to call in on Discord. Hey, Pep. This is how you get an appointment with the HR rep. Today I had to look up Spiro Agnew because my 90-ish dad was going on about the original Bagman who got in big trouble. I don't know. Hey ho, don't take Tylenol. QASMR chewing videos on Discord. Oh no. I won't be clicking. Oh, if you guys don't want me to click any of your links, that's a good way to do that. I swear to God. Don't you fucking dare. Internet is forever. I know. That's what I hate this. I ever do a meet and greet, it's gonna be literally everyone in line. I'm just gonna see a bunch of people doing the thing where you're just like tossing an apple, just like just like waiting for your turn. Like, fine, get it out of your system. Eventually, it's not even gonna work anymore, and I'll just be like, "Ha ha! Now I actually like the sound. Joke's on you." Now I start playing the guessing game where I'm just like, "That was a Honeycrisp." It's okay, Pep. I wasn't listening, so whatever it was, I can't use it against you. Oh, trust me, I may have really fucked up. I just said what annoys me, and it's like, yeah, mouth noises make me want to run away from my own ears. Yeah. Oh, when you do it, yeah, I get the same thing. Or occasionally, like, I'll get a little too much spittle, and you're like, dude, take a moment. I mean, I do it here. That's why I try not to go too fast, or I'm just like, whoa, slow down. Because if I keep talking, and like then my brain like does that thing where it's. I also have that where it's like going too fast on a bike and eventually and like accidentally hitting that front brake where you flip the bike. Trust me, I've done that. I ended up in the hospital. Forgot which movie review channel always refers to the character eating an apple in the scene because it's portrayed as being portrayed as an asshole. Wait, CinemaSins? Uno reverse. Now it's you who are annoyed by this. Try that, CinemaSins. CinemaSins. Ooh. Hey, that's your next. Wait, Pinkerbell, we got your next cake, your next fake cake right there. CinemaSins. You got to make cinnamon buns. Wait. It kind of makes sense. I don't know. You're the one who makes fake cakes. You're the one who makes cakes that nobody can eat. What the hell? I mean, it is cool, but also, I don't know, man. As somebody who took a bite out of a fake apple once at my mom's house, like, I did have that moment where I'm just like, who does this? Back to the apple. Hey, I like myself a good, well, let's see. I'm either a Granny Smith or I like a good Honeycrisp, though. Especially if it's in season, good Honeycrisp. Uh-oh, I'm turning into Sam Cedar. Oh, God, I'm doing an apple segment. Someone clip this and send it to Sam Cedar, just so he could be like, hey, this guy from MR Chat, who is, semi-prevalent-ish in the chat. He likes apples, and he listens, and there. That'll get me booked. The Big Pet Talks interview where me and Sam talk about apples for an hour and lose, he's about to hit 2 million subscribers. He would probably lose 500,000 just with that conversation alone. Let's be real. Whoa, Pinkerbell anti-apple. Uh-oh. The Birdman is a YouTuber that does a lot of stuff, but one of his series is picking apart CinemaSins videos and sending them. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, CinemaSins is not that fair. Like, there's a few of their ones that I just straight up disagreed with. Even though I know it's like joking, but there's a few of them where I was like, Alien. They did Alien, and I was like, no. Leave that alone. It's like a damn near perfect movie. You got 2 mil despite the Apple talk. Hey, I hope they make that 2 mil. I mean, they only got 100,000. It's like I think just under 100K to go. I really hope they do it. I try to promote the Majority Report. Watch the Majority Report, people. Let's try to find it. Oh, wait, I got this Tom Homan thing. Duh. I wanted to bring that up. Hey, I'd say it's ADHD, but I don't want to continue saying that because you never know what the hell they're going to try and do to us that have it, because they're just going to be like, yeah, you know what? This one thing in common that most streamers have, they all have ADHD. Oh, that's how we're going to get them. Definitely going to have to charge more than $12 for cinnamon roll. Oh my God, there you go. Oh my God, just do it. Just, yeah, I don't know. That'd be funny. I don't know who'd wear it, but I'm sure there's someone. You know what? There's always someone. Trust me. All the shit that I've seen on the internet and that, like, do you know where you ever have that moment where you see a product just so out there where you're like, who buys that? And then you just see, you're like, oh, apparently all these people. Wow. Oh, and glue. I forgot glue, the fourth pillar. Oh. You may have had too many Tylenols. I might have. I mean, I've taken a lot of Tylenol in my life. I've suffered from migraines for the majority of my life. So I get ocular migraines, though. So that's not fun. I'll just say that much. Cinnamon roll underwear. That sounds very uncomfortable and sticky. Not in a fun way. That's not the fun goo. I mean, it is technically fun goo, but it's... Never mind. This just took a turn. I am done. I am done. I'm not going to say anymore. Now we're talking the difference between... Yep. Moving on. I guess make for... Yeah, there you go. Jesus. Anyway, hey, guys, Tom Homan's in the news. For what? I don't know. Let's see. He was taking money or something?
Stunning report about one of the most high-profile members of the Trump administration. MSNBC was first to report that Tom Homan, President Trump's border czar, was allegedly recorded accepting $50,000 in a bribe from undercover FBI agents last September, telling those agents who were posing as business executives that he could get them government contracts in a second Trump administration. That's according to multiple people familiar with the probe and internal documents reviewed by MSNBC. Now, the FBI and the Justice Department plan to wait and see whether Homan would follow through on the promised help when he took office before bringing any charges. But this case stalled after Trump became president. In response to MSNBC's exclusive reporting, FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said in a statement, quote, they found no credible evidence of any criminal.
Of course. Literally gets caught doing the thing. They're just like, there's no credible evidence of him doing the thing, even though there's a lot of credible evidence doing the thing.
Wrongdoing.
MAGA. You see this? I'm doing the MAGA spin. MAGA spin. Look at the hand. MAGA. Now you believe that Tom Homan was totally guilt-free and they are witch hunt.
After a full review. And the White House said the FBI's investigation was, quote, a blatantly political investigation, which found no evidence of illegal activity. Homan, for his part, did not reply directly to MSNBC's.
Everything's always just, it's a political thing, even though he's literally stifling free speech because a comedian said something mean about him.
For comment. However, the White House said on his behalf, quote, Tom Homan has not been involved with any contract award decisions. He is a career law enforcement officer and lifelong public servant. Joining us now, one of the reporters on that scoop, MSNBC senior investigative correspondent Carol Leonnig, and back with us, former FBI assistant special agent.
Actually, we are with our correspondent
in charge, Michael Feenberg. So,
yo, thank you for subscribing, Rick.
Carol, give us a little bit more background here. According to your reporting, when...
Rick C., how's it going?
And why did the FBI start looking into Homan originally?
Thank you for this.
So in late 2023 and some of 2024, the FBI in Texas was engaged in an investigation that was separate. They were looking into a whole nother matter, and they ran into a business executive and official who knew Homan well. And during these conversations with this subject of their investigation, this subject kept saying, Tom Homan can get you contracts in a future Trump administration in exchange for money. This intermediary for Homan proposed that the undercover agents posing as business executives pay $1 million.
You're telling me the guy that looks like a fucking supervillain from Bill and Ted? Seriously? Like, he's not a super... What?
And that they would land them some great contracts when Trump was elected. The FBI then essentially opened a new investigation of Tom Homan because they felt they had to.
I'm going to be flooding the chat with my links to my social media since I did this for you.
And they began reaching out to him, having communications with him and his intermediary. And eventually it culminated in a meeting in September 20th, 2024, when Tom Homan accepted a bag of cash with $50,000 in it. The intermediary also was there.
Wow. So, Michael, and I should correct myself, your last name, Feinberg. Forgive me for messing it up a couple times now. Michael, what do you make of Carol's reporting?
I love how many of you are just not on Twitter anymore.
Did you ever see a case like this during your time at the Bureau?
I appreciate it because I wasn't forever, and now
Bureau?
I've sold out.
I mean, it's not uncommon for counterintelligence cases, as it's been reported, the initial investigation was to result in public corruption cases on other individuals.
What's Pep's snack today?
There's a real overlap between the two fields. But the way that DOJ and the FBI has reacted to this...
Keith Edwards was so funny. He was like so weak for selling out for $50K. Could at least ask for $500,000. Might as well steal deodorant from CVS.
Reporting is pretty irregular. First of all, I think we should note...
Yeah, Keith Edwards is a hard one to watch, even like for me, man.
Neither Kash Patel nor Todd Blanche in their
only $50K
statements attempted to deny that the transaction took place, that Homan did not grab the bag of cash.
Fuck are they hitting this much? Wait, I know. Never mind.
But, you know, the larger irregularity here is the FBI director and DOJ's continuing insistence on making press releases about matters that they normally would not. I am only aware of one major politically tinged investigation where the FBI director stated that the person had not committed a crime and could not be charged. And that, of course, was Jim Comey's semi-exoneration of Hillary Clinton. And we all know what the people currently occupying the Justice Department thought of
a smarter version of Cheetos.
That act by him. So it's a bit rich to now see them doing the exact same thing for their own political allies.
The thing that strikes me, Carol, is that this evidence appears to be on camera, on video, or on some kind of a recording, right? There is this tangible evidence. So where did the case end up, and why was it ultimately in the Trump administration dropped?
Fucking good.
So Mike knows this better than me, but many agents and sources involved in this essentially were really concerned because they did record him accepting a bag of cash. And most FBI seasoned investigators view accepting cash in a secret meeting that is surreptitiously arranged as sort of evidence of corrupt intent, someone realizing that they're doing something criminal and inappropriate. So that recording was incredibly important to them and a key piece of evidence. Legal experts told us that Holman could have been charged then, even though he wasn't a public official. He could have been charged with conspiracy or fraud in promising something improper in exchange for money. But what happened, to your question, was that basically the investigation stalled.
Where's the chopsticks? Upstairs.
As soon as the Trump appointees came into the DOJ and the FBI, and it was shuttered.
My Trump impression's gonna be that much more authentic.
Last month.
Michael, any surprise there that this case was dropped given what we know of the evidence? And how difficult would it have been to prove some of these charges that Carol mentioned, conspiracy, bribery, or potentially fraud?
This is
so bribery charge might be a little bit difficult if this was not continuing behavior, simply because Mr. Holman was not a government official at the time he took this bribe. I'd imagine that the reason the FBI did not pounce immediately after that transaction is they wanted to see if that behavior would continue once he had taken his oath of office. Unfortunately, they were stymied by the DOJ and by the new leadership of the FBI from following through on those leads. But even without that, I think they'd have a pretty solid conspiracy to commit bribery or conspiracy to defraud the United States case. There's video evidence of that.
Dude, yeah, but this is like proof that they're above the law, bro. Like, this is bad. This is actually a lot worse than we're giving it credit for, but we're all just like figures.
You know, in terms of things you can show a jury, in terms of things you can get admitted to court, there usually is not much better than video evidence of the criminal activity occurring.
Yeah, no shit.
Wow. Michael Feinberg, thank you. Carol.
What are you talking about? Lying eyes. Your eyes lie. Was it Narazu? Or Kukarazu? Never remember which one is which. Which, if you don't know what I'm talking about, the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Three monkeys. Actually, check this out. Yeah. Mizaru, Kikazaru, Iwazaru. Yeah. Field soon, baby. Oh. Man. Or Twitch. Just getting buried there. Here's the question. Should I put myself in politics today to get a little bit more engaged? Yeah, you know what? Let's see. Let's see what we get. Let's just do a social experiment for now. Let's politics. All right, let's see. Usually this takes very little time. Oh, right there. The second that they put me there, it's like, and usually the first comment's gonna be like, you know, are you MAGA or left, or time for Chud Watch? Yep, I was about to say. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so, oh, here we go. Perfect. I had this pulled up. Look at that. Hey, we're gonna shout out Majority Report. Go follow Majority Report. I got their link right here. I'll take care of that one. LT, I'm sure you got it lined up, but here, go follow the Majority Report, because they are getting so close, oh so close, to getting their 2 million, and I would like to see them do that.
People that we feel that people have to work on, at least I feel, I think, but and that we try and do in the context of this show, which is, to push back against the rising authoritarianism, to pressure and expose the failure of the Democratic leadership and, the support structure around a lot of that Democratic leadership thought, and show how wrong they are, and in many instances, hope to push them out of the
when I say stupid chat, I mean the chat box, my bad.
Leadership, et cetera, et cetera.
Chat box is not behaving.
Came across, gosh, I actually watched some of this, and it was painful to watch Ross Dothout and Ezra Klein have a conversation. They're both smart people.
Okay.
When they want to.
Sam never lets Emma speak.
And then there are other times where their smartness is, how do I walk a certain a line here and appeal to the constituencies that I want?
I've noticed that, but at the same time, it is kind of Sam's show.
Want to.
I'm not trying to be a dick. But...
Yeah, a bit of a rebrand from him that is been taking place over the entire calendar year of 2025. Ezra,
I don't know, somebody who has a little problem with interrupting.
Who
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Okay.
Rebrand. Yeah, I think.
Okay,
you're just
but to the layman, people they think he's a liberal. Okay, because he's positioned himself as such. He has NPR voice. He's got a beard or something. I don't really get it, but that
sounds like. People have said, I have NPR voice.
That's what he's been associated with the Democratic Party, but he's actually
a majority on Thursdays.
Trying to stake out the new center, which is the whole abundance effort,
he used to do the same thing to Michael.
Including this fluff piece about Charlie Kirk's life, including...
That didn't cite anything from Charlie Kirk himself.
No words of his, including his conversation with Ben Shapiro, that is, I think Shapiro is looking to find new allies, given the Daily Wire's financial situation and the fact that the right is becoming increasingly anti-Israel, especially online, the young Republicans, not the older ones. So I think that there's a very, very lucrative market, and it's always people around 40 years old when they're like, all right, it's time for me. I've been doing this for a while, whatever. I mean, if in 10 years, if I'm doing this, you can call me out on it. I've been doing this for a while, but it's time for me to cash in. And the easiest way to cash in is to be a liberal that's on the center now and having conversations with Ben Shapiro and all that stuff.
He's cashed in a long time ago. I mean, made a ton of...
I'm honestly still wondering why Nomi's on the bumper.
Money selling.
Dude,
box
just contact whoever gave it to you and just be like, hey, can you edit that part out?
Paul Ryan.
There's always more.
Yes, but he was, this is the thing that people forget this. He was a champion of Paul Ryan.
It does appear that some on the right are trying to pull the party a bit more center. Yeah, just a tiny bit, because they recognize that if they don't by the midterms, then they're fucked.
I disagree with Paul Ryan, but
there's almost like this thing where MAGA's not popular. Weird.
But
it's almost like the economy's not doing well. And honestly, I think the last time I checked, they were underwater by 8 points.
Serious individual. Paul Ryan was never a serious individual. It was always a joke. And so this is a role that Klein has had. I don't think Klein is going through a rebrand. I think what is happening is that
Taylor Lorenz,
the ground is shifting underneath him.
I might check it out.
He is staying
still a little salty with her.
Exactly where he has been, which is always to give credence for certain sort of center right.
Really not though.
Economic policies. Or centrist, however you want.
I did make it known that her content was already kind of not my bag before any of that stuff happened. So just putting that out there.
I want to describe it. But
got enough out there in public where you guys can confirm that.
The ground is shifting underneath him. And I think
gerrymanders their gambit. Yeah, but the gerrymander might not even work in Texas, because now you have fucking Trump underwater with the Mexican population, double digits. I think that he was at 0% in 2016. He was at negative 32% the last time I saw in Texas. He's fucked there.
I think
that's where nobody's going to talk about this because, again, there's no money in positive spins in media. So every time that they start talking about this, like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, again, this is like, it's not just MAGA. This is like media. This is what they want to keep you hooked. This is why CNN loves that Trump is in office. And we've been saying this like from the beginning of his campaign again, where it's like, no, they really want him back because he puts the fear of God into everybody, and and then he keeps people watching. He's just more engaging than Biden. They saw the ratings tanked during Biden because old man never came out and made an ass of himself on the reg. He just did it, once a week.
He knew that's who he was. The average person, he's now making.
Yo, I am with my bowl after a very long day of existing. Early cheers, hell yeah.
Publicly to appeal
at
to
that time. Listen, at that time, he was also publicly praising Paul Ryan.
Yes. Taylor's Little Tay video has me questioning. Yes.
Okay.
And yes. And then the article doing omission, like the I don't want to call it, what did Ben Dixon say? I think he called it lies by omission.
It just didn't have the reaction. The ground is shifted.
No, it wasn't lies.
And he doesn't really realize it, and he's caught.
Pull up the article.
And here is a
Ben Dixon really he definitely got me to change my mind on that
clip.
I'd like to talk to him about that.
Of him and Ezra Klein. Him and
what am I doing? I need to do that.
Ross Douthat. And Ezra is talking about like this moment in Democrat. And then what happens, there were two things I found fascinating about this. One is, this is the argument that I was having with Ezra Klein, that I wanted to have with him, not the specifics of the housing situation in San Francisco, which, he had written a couple essays on, because I don't know.
That was one of the dumber conversations that Sam's had with somebody where I was just like, oh my God.
About the housing situation in San Francisco. I wanted to
although it is annoying how much Ezra Klein is in, he isn't just, I have friends that know about him, and that annoys me, where I'm like, wait, really? You're quoting, oh God, they're quoting Ezra Klein.
Have the more general
sensationalism over substance
conversation of like, what is impacting our politics? And listen to the way he frames this. This is fascinating.
As a book, and it created so much energy, which was more than I thought it was going to create.
Go back a little bit so that we can hear him say, like, go back just a hair here, because he's basically
well said.
Talking about like why abundance as a book, book made such.
I bet that guy wishes he could go back a hair or two.
Such a splash, and we should be clear, it did very, very well. We should also be clear that Tech Money put $120 million into
arch liberal Ezra Klein.
Branding stuff abundance.
He really is like the final boss of liberalism.
Abundance Fest. They had a festival. It wasn't a grassroots. It didn't come out of like the grassroots. It was top down funded.
All it is literally just like it's just repackaged neocon bullshit.
The rich guys. That's the problem here.
And that's the secret to being a liberal, folks.
And I'm
hold up. We doing bald slander?
Sure.
No.
His book.
I was just doing the fact that he froze, or he did a freeze frame on on that guy at a very unfortunate moment.
Was both helped by that, but also helped encourage that type of.
I have nothing against baldmen.
Investment.
I have a little bit against the guys that rock the horseshoe and just don't give up. Like just do it. Just shave it all. Fucking what are you doing?
And so
all right, Jean-Luc Picard, we get it. Engage.
All credit due, but let's not pretend that this was some type of popular sort of like coalescing around these ideas. I'm sorry, that is not the case. But go ahead.
As I said, very unfortunate.
After you lose an election like that, if you tell yourself it's existential and you lose,
it just looks like his beard just kept going.
Then it's not even clear how you return.
Oh my God! What? It looks like he's wearing one of those like little hood chin straps.
To sort of normal political alarm in that environment. I think there's that. I think the loss of 2024 shattered the Democratic Party's confidence in its own politics.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that the new leadership, the new ideas have yet emerged. I mean,
Pause it for 1 second. I did keep it up there. Understand, like, he didn't define exactly what what politics were.
Oh no, I'm gonna lose subs over this.
Scattered.
And then there was
like to us, what we see is like,
I know. I can't unsee this. Look, dude, it's so strange.
Chuck Schumer's politics, like Harris's politics of avoiding engaging in things. The politics that came out of the DNC convention and lasted through the campaign as a.
And why would you try? Why would you try?
Opposed to the politics of Tim Walz, right? I mean, that's what we think. Lost, but he's not saying
hair privilege. I'm sorry. I know I'm sitting here with my hair privilege laughing at this guy, but it's just like, dude. Oh my God. You might even like actually have a halfway decent look if you just gave it, like if you just gave in, but no, he's not even like, he doesn't even do that. He doesn't
anything specific.
Like, no,
it's
he lets
just
all of it just
like,
hang.
Democratic, and I think he maintains this vagueness so that at different times in the course of the conversation that he's having, and I don't mean just in this specific one, he's able to shift as to what that is. All right, go ahead.
You have immense hair.
It's what a salesman would do.
It did as well as it did as a book. And it created so much energy, which was more than I thought it was going to create, is because
you're being reluctant with it.
It dropped into
Nutrafol, buddy.
To avoid.
I'm not even kidding. If you can, budget that in, it's worth it, bro.
Here's why
you don't see it for like the first 6 to 8 weeks, but I've noticed, like, I am
thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There is a debate between, on the policy side,
keep your hair
a liberal vision of policymaking and a
right, calm down there, freaking
populist version of policymaking and power.
Michael Posner,
right, is the problem that
I can write you a song, you make it fun.
Pause it for a second.
You take a pill in Ibiza, douche.
Pause it. Just think about this. He is conflating. He's saying on the policy side, there's a liberal version.
Wow. I'm mean to
version of policy making and a populist vision of policy making and power. Like, there's a lot of things. Things are he's keeping things very nebulous here by saying, wait, are you talking about a theory
have you guys seen Stan's
change?
awesome
Are you talking
collar?
about an assessment of power? Or are you just saying how we go about making policy? Because
it's not very fucking granular.
Well, he's being vague on purpose because he wants to jam some stuff together. Go ahead.
Missed opportunity. Spell it, pause it. PAWS it. On a dog collar? Come on, it wrote itself.
The government isn't able to deliver, and our capacity.
No, go back. I'm sorry.
I think Abundance did as well as it did as a book, and it created so much energy, which was more than I thought it was going to create, is because it dropped into a void. Here's why I am thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There is a debate between, on the policy side, a liberal vision of policymaking and a populist version of policymaking and power, right? Is the problem that the government isn't able to deliver, and our
why is Emma shot so much closer?
Our capacity, the state capacity is weakened, or is the problem just that we have oligarchy and corporate power? And if you could smash that oligarchy and smash that corporate power, we'd be able to do all the things we promise people, right? Then there's a split on politics.
Pause it right there. Okay. You understand that's the same thing.
If I say pause it, then I'm just telling myself to pause it.
You understand that's the same thing. Like,
if he had control of his pause button, the magic would be lost.
In one hand, he's saying, do we have a limited number of, well, it's the same thing because he's not being specific about something. Yeah. Why is it? Government does not exist in a vacuum. Government's ability to do things does not exist in a vacuum. Government power and capacity does not exist in a vacuum. We certainly have the shovels. We have the money access to. the money, we have the tanks, we have whatever it is.
Oh, I guess we can't agree on what you wanted out of it, but you're definitely not wrong about what you got.
Is we need.
Oh, you're mad that you're authoritarian and stupid?
But something's inhibiting it. And
objectively entertaining to me.
But he just says, is it a story of limited government capacity?
Honestly, that's why I've been saying this, guys. Like, we can take the fascism seriously, but let's laugh at it at every turn. Because they really, dude, with how fast and like they're flooding the zone, Trump also can't help himself but just say things and like just kind of like give up the goat. So just, yeah, it's just, yeah.
Or
Real
is it a story of like oligarchs are working on government? Well, that's the same.
He can still be stupid and be a fascist. Let's be real about that
thing. What he's not answering is what is the limiting factor in his ideology, and he's not mentioning it because, of course, it's unions, it's environmentalists, it's poor people demanding like no asthma in these buildings and whatnot. And so it really isn't a question of whether state has capacity or not capacity, to the extent that
oh yeah, Sean, if I go bald, I'm fucked.
In the populist version,
I have told the story. I did the one time where I shaved my head, like thinking that I had the right head shape.
Story goes that
I learned that I have like a weird like divot in, like it's not like pronounced or anything like that, but it's noticeable.
State capacity is limited because of wealthy interests that inhibit the government's capacity. Now he pretends like they just are interested in a voodoo thing, but in his story, there are other sort of like inhibitors of government capacity. But continue.
And I just want to add, please, like that the what he's saying there about how we filled a void with abundance, the book that we know had, and the festival that came with it that had significant financial backing, is a deliberate way to steer the conversation from what has actually filled the void of an anemic Democratic Party leadership, of a party leadership that no one respects or listens to. And that has been the things like the Fight Oligarchy tour and folks like Zoran Mamdani's campaign, and even a guy like Chris Van Hollen going and actually doing politics, going down to El Salvador. He's trying to rewrite the narrative about what has filled the void in the wake of the Trump administration 2.0.
There was a void of like, what's the establishment answer? There was none. I mean, that is
in 2020.
He did fill a void. It was just a narrower set of. It was a narrower, like sort of like silo that was empty. There was no sort of like DLC. There was no blue. They filled that void.
Abundance is really. I've always looked at it as. They saw what happened in 2020, which is Democrats got back into power, but there was no real thing from the center, so they had to start taking ideas from like Elizabeth Warren and the populists about like the Build Back Better stuff. And it wasn't, and they didn't until they like watered it down by going bipartisan. They had to do that because like if they wouldn't have went bipartisan, they would have just put the left's agenda. Despite the left being fairly weak at this moment in history, there's nothing else there from the center. They need to provide something.
Great point.
All right.
Or the government isn't able to deliver, and our capacity, the state capacity, is weakened, or it's the problem is that we have oligarchy and corporate power, and if you could smash that oligarchy and smash that corporate power, we'd be able to do all the things we promised people, right? Then there's a split on politics, and this is the one where we sort of jumped over, I think, a reckoning that's going to have to happen at some point. My gloss on what went wrong is two things. Liberalism became a political movement that didn't deliver. When you elected liberals in different places, Democrats in different places, they didn't deliver change in your life. The outcomes were not good enough, not under Biden, not in California.
So you're almost here.
California under Gavin
Newsom.
Newsom.
He's like just getting to the cusp of it, and then he's just like, but here's my answer. And
or in, New York under Andrew Cuomo, or, in Illinois. And I think this was actually more salient in terms of how much power got ceded to the right.
And that was just to pause on that first point. And I think an interesting note, that I think you would agree with, right, is that failure.
Dude, if I heard this live,
failure was obscured to some extent by the fact that the people who experienced that as failure moved away. Right, so it's not like liberalism seemed to fail in these states.
Pause it for a second. Okay, this is where it all gets.
I bet that's what some people think I do. Like if I tell them I talk politics, but then they see my show and they're just like, "Wait a minute,"
because Klein has his agenda, Dothout has his, and neither one of them are as smart as they think each other is, and so then it just like. It goes sideways here. Just let it play out a little bit, but just watch how sort of like Dothout is now saying, oh, the failure of liberalism to deliver, and Klein is saying broadly, Dothout's talking about California, is obscured because all the critics moved to Arizona or something, or to Nevada. And
make politics entertaining to watch.
Klein's like,
oh, that's good.
No, that misses the point.
The anti-NPR.
Hey, go ahead.
You're moved away. Right, so it's not like liberalism seemed to fail in these states without losing power, right? It's not like California is about to become Republican or New York State or Illinois, right? It's
you
just
got an ICE ad? Oh, I'm sorry, I had to turn on monetization.
People moved to other states, and so the problem became sort of invisible to Democratic leaders in those states who kept winning elections.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it was invisible to them, but nevertheless, I think your point that a lot of people who were failed worse by the growing unaffordability in these states were able to move away. But the other thing is that liberals became the people who didn't like you. That they became the people, and I've seen this a lot on the Abundance Tour and going on podcasts that, you know, people now associate as sort of like the manosphere, and like the deep sense that liberals didn't like them. Liberals became censorious. They became people who knew
all
better.
this garbage. Nobody's more condescending. You know, maybe Klein and I have can have a competition in being condescending. But I'm sorry to take likability lessons. I just don't think that they're coming from this guy. The fact of the matter is, we had inflation that alienated whatever it is. 15% of the population to that they were going.
Oh, abundance BS. He was big on that during their interview.
Decide their vote upon.
Really annoying.
And then we also had Democrats, activist class, at the least, who were completely demoralized by the abject failure of the Harris campaign to signal even the slightest bit that they were going to deviate from Biden's genocidal policy in terms of Israel and Gaza. But putting that aside, the part about they didn't deliver, and the part that Klein does not answer as to like why. It's not like there's government just decides they're not going to do anything. The why is because there are factors. Sam Bagenstos, who has been a guest on this program a couple of times, now a University of Michigan Law School professor, wrote a paper. I'm going to just read part of the abstract because it's about why didn't the huge benefits that were provided during COVID. People got free health care. I mean, granted, it was paid through COBRA, but if you're receiving that health care and you lost your job and it's free, it's free. People had extended unemployment benefits. We pulled 45% of children out of poverty in a year because of $3,600, $300 a month paid to families directly per child. We had a whole host of benefits that were rolled out for people, and yet it didn't.
It was nice to be reminded occasionally where it's just like, okay, we can hate on all of the Democratic Party for like being as feckless as they are, but at least they've made certain strides that were good. The problem is they didn't fight for them at all.
Didn't seem to have any type of like the political salience that
like that's the biggest factor that I think. I mean, at least for me, what makes me sick of them is the fact that they go one step forward, 4 steps back, and then they're just like, well, you know, at least we got there. At least we got there.
Many people
Can we have the credit now and not give the left any, let's not give them a shot at all.
Anticipated it would. And this is what he wrote.
As I said, I was given very, very little credit.
And he talks about how not only did Biden lose, but we have lost all of these things have been unraveled over the course of particularly like healthcare coverage. That's not what the drafters of the COVID era expansions thought would happen. Rather, they thought people would come to rely on and appreciate the new benefits. That's probably why Nancy Pelosi was so terrified of expanding Medicare. As opposed to just using.
Yeah, because that would have, I mean, yeah, we were at the cusp. We were literally just so close. I mean, even with the free vaccines, people were like, wait, it's free?
That reliance
you know how many people got it just because they were like, well, fuck it, it's free it's technically free medical.
Efficient. Yeah.
That reliance.
I'm sure that there was a decent size
reliance and appreciation.
I actually don't have any data to back this up. I'm just guessing. This is literally just a hey, maybe.
They believed would lead people to resist any efforts to roll them back, and would lead Congress, out of a fear of popular backlash, to extend the expansions and eventually make them permanent. And the drafters of the expansions did not come into those ideas unthinkingly. Those ideas have informed the domestic policy priorities of the Democratic Party for years now. They explicitly draw on a long line of work in political science that demonstrated or seemed to demonstrate the durability of benefit expansions and even as universal protections. But here's the money shot. Those who thought the COVID-era expansions would be durable relied on a particular story that drew on decades of work in political science, that new policies make new politics, and that new benefits in particular create constituencies for those benefits who resist rollbacks. But the COVID experience shows that this story misses some important points. It treats the cost imposed by an expansion of cash or health benefits as diffused. In parentheses, basically just the cost of taxation to pay for new benefits spread across the population. It thus ignores the way that powerful economic actors can see new benefits programs as a particular focused threat to their economic and workplace hegemony, a view that employers expressed and acted upon during the COVID benefits expansion. And the policies make politics story thus also ignores the need to build up the political power of those with an interest in defending benefits expansions. Beneficiaries may have an incentive to defend benefit expansions, but the COVID experience raises serious questions as to whether those expansions can be durable if we first do not attend to imbalances of political power. In other words, this research paper shows that the reason why these expansions and benefits during COVID were not as politically sticky and valued by people was because employers and big moneyed interests attack these benefits in a myriad ways, whether it is COVID, shots, keeping people out of work. This is all control. Like, they literally...
Employers panicked, healthcare without work. Yep.
Manufacture.
Yeah, like, the insurance... Think about that. Think about how much our jobs are lumped in with just needing insurance. I can tell you right now, I know a situation where I have someone in my life that has a job just because they're not exactly thrilled with because they have great insurance.
Dissent to policies that...
And they looked at what it would cost out of pocket, and they were just like,
We're benefiting people on other grounds. Like,
it's all a racket.
All the people you heard, like, we got to get the kids back into the schools, and teachers unions are the problems, and all of that were expenditures by employers and capital that was afraid these expansion of these benefits would empower people beyond where capital, employers, management, however you want to regard them, because it's empowering people too much. They can leave their job when they want to, that they're going and demanding higher wages. I mean, this was the threat and it was met by these cohorts. And so the stickiness and the enjoyment of these benefits was not strong enough and did not have time to grow because of the environment by concentrated wealth in making sure that they were going to interfere in that relationship between the benefits and people.
It was met with a full court press of no one wants to work anymore.
Exactly.
And how did corporate America respond to when, you know, the child tax credit was rolled back and expired, and Manchin helped kill it? They responded with what we saw in greedflation, where they artificially kept prices high, many of these sectors, and took home
We're still seeing that. Let's be real. That's still a thing.
Returns, according to their earnings.
Why do you think eggs are still so expensive, guys?
Statements. That was their...
keep saying this, but I use that as the perfect example where you had so many people go out there, and I swear to God, you had owners of grocery stores probably just doing secret shopper bullshit, just hanging out by the egg aisle, just like, let's see what they think is a good deal. It's like, oh, $4 eggs, that's a good deal.
Eggs
should be $1. Or at least $1.99. I'll even accept that because that's around what it was before the fucking bird flu. So $1.99 for a dozen. That makes sense. Anything else is fucking insane.
Return the balance of power back in their favor, because we did see wages increase.
Until someone makes them lower the prices, they won't. Yeah, it's almost like this administration has absolutely no interest in lowering prices for consumers until they start revolting against the regime.
Over that time period, but they were outpaced dramatically.
But you have so many fucking maggots that are they're convinced that they're fine.
By corporate profits, which were taken home by people.
That's the craziest part, is the ones that are still ignoring the prices, where it's just like, dude, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, but prices are better. It's like, no, they're not.
The very top. So
objectively, that's just not true.
It was almost a disciplinary action.
Prices are never coming down. Yeah. That's the new inflation. Notice how we did this thing too, where we were just like, we can't pay people. What? That's ridiculous.
An attempt at social progress, where they politically punished the Biden administration in many ways too for some of their antitrust enforcement and some of what they were talking about with the expansion of the social safety net if they were to have made the child tax credit permanent. And Biden just doesn't have the politics or the gumption or the planning, because of what Matt was saying earlier about how, like, yeah, Warren the reason we have Lena Khan, because Warren's politics filled the void because the center wasn't prepared for this kind of thing. But Biden just wasn't the kind of politician who could have wielded the hammer in a way that would have made this permanent.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously the biggest failure was in the negotiations around Manchin and Sinema and opening the door there. But what we also had here was not just even was a concerted effort by capital to demonize elements of what was going on because it was empowering workers too much. They were demanding higher wages. They were getting higher wages. The rate of wage increases for the lowest income 20% in this country went up at a rate that we haven't seen in years.
Well, yeah, it's almost like that sector was keeping us alive too, because most of those jobs were service-based that needed to be open, like grocery store clerks and fucking fast food workers. We really took those ones for granted, guys.
You saw people voluntarily leaving employment. That number went high. That's an indication of worker confidence. That was what became the greatest of alarms there, was that they were losing the dynamic. And that is exactly the story that Ezra Klein pretends doesn't exist. Because in his mind, the ability for government to provide benefits is encumbered by other entities, whether it's environmentalists or the groups.
But that's not even benefits, Sam. That's like what he's talking about. The groups are basically people that are getting in the way of more private construction of housing. That's when he blames them, which is not
they make this
government benefit.
In that book, they make this the overarching. He just laid it out there. I mean, in that conversation with Dothau, he's not talking about zoning restrictions in San Francisco. He's talking about two visions of politics.
Yes.
One is this sort of like undescribed limit on state capacity, like government is just like constraining itself for no reason. And then the other, which he says is sort of like, simplistic, is that there's money in oligarchs, and as soon as they go away, everything's going to be fine. Now, of course, he oversimplifies that dynamic, but we have a real life experience over the past couple of years where we had an expansion of benefits by government. Government clearly had the capacity, and then a retrenchment. And the retrenchment comes not from environmentalists, not from unions, not from all the groups. It comes from big money.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to basically say that it's insincere. Because, okay, perhaps you can make that case about the construction of new apartments in specific circumstances, but that is a very narrowly tailored argument for the examples that...
Yeah, but the gas prices not being tied to our overall economy is also part of the problem. I really am tired of how they won with that, where, like, Republicans won with that shit. They started that where it's just, but gas prices are low, gas prices are high. And when gas prices are high under a Republican, they're just like, but did you know that APAC and, these conglomerations, they set the standard, so therefore we can't control the oil prices?
That they describe. Because if you apply that same logic to things like government benefits, you are back to 1990s neoliberal austerity politics, which is what he represents. Mm-hmm. But he's being insincere about it, and he's being evasive about it.
He really is. Like, again, that's why I was saying, like, he reminds me of, like the neocons, because the neocons kind of took a lot of that stuff.
And when you're talking about something like housing...
And then they, did the Warhawk stuff with it.
Which is such an acute problem at this moment. And it's never been more expensive. And people are spending up to 50% of their income on rent, if not more, which is entirely unsustainable. You can present arguments that are within a very narrow free market context to attack broadly the idea that government should be providing services for people, and we can do so by funding aggressively the government through a taxation policy on the wealthy. And that's what he talks around the entire time. So it's almost like when you make it about housing construction, it's a useful wedge for the rest of the kind of politics that he's trying to box out.
I think that's true, but I don't think the issue is that he would have no problem with taxing, with higher taxes on wealthy people. He would advocate for that. But what he is attempting to obscure is that there needs to be a recognition that the inhibition of government to provide for people is a function.
Sam has this weird ability to not make it like a total referendum on the person, whereas Emma and Matt tend to do this thing where they identify it like all of those policies just on that one person. Like they tend to do that with a lot of people. In other words, I'm trying to say that they're kind of uncharitable sometimes.
Of interests that are unaligned with that.
Even though people like Ezra Klein don't really deserve it, but in some, like, you do have to start looking at things objectively, even if you don't always agree with the person.
Project.
It's like broken clocks, kind of bullshit.
And those interests are oligarchs and corporations. And so it's not just a question of taxing them to get the money to fund other things. It is a question of disempowering them in the context of society, disempowering them through antitrust, disempowering them through taxation, disempowering them through regulation.
But again, this is where you need, number one, even just one branch of government to kind of throw some wrenches there.
Empowering them by creating structures where, whether it's like disempowering creating fundamentally altering the tax structure so that board of directors aren't misaligned with, and the C-suite is not misaligned with the mission of the company. There's a whole host of things that you
should do both, weigh the uncharitable with the charitable.
Can do to disempower oligarchs, but for him, some incremental increase in taxation on them is fine, but they want to obscure that for whatever reason, in part because he probably gets a lot of his support come from those people.
I mean, there's this tweet from a Moshe Temkin, and it galls me that he mentions all of these, Biden, I don't care, you go up Biden and Cuomo, wherever. How about Obama? Moshe Temkin writes, in 1933, the U.S. government facing an economic crisis caused by banks let the banks collapse and rescued the people, averting fascism. In 2009, the U.S. government facing an economic crisis caused by banks rescued the banks and let the people collapse. Yep. And here we are, my friends. Yep. Like, that is it. And we can't, why do we have an entire class of liberal commentators that seems avoidant of that realization?
Also, gotta give credit.
You do have to also take that moment to just recognize too. It's like, yeah, they're well funded too. Weird, huh? It's almost like they these elites they like what they're saying because they're not coming after them. Weird.
I guess I was out, Sam, but you ended up having him on, Asted Herndon, in the wake of the 2024 election. Asted, who from the New York Times, who had been on this.
Sam's like, who?
A year ago.
Yeah, like a year ago. But just
months ago. I guess.
Yeah. When did I say? God, Jesus, time is flattening.
It's already fall.
But yeah, just like right after the election, because he had been, that's all what people were saying to him in his reporting going across the country after the COVID protections expired. And the payments and the child tax credit. Like the fact that was not, there was cover up of that. And I think, when we look back on how we could have covered it differently too, like there was just the cost of living thing.
Well,
what?
I mean, here's a tweet that I put out in 2023. It said,
nice plug.
Before you say the economy is good compared to the G7 or whatever, you have to state your income and monthly rent and mortgage. Right. And I have like 30 tweets on that. It was obvious to anyone, like the economy, judged by metrics like, I don't know, that you see on CNBC might have been fine. Nobody could afford rent.
Well, that's
we
what
went to an election like it.
Man, and in the run up to the, that summer where they were talking about the economy doing well, I mean, I think we were, we didn't have the data that we have now, but there is no doubt that wealth inequality made the actual numbers that we were seeing less relevant as a measure of how the economy is doing, because you have an increasingly smaller group of people who have the ability to move those indicators in one way or another. And it becomes less of a...
It's a little bit longer than I thought it would be. I thought this was a 15-minute segment. My bad.
It becomes maybe a sense of how the economy is doing in terms of like
got a little break
money, but not in terms of people, because fewer people have more of that money. So the money may be moving around, but it's moving around fewer hands. And
the precarity of work has not been discussed enough, too, about the increasing reliance on the gig economy with very little protections, with people having to work gig jobs in supplementing their...
Or work like part-time, full-time, where they just like, they're 1 hour short of the full-time consistently.
Time jobs.
But then threatened if they don't show up, then,
like as much as we can, it's very exciting to see so much of this unionization across the country. If you have a W-2, that's easier. But if you're somebody that's like working as a gig worker or an Uber driver or something, that is the underbelly of our economy. And it's the graph that you showed earlier, Sam, about all of the spending now being concentrated.
Uber's the underbelly of the economy. I'm pretty sure if Uber collapsed, we'd be fine. Seriously. Learn how to fucking hail a yellow cab. Jesus Christ. Sorry, that's one disagreeable take I have. I mean, I know she was saying it broader, like more broad about the gig economy, but her single example there was a little like, stupid. That was dumb. Because yes, the gig economy with Uber. Again, this would have been a thing had we focused on the transportation, bureau, and the way that we would require medallions for taxi cab companies and limousine companies and transportation companies in general. Weird. It's almost like they did this thing where they let these tech companies run as tech companies when they were transportation companies. It's almost like guys like Rahm Emanuel had a lot to do with that. Sorry. Fuck Uber. All right. Having to pay for benefits is stupid. Wait, what? What do you mean? Like, that's how it works. Like, you have a bunch of people that hoard, like, all, like, the other thing that has to be, like, a reminder here is how, when is enough? There's never enough. Like, this greed bullshit is insane. And they got the average Joe thinking like this. That doesn't benefit you. It doesn't benefit anybody you know. You're never going to be a billionaire. Trust me on that one. You're never going to be a billionaire unless you're like on your way there. Yeah. Employees have to pay. Again, like, if it's collected benefits, like, unfortunately, this is how it does work in America, where if it's collected benefits like insurance, but everybody has good insurance, then it should be understood that that is necessary. Kind of like healthcare. It's almost like it's a small version of it. They're saying employees have to pay for, Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay. Like in general. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like if it's not fully covered. Well, yeah, it's not. Yeah, you know what? That is a good point. Because. Okay, no, I appreciate that. I kind of missed that. All right, sorry, Nate. Appreciate the clarification. Well then, moot point. All right. Trump comes unglued. All right, yeah, we should. Here, let's do this. We're going to talk about Trump at the Charlie Kirk thing real quick, and then we're going to move on to more fun videos, because it is the fun half. Oh my god. Is it already this late? Damn. Yeah, I can't go super late tonight, guys. I'm going to have to, like, no matter what, cap out at 6 hours, because, yeah, I got to prepare for my This Space show tomorrow, and I got some stuff I got to do before that, so. But I can hang for a little bit. You know what? We're going to get rid of that one. Get some of this down. Oh, that's right. Damn it. I wanted to watch this too. Saga and Crystal have a debate again about Trantifa. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do that one. I think that maybe we can just skip the Charlie Kirk stuff almost entirely. Because we get it. He hates... I hate him. I hate him. I hate my political opponents. I hate anybody that disagrees with me. I hate them. They suck. Yeah, all right. We hate you too. You suck. It's almost like you're, you know, kind of a whiny little snivelly bitch that is realizing that nobody likes you. This is usually what school, like, I remember when the school, like my school bully figured that out. And he acted very similarly to Trump, where he was just like, what do you mean everybody thinks I'm awesome? Yeah, that's why you have no friends? Okay. That's why you, like, find joy in, you know, putting others down? Cool. Yeah. Funny how most people figure out that it's like, you're not exactly fun to be around. Cool. Don't downplay the sentiment, because it's true. There's so many average Joes that say employer is having to pay for your benefits is stupid, and that you should have to pay it out of pocket. Yeah. No, there's a lot of people that say that, and that's dumb. Again, because they don't understand. Do you know, I think that, and I am going to generalize here. I think that's because those people have never had to deal with healthcare. Like, nothing pisses me off more than having a healthcare discussion with somebody that has never had a fucking hospital bill. That is insane. And I have had that happen numerous times where I'm just like, wait a minute. Have you ever gone to the hospital for anything? They're like, no. I'm like, there it is. There it is. It's like, let me guess, you're in your mid-20s. You've never been to the hospital because you didn't even play contact sports. Go figure. Sports radio guy here. Think everyone's an asshole? You're an asshole. You're the asshole? Oh. I've had that problem. I'll admit it. Like, I did have, like, a moment where you know, it wasn't like a bully situation, but it was just like I was like, everybody's being an asshole in this situation. It was very, you know, it was situational. But then I just realized, I'm like, oh, I'm wrong. And then I had to just apologize and be like, hey, I think I was arguing because I felt like put into a corner and I didn't really understand what I was arguing about because I actually agree with you. So, yeah. Back when I was a little bit more of a contrarian. God, maybe that's why I hate them. Yeah, stand contrarians. All right, guys, fuck it. We're going to do this one because they're going to debate Trantifa. I have a feeling that we're about to get really pissed off, but fuck it. Let's go. Let's do it together.
I do want to return to your point about crushing the left, because this is a very important conversation. Like, what does it mean? And who was Tyler Robinson? Now, at this current moment of what we know about Tyler Robinson, we'll get to a lot of the things that we don't know about Tyler Robinson. But if you accept that Tyler Robinson was a killer, what are the broad things that we know? Okay, so what we know is that we have a terminally online gamer who dropped out of college after 6 months in the midst of COVID, had weird sexual proclivities, including his furry memes and his boyfriend situation or whatever. What does that situation tell you?
His boyfriend situation or whatever? What a fucking homophobe. Dude. Sagar, don't you know that homophobia is out?
About our culture. To me, and this is, you know, I continue to say this, is that a lot of people are really stuck because they recently read the book Days of Rage, which is, by the way, an incredible book. But their theory of the case is that this is like organized at a higher level, and that at that time, what a lot of people misunderstand about the 70s is it was not a cultural revolution or any of that. It was extremely small splinter groups like the Symbionese Liberation Army, the Weather Underground, and a few of these. It was like 25, 30 genuine radicals, let's be honest, like actual radical people. They blew up the Capitol, not joking. But dismantling that was actually like not that difficult. Like it just took some FBI operation. And by the way, if it happened today, you know, the only reason they got away.
Is there a conflation between libertarian and liberal?
With a lot because it was the 1970s. None of it would even happen today, you know, with the internet and with current investors. The problem that we have right now is like an inverse. It's kind of like what we were talking about with lone wolf killers. Remember in the 2010s, whenever we're talking about the rise of ISIS and atomization and people who get inspired. They may never even meet Anwar al-Awlaki, but they would watch one of his videos and they would get inspired, and they would use the Inspire magazine at the time to plan attacks. How do you go after that? It's an interesting question. One of the things that the FBI and all of that embraced at that time was they would basically entrap, you know, anybody who even came close to the line with Al-Qaeda. And everyone was broadly okay with that at the time. I'll be honest, even at that time, I was like, yeah, good, right? But now you're like, well, you know, the state overreach for that, it leads to things like the Whitmer plot, which is bullshit. It was entirely organized by the FBI. It leads to, you know, there's still a lot of questions about January 6th and those guys who were in the crowd being like, yeah, let's go on in there, and who were all the police informants, etc. So that's the question which I think we should all kind of linger on, and like, what does it mean? And it gets to the point too of like, is this a cultural problem or is it a government problem?
You call him a lib because he's basically a libertarian, not a progressive. Got it.
I think the government could have some impact. I mean, again, for me personally, my main takeaway was like, no, we need morality police back, guys. Like, we need shame. Any parent out there who's letting their who's giving them kids computers at age 13, like Robinson's parents, who's apparently just letting them game for 12 hours a day. Sorry, like, you need to be publicly called out. And this happened in the Mormon community. That's another thing people need.
Oh my God, this motherfucker's doing video game panic from the 90s. All right, Tipper Gore, calm down.
To grapple with pornography.
I tweeted this. Where's D. Snyder when you need him?
TikTok.
Which, by the way, I tweeted that on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter.
Amy, all of it. Like, I think there needs to be serious government actual look at all.
If I don't get 10, if I don't get one more follower because I'm at 9, I'm gonna be mad. I want to end tonight with 10 followers. Go follow me on Twitter.
All that. I know people get furious because that's what they're, the only thing that apparently brings joy in their life. But that's not the same as like, this is a George Soros funded operation. I think it's fair to say that in the prosecutor's case. Like, in a lot of these cases, Chesa Boudin or Krasner and these people, like, I actually don't think they would be where they are without George Soros. So like, that's a different kind of conversation. But specifically around Antifa, like, Antifa is not the Weather Underground. Like, it's mostly like a bunch of like loser kids who are inspired, very Robinson-esque, like inspired online. They think they're fighting World War II or whatever, and like go burn down a police station or start.
No, I know I overused it for a while, but let's call him what he is. He's a fucking dork.
Side of Portland ice facility because they think they're like in the French resistance in 1942. I mean, I think they're idiots, but like that's not the same thing as the organized, like the Boudin family and others, Bill Ayers in the Weather Underground planning bombing plots, or the Symbionese Liberation Army being like, let's kidnap Patty Hearst to start a revolution. I could go on forever, right? You know, with the Black Liberation Army, or some of the splinter off groups back in the 70s who were like, we're going to start a race war, or Charlie Manson, you know, another one. Although, you know, the state
weren't there bombings like every 5 days or something crazy like that at the peak?
Crystal, there were over 1,000 bombings in the 1970s. Yeah. Everybody's got to go read
important context too, because it can feel like we're living through an unprecedentedly like volatile and violent time.
There were also hijackings. Like there was the 70s were wild. There were just hijackings all the time. There were bombings all the time.
You're fucking like 33. Shut up.
The kidnappings, the crime rate. If you think crime,
you know what I don't talk about? Anytime before even the like 80s, like just as a whole decade. I might have been born in the 80s. I don't remember that shit. So just, I get it. If you're talking from a historical context, but sometimes he's just like, whoa, it was crazy. You should have been there.
Crime is bad now. Oh my God. You know, at that time from the 70s to the 90s, it was unbelievable. There was leaded gasoline. That was, you know, that's what a lot of the stuff people point to. But my only broad point is like, it was a different problem. Same with the KKK.
Dude, they started phasing that shit out in the 80s, you fucking numbnut.
In the 1950s. Easily infiltratable, highly organized.
Oh, you used to smoke on airplanes? It was wild.
The Grand Dragon. You basically make it so that 6 out of 7 Klansmen or FBI informants, it's a joke by the 1960s. It's not even a thing. I don't see that today. I see it
versus Nina fight.
Very much as like downstream of a lot of culture. And I think culturally we should ask questions, especially about the government, about how to make sure that you don't keep churning out freaks like Tyler Robinson or the Minnesota killer. I mean, you know, whoever where was it? Denver? The school shooting on the same day.
That's right,
This is all an internet problem, like 100% internet. I'm not saying ban the internet, but listen.
I mean, the shooter who got a lot of attention for being trans in Minneapolis, and very similar to the details of the Denver school shooter that was on the same day.
She looks like she has a capoeira stance.
Day that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk, and you know.
Oh my God,
I'm still putting the pieces together like everybody else. And it is perplexing because I'm taking, you know, Ken Klippenstein talked to a lot of Tyler's friends. And even the portrait that for me is kind of convenient in my mind of like, oh, he was like just constantly online and lost touch with reality and radicalizing these spaces. I don't know that that entirely fits because his friends were like, you know, yeah, we talked to him online, but like we went camping together. We went hunting and fishing. Like he had interest outside of just like gaming all day. And then you have the piece of he was apparent. And again, this is based on Ken's reporting. And you know, I spoke with Ken about what his view of was what was going on. You know, he was struggling with his identity, his sexuality. He was from this extremely religious, very conservative family that did not accept. He was apparently bisexual, did not accept him for that. So you have this like conflict in terms of his identity.
Woo.
And then you have a relationship that I think he either hid from his family. That was what his friend said, is that he couldn't even like bring himself to bring up this relationship.
I tweeted more today than I've ever I don't think I've even sent that many tweets in my entire time having an account.
To his family. So you have that going on. And then you have rhetoric from Charlie Kirk.
Hold on. I know what I tweeted. I tweeted to Planters, the peanut company, to bring back PB crisps.
You know, very hostile towards trans people in particular.
What I tweet about.
And it seems like outside of that, like LGBTQ issues, the portrait is not someone who was like particularly political. Now, more things may emerge, but that's one of the things that is.
I just realized I got to do the same thing for Butterfinger BBs.
To me, it would be easier if it was like,
hell yeah, it is.
You know, he was in the you know.
I even messaged him. I sent a DM to Planters just like, do it.
4chan, and he was like in these Discord servers.
PB crisps were the shit.
That were like extremely radical, and he was, you know, memeing Roper stuff all the or whatever, like some kind of political radicalization, like some sort of ideological thing.
Perfectly crispy on the outside, peanut butter on the inside.
But I'm not even sure that totally fits, which is why it's hard for me to really fully wrap my head around
See,
it.
this is where I disagree, and this is why leftists, I think, always ignore this. Like, you don't just get into furry stuff normally. It's porn. Like, just everyone needs to be out. Like, this is a pornography problem.
That's not
like
no. But what I'm gonna say is that is not like furrydom is not a leftist ideology.
No, I'm saying, but
his sexuality, his sexuality, I absolutely agree. I think was at the heart of whatever happened here. I think, you know, based on what we know at this point.
Downstairs, what are you talking about?
But, you know, I just think if we zoom out and we look not just at him, but we look at the pattern of these school shooter and political assassin types that we're getting now, you know, there's a lot to be said about online culture. There's a lot to be said about like a nihilism, a sense of hopelessness that has pervaded our culture, especially for young men who feel like they have no sort of like direction and meaning in life. Some of those things are cultural. Some of those things are downstream from policy. And, but in any case, you know, to your point, there was an NBC News article, we actually didn't pull it for the show, we probably should have, where investigators are saying like,
they crashed Grindr.
We're really trying to connect this to some broader left-wing groups, and we can't. Like, it appears, based on where the investigation now, this was one person who decided to commit an absolutely horrific political assassination.
Whoever. They literally, this is the problem. Like, I don't even know who like it would be after this, but seriously, they're just going to keep scapegoating people.
And murder. And so the efforts by Stephen Miller, Trump,
Bronies, there you go.
J.D. Vance et al.
Start going
to
after bronies.
use this to connect it to some broader, like now we have to crush all of these left-wing groups. There's zero evidence that these things are connected whatsoever.
As I said, I've been on the record against it because I also don't even think it's really it's not effective. I think it broadly would also backfire. If you actually think about it, I mean, this is a mistake that the right always makes, is that their assumption is that the left is just like them. The right is much more politically organized and connected to money, right? So like there is an entire ecosystem. As long as you're good on Israel, like you're going to have a job in this town for a long time. You'll be just fine. Whereas leftism is broadly the ideology of the politically educated or the like college educated, and thus like when we say that the left is taking over institutions, it's because of ideology, you know, college education, democratic separation, that, you know, you can relatively guess that any project manager at a big technology company is left-wing and or a Democrat. You can also guess that in finance or any of these other places. Now, they may not be the type of Democrat you are, but they probably voted for Kamala.
They're say liberal,
they're
not
capital
left-wing.
L liberal.
Yeah.
Right, let's put it that way. That's important to say. And
When
that's
did
like
they
a
start
cultural distinction. But this kind of gets to my point about Tyler and about from what we know so far. Like you're saying it's not political. I actually would argue that, you know, we've had endless debates here. Transgenderism and gender ideology itself is obviously a massive social contagion, and in and of itself is brought on by the internet and largely the weaponization and
no, you're a fucking social contagion, Sagar. People like you suck.
Quote acceptance of this ideology and pervading it throughout the entire
shooter?
nation. Now, this is both sides of that coin, because what happens then is that Charlie becomes best known for a lot of these clips that go viral of talking about biological reality or girl, right? And so that's how Robinson gets to the point where he's like, well, because of my own like weird sexual proclivities, I'm gonna go and murder somebody who speaks against them. I mean, that is also, like really important to internalize.
Yeah.
Like that's how important he thought that his like trans furry fetish was to murder someone over. Like, how do you get to that point?
I think
internet.
I think
like,
I'm not.
Jesus Christ, dude. He just did more seriously more propaganda for them than he even knows.
I'm not saying it's not political. I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not saying this
does he
is
know
like
about the shooter? I don't. Nothing more than we do, but Crystal's not doing like this is what pisses me off about Crystal. Sometimes, and it needs to be called out, she really is like she argues like a Democrat sometimes, where it's almost like she wants decorum because she has to work with Sagar, where she just will not just be like, Sagar, you're full of shit.
Divorce from politics. I'm saying there wasn't like a
God damn it, push back.
Consistent, like
Fucking
coherent idea.
Instead of acting like, I mean, seriously, how can we call her an ally to the left even when she doesn't push back against like some of the most basic hateful shit?
Outside of clearly, I think it is quite clear that this one issue was animating for him. We don't disagree on that. I mean, I do want to point out like he's not trans, and from what the government is saying, the allegedly trans romantic partner has been cooperating and wasn't involved, et cetera. So I just want to put that out there because I know you're not. I know you're not. I just want to clarify because there is an impetus as well. Again, from Ken's reporting, there's an effort now to label like transgender extremism, whatever, and like blame all trans people also for what happens. So I'm just clarifying. So I'm not saying it's not political. I'm saying it is different from a like consistent ideological view. And I don't think we can also divorce.
So he can simultaneously make it political, though, because he's playing into a narrative.
Force out the impact of growing up in this very conservative, religious, and very repressive culture where he didn't feel accepted from his own family. And this was a major source of tension for him in his life as well as, his identity is developing.
I would defend the Mormons on that one.
I think that's a factor to weigh in as well.
See, that's what people blame the Mormons. No, they're doing it right. You should shun this stuff. Like if you're a gamer and you're, porn addict,
I don't agree.
that should be shunned. You should be out.
I don't agree with that, Saga, because it's a different thing to.
Dude, just because nobody wanted to play video games with you doesn't mean you need to make everybody hate you.
Say like, video game.
But Jesus Christ, dude, you're going to lose not even just the groypers. You're going to lose like basic dudes on this one. Good job, Sagar. Good job proving that your politics suck because you're just a dweebus.
Addict or porn addict or whatever. None of which we know. You're just projecting that. We don't actually know that. We don't know that about Tyler, but I think what we see consistently is the more repressive a culture is, sexually repressive a culture is,
oh my God,
the more that
Sagar would be blaming Columbine on Doom if he was actually around and had opinions in 1999. Instead, he was, too busy getting ignored by other kids to, have fun playing video games. So he sat there cultivating his,
you end
his
up
personality of just suckiness.
Up with things like, more like fringe sexual views, more of the sort of things that you would be opposed to.
This is kind of a funny thought to think that Sagar has always been such a dork, and this is like why he has such a chip on his shoulder.
More like include things like more domestic violence, like all of those things tend to correlate with more repressive religious cultures. And so I don't think that you can look at the picture of him, the little bits we know, which again, a lot of this is speculation, without also taking into effect part of what he was struggling with was this identity conflict between him and his upbringing and his family and his community.
I would say that is, in my opinion, that's a 1990s take, which potentially had its impact. In the year 2025, I think...
As opposed to your video game take, Sagar. Jesus, holy Tipper Gore.
I think we have swung so far in the other direction, again, where you have people who are literally have a trans furry fetish. I mean, we have to be real here about what that means.
Small town in Utah.
Yeah, I know.
It's like
that should be
really conservative.
Right.
Like
that
all the things you want it to be.
Up call
all the things you should want it to be. It was.
Yes,
and you end up breeding this killer.
Right. That's my point.
That should tell you that like the cultural solutions you want are not a cure, since that's exactly the environment in which he becomes this killer.
What I'm trying to show is that the internet and this sexual degeneracy is so powerful that it pervades the entire culture to the point where your own in-person matters their own in-person like networks, which potentially would have been able to quash a lot of this in the past, is gone. That's the power of the internet. And also that's the real like cultural supremacy of libertine, like left-wing sexual ideology.
Again, I think you're projecting a lot here, because his friends, according to, people who have spoken with him, are like, he wasn't the thing you're painting him to be. That was not their experience with him whatsoever.
Well, I mean, it was his experience in his personal life at the very least. Again, from what we know about writing furry stuff or whatever in his own personal relationship, but zoom out. I mean, we had the trans Nazi killer in Minneapolis. Like, how does that happen? Like, seriously, how does that happen? Mental illness plus internet plus weed. It's a very simple thing. Like, was the person really transgender, or were they like semi-autistic and then convinced, just like Abigail Schreier's book, that actually I'm trans?
Is he focusing on trans?
You start plugging yourself full of hormones and you go off. Like, this is what I mean. People need to have very serious, whenever we talk about transgender extremism.
I want to point out that transgender people make up a disproportionately small number of violent acts. Like, if we want to look at a group in society, if we're going to do like demographic call-outs here, it is overwhelmingly white men who commit these mass acts of violence.
But I don't think you want to go down the demographic role in terms of crime, and that's my point. We have to talk about.
No, the only reason I went in that direction, I don't want to go down the demographic direction in terms of crime. But if you're going to paint trans people as like inherently murderous, then we have to correct the record there because that is the polar opposite.
Well, I will
of reality.
say they are inherently, and this is proven out, have the highest depressive rates and suicide rates of the
because of people like you fucking prick.
So the general
seriously, it's almost like there's a correlation, but like with having society bastardize your existence and then being depressed, it's almost like, I don't know, a basic sense of humanity would lead you to understand that, but this is where we are totally fair in saying that you completely lack that, Sagar.
It's really hard to be trans in America.
What an asshole.
Listen to some of the things you're saying. Listen to the things that Charlie Kirk used to say. It's not easy to be trans in America.
If you can't accept that, and you're saying what I'm saying is hate, it's an empirical.
It is hate. It is hate. You can't do this thing where you're just like, I'm just, I'm a friendly guy who just has a misunderstanding with the actual like existence of people, and because I disagree with it and I have a superiority complex about what I think, and because I don't want to adjust my understandings and be uncomfortable ever, well, I'm just gonna choose to demonize.
Fact that a lot of these people, people are very mentally troubled. That doesn't mean that I'm saying that they should not.
My God, can we put your fucking psyche under a microscope?
Not exist, or they should be killed.
Jesus
I didn't say
Christ, have you ever given your wife an orgasm? How does he have a kid?
I didn't say
it's a
that
very
you did.
reasonable
I'm pretty sure that his kid was born without an orgasm, just going out on a limb.
Position.
I didn't say that you did.
Right,
I'm
but
just
I'm saying this
that
conversation.
I bet he agreed with Ben Shapiro on the wet ass pussy thing.
Matters a lot.
What do you mean? It's not supposed to be wet.
Trans people as like there's something mentally wrong with them.
In some cases,
I think
many cases,
that
yes.
may be but also you have to realize that if you are a transgender person in modern day America, it is not an easy experience.
I disagree with that. I mean, if you live in New York City and you're trans.
Oh my God. Congratulations, Sagar and Jetty, for now becoming the most hittable face on YouTube.
Trans, you're going to be celebrated.
Come
on. Let's live in reality.
Let's live in reality.
If you live in
Northern
Northern
Virginia. Look at what Charlie
Virginia,
Kirk used to say. Look at what Donald Trump says. Look at what's coming down from the federal government. I mean, I don't know if you have any trans people in your life, but I do. And I can tell you that they feel like half the country does hate them and wants them dead.
Well,
it's not an easy thing to live with. So, no one should be surprised that, there's higher levels of like mental illness and depression that comes along with that.
I don't
That's
think
not to deny that there may be some that, they're transgender as an expression of their, but like, how do you disentangle these things?
I mean, you look at social contagion, where the vast majority of this is largely social contagion and mental illness. I'm sorry, it's just empirically true. And it's one of those where...
It is not empirically
yes,
true.
Yes, it is.
No,
the rate of transgenderism went up 2,500% in a decade because of social contagion.
It's called social acceptance, not social contagion, you fucking asshole. Seriously, it's the same thing that got you... Dude, as somebody who benefits from the post 9/11 like revival or revision of our ways of looking at Muslim Americans or brown Americans in general, where we were pretty racist. I mean, we used to like point to Sikh people and just be like,
agent, or because
bro, shut the fuck up.
People were quote legitimately trans. Like, come on, like
my God, like. Talk about not getting it. But was he raised by a white family?
This is
like he totally has like went to private school, lived with a white family. He's insufferable.
What I mean about the internet and this quote accept.
I'm sorry, guys.
Here's the thing.
I'm not going to mince my words for this. Like, this guy fucking sucks.
And basically giving a permission structure for mental illness.
I will not deny that there is some level of that part of it is a social phenomenon. Okay, I don't want to put that off the table. Part of it is also.
I'm going to find a way to contact them directly, complain about Sagar's language because the shit he says is pretty unacceptable. I mean, honestly, and just be like, Crystal, unless you start standing up for this, I can't back this. I can't watch this shit. Honestly. If she doesn't by the end of this clip, if she doesn't end up putting him in his place, I might actually have to be done with breaking points. I'm getting a little sick of this where they can disingenuously use the trans argument and then nobody stands up for him because they might have a target on their fucking backs.
People for the
bunch of cowards.
The first time feel like there is some level now.
Or in her case, where it's just like, I have to do this show to make my money.
It's not.
You know what? I'm not going to make it uncomfortable. I'm not going to make it an uncomfortable workspace. Me.
Nearly enough.
Even
but
though
some sense of like
this motherfucker's out there is like saying some of the most hateful shit coded in like this dweebus, like nice guy way.
I can be.
I'm just a nice dude who just has a, you might have a a different opinion about me and may disagree, but
myself. I can.
Social contagions. Yeah, it's eugenics language. It literally is.
There is, more of a community that's more open.
How do you think that Sagar would all of a sudden feel if we said, oh, all brown people that have like weird double A's and, have Muslim sounding names, they're social contagions? I'm pretty sure that he would see this a little bit differently.
Open. And yes, the internet.
It's almost like I was making that point where it's like, no, we did that.
Internet allows them to connect themselves.
And this is how I know that he's a fucking like poser asshole.
With other people who are like them. And so, to like, I'm not sure why we went down this rabbit hole, but I just want to say Tyler Robinson is not trans. He,
Yes, he's speaking in dog whistles. He really is.
The trans romantic partner, reportedly, according to the internet, nothing.
I mean, people on his side say that. Yeah, again.
To do.
He's like, but I'm one of the good ones.
With this. And so I'm not sure why, like, trans.
Sitting here trying to, like, suck up to people that hate him. Is there anything more pathetic? Like him, Kash Patel, like any of these guys, I'm sorry. Like, it's just a fucking objection. Like, it's an objective fact that if you're a person of color and you're also a Trumper, you are a traitor to your race, and you're also just like you're not realizing like, oh, you're being used. You're a token. Cool.
People are being thrown under the bus here because if anything, the way it's being, the story that's coming.
Just Samuel L. Jackson's from Django.
Coming from the government is that the trans person here was like actively shocked by this, had nothing to do with it, and is cooperating with investigators.
What I'm trying to say is that it is part of a broader social problem. And I'm not saying that Tyler Robinson is trans. I'm not even making this necessarily about Tyler Robinson because the Minneapolis shooter, Nashville, all of this stuff has to come together for a serious conversation about the fact that the internet is literally poisoning people and enabling mental illness at
Hey guys, if you haven't already joined the Discord, please do.
vast areas. And by the way, for anybody
and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that already.
who thinks I'm, quote, transphobic with these remarks, go ahead and roll the tape about what I said about schizo. Schizophrenia, schizophrenics are like, compared to Gen Pop, are so much more likely to commit violent crime. You can apply my exact language about schizophrenia to transgenderism, gender ideology, etc.
Yeah, that means you well, first off, you don't treat all schizophrenic people like they're fucking dangerous. Dude, what is wrong with you, you genocidal maniac? Like, you're literally arguing for eugenics, and then on top of it, you're just like, yeah, statistically, they're, the people that have the mixed brains, they're more likely to commit the crimes. Dude, seriously. And then you do nothing. You don't talk about actually having mental health. You want to just lock people up or have them just gone. Seriously, you're such a fucking prick. My God. What a fucking privileged little just prick. Like, look at him. This privileged little asshole has never had to face a day of adversity in his fucking life. I swear to God. Like, this guy sucks. My God. This is the time where I've had it. I fucking had it with Sagar.
Conversation. Like Ken, for example. I thought, frankly, no offense, Ken, I thought your article was outrageous and ridiculous because you said... What Ken said was that it was like transgender.
Were you just telling people how big your dick is?
People
fucking dweeb
are going to be classified as terrorists. No.
Look, he's looking for a contract at CNN.
What is said is that a specific type of, quote, gender ideology extremist.
As someone with bipolar, Sagar can go fuck himself. Like, I've had it with him. I've literally had it.
Will be classified under nihilistic violent extremists. That is an entirely appropriate thing in the world of Minneapolis and in the world of Nashville, and in particularly in, quote, gender ideology and gender ideologically.
Sagar, in Minneapolis, the person being trans had nothing to do with anything.
Okay, well, I think
they were like some part of some weird online neo-Nazi cult.
But you think you think that the mental illness that just happened to a company.
Did they have diagnosed schizophrenia? or schizophrenia, since you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Me becoming transgender had nothing. This is what I'm saying. Like,
Jesus Christ,
it does have something to do with something. It's just
watched One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Bleh.
People wanted to.
It was just like, yeah, we need to go back to that.
Deny that reality,
No,
and this is also
again. Then let's have a category for white men extremists.
Sure.
You know?
I mean, I don't think you want to go down that road again, considering where demographics of crime break down in this country.
I think you're seeing things you want, like through a lens of your idea.
Oh, I want to say some fucking real mean things to this guy.
Ideology and what you want to see, especially given that you can point to, one person who happened to be trans in Minneapolis who had all kinds of weird internet stuff and neo-Nazism and whatever. There's no indication they murdered because of their transgender ideology. Tyler Robinson is not trans. Like, there's nothing illegal about having a transgender relationship. And we know
No, but it's so easy for him to just be like, yeah, but he was into weirdo stuff, so his weirdo stuff made him into a killer.
Very little, actually.
Like, what the fuck?
About Tyler Robinson.
What the fuck? Dude, by this logic, you could say that listening to fucking country music radicalizes you as a right-winger.
And
like, what are you talking about?
Where he was and what he was doing and how he was spending his days.
Did he just say what I think he said? Yes, he did.
In the case of the Ukrainian girl who gets her neck cut open by the schizophrenic, and he says, I got that white B word. Well, now.
Yeah, when he called 911 to be locked up, but our fucking, our police really.
What does that mean? Do we think that's a racist attack or a schizophrenic attack? It's downstream of what? Schizophrenia. So we can say it's obviously downstream of mental illness. The fact is that if you look at the mental illness rates, depression rates, and so much more in, amongst transgender and gender ideology, and also apparently that Robinson can become.
He's so full of shit because you know what the problem with this is? How many white dudes aren't honest about their fucking mental health? So your aggregate is based on people who actually have to go see mental professionals, you fucking prick.
So caught up in all of this, he literally wants to murder someone else. Yeah, we should have a conversation about that. And, a final thing here, there's this word, transgender people thrown under the bus. What does that mean? Because if it's about reasonable stuff like banning puberty blockers for children under the age of 18, I think that's ridiculous. That is an extremist policy.
Saga,
if it's about Leah Thomas.
But what I would say, Saga,
what
I would say is that the way that this conversation started on what's appropriate for kids, what's appropriate, what do we do in sports, that's one thing. But very quickly, you now have just all-out attack on trans people coming directly from.
Dude, he took that from being fucking nuanced about any, applied to any just subcategory, and he just fucking went full trans hate. No, Crystal, you need to recognize that the person that you view as a friend and a colleague is a fucking, he's literally he's genocidal.
This government.
Well, what does that mean?
It means outright
He's a genocidal fascist
against trans people. Like, for example, not being able to change your gender on your passport. Like, for example, increasing laws around the country that are making it difficult even to have health care. Gender affirming health care for trans people.
That's a very dystopian term.
No, it's not. I thought you didn't hate trans people.
No,
I thought adult trans people, it's fine. I thought they could live their lives. And then you should be speaking out against these laws too.
Well, first of all, no, the laws on the books are not banning adults. What they're doing is they're banning it for children.
No, that is not true.
No.
Look at what's going on in Florida as one example. They are making it nearly impossible for adults.
Make this uncomfortable for him. I swear to God, if you end this and he's somehow comfortable, I'm going to be very upset.
To seek gender affirming care.
So you give a shit about any of this? No, he doesn't.
Live in reality. Tell me what this
administration staring at the camera like he's more concerned with getting the clicks on this.
Thinks about transgender. Well, they love transgender adults. No,
I don't think they love transgender
No, that's why trans people in this country feel that they are under attack by this administration. Look at how in the military, trans people were not only not allowed to serve, but if they did serve and they earned a pension, they're having their pension taken away.
I think that's
disgusting.
I agree.
So to pretend like there isn't an attack on transgender adults, putting aside.
The woman made a good point.
However you feel about kids.
Dude, seriously, the Saga, how does she not call him out on being a total misogynist too.
Which I agree is a fraught topic and a difficult one to parse through. There is no doubt that they're under attack and that this administration wants to use.
I mean, Crystal seems to go out of her way to play fucking, delegate a lot.
Use this murder and, the Minneapolis one or whatever else they can cobble together to further target and surveil transgender individuals and paint them like they're murderous, mentally ill extremists.
I think the nuance needs to come back. Like, look, I know you're going to object to this, but the transgender and the military thing, it's like, listen, if we're going to talk about mental illness, would you allow a schizophrenic or somebody else like that? I'm not.
She moms him. It seems like everybody has.
All transgender people.
This is what happens when you don't actually be a little bit rougher, like harder with your kids. They turn into this.
Could not necessarily apply.
I'm not kidding, guys.
Transgender people, like there's something
like this is my hottest take of hot takes is the fact, like, the people that play like the gentle parenting thing. Yeah.
Wrong with that.
Now they're shit shocked when their kids are teenagers walking all over them.
And they're mentally ill. And then in another breath, you'll say, but I love all trans people. I'm not judging them. I'm not transphobic.
I don't love trans people or hate trans people.
You just think they're all mentally ill and need to be kicked out of polite society.
I think that mental illness is pervading a lot of the, quote, trans and gender ideology conversation.
She's angry, but for some reason, she's not going to just snap on him.
And I wish that we were.
And dude, I love how she just lets him do like, he's such a dweeb, dude. That little condescending thing he just did right there.
We're able to talk about that seriously without, frankly, like immense amounts of social pressure. And that's part of look, this gets to like why we are where we are today, why Trump is even president, why any of this is even.
Yes. It's always that. It all comes back to this. The transgender in sports is why Trump is a president. That one ad worked so well. They're rewriting history, dude. Like, and I'm fucking tired of that.
Being allowed in polite society. The pension thing, I agree. It's disgusting. Okay.
Okay. You got one thing.
Absolutely. I would never agree to that. In terms of adults being able to do what they want to do, I support that. Now, of course, though, the conversation is also important in terms of money, insurance, availability, permission structure. This is like abortion. It's like when Republicans or Democrats, for example, say around abortion and they want to talk about, a third trimester abortion versus late trimester abortion, but they lump all of those things together. I think we can all recognize there's a nuance in between late trimester, 6-week abortion and like 7th trimester, right? Because that's the point.
Oh my God, this guy fucking.
If you try to loop it all together, which a lot of Republicans do when they make the pro-life talking point, it's viewed as disingenuous. I think it's the similar way. And look, it's a hot topic, and I don't really know why it's so religiously like baked into like left-wing current ideology. I genuinely don't get it. But one of the things that is clear to me is that these sacred cows or whatever actually in the midst of all of this social chaos with the internet have to be discussed. That's really my only point. And I think
this isn't a discussion though when you're just being literally like you're calling them freaks. You're literally doing the hard work for all these people to fucking hate them and ostracize them even further. Like you are putting out their message. Like, bro.
I think also, objecting, Ken's reporting, for example, by saying objecting to the fact that you can't classify gender ideology extremists without, quote, declaring war on trans people, ridiculous.
I want to see this guy just break down on a fucking 8-mile road in Detroit real bad.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, but I think if it was
ridiculous.
I think if it was a different,
They're not a special class of citizen.
If it was a different group, you would see it differently. Because
which, by the way,
we
hasn't gotten much.
Know about the way that the government, abuses these like domestic extremist categories. Okay, so even if like Ken's headline seemed to imply all trans people were going to be like deemed
and that was
extremists,
bullshit. It was wrong.
Right, but we do know the reality of the way that if you have one of these, domestic extremist categorizations, that the government will then use that as justification to surveil, like, any sort of trans-related group or any sort of, anything that is related to that. And it will be applied much more broadly than would actually be appropriate for people who are like truly radicalized by that ideology. And I think that, I think you would agree with that there's an abuse of these terms, and that's the fear, is that this is going to be a broadening expansion more broadly, not just for people who like are truly, trans extremists, radicalized or whatever, that it's going to be applied too broadly in a way that is oppressive and is, against the rights of these people. And is a group that, I think you have to acknowledge, like, it is a group that definitely feels, and in reality is under attack and has been.
Jesus Christ. If you ever need to wonder why, like, we lose with messaging, it's because of this shit.
Has been otherized by
this shit right here. This
administration and made to be scapegoats and part of this group of like, like Stephen Miller, we're the good ones and they're the evil ones or whatever. This administration's MO is to create categories of groups who fall either on the like true American good side or on the bad side. And there's no doubt that they put the trans people in like, the evil scapegoat.
I'm just not ready to go there. I don't think that's true, because I just think like if you're again, by the way, with the trans, with the trans people, the trans community, the trans activists and all those people, they're gonna call me a Nazi for everything I just said. I'm like, you know what? That's why I don't even.
No, we're gonna call you an asshole.
I'm not going to take you people seriously.
Don't react.
You want to plug little 6-year-olds full of hormones.
Don't react to them. Like react. Don't imagine what people are going to say.
Obviously, it bothers them.
I know what
Let's like deal with the argument.
I've dealt with them in real life.
Deal with the argument at hand, which is
Pac-Man is no, he's not.
I think
Pac-Man's not like aggressively anti-trans. Pac-Man's an annoying liberal that fucking also is like has really shit takes on Israel-Palestine.
Who's Tyler Robinson?
Just plain and simple. Nah. This is much worse.
Against
sorry, LT. I disagree with you on that.
Not even trans.
I'm not even trying to stand up for David Pac-Man, but no.
To justify this targeting more broadly of trans people by the government, I think that's wrong. I think it is a factual. I don't think that there is, any reality to it. And in any case, we can. If you have a last thing you want to say, you can move on.
It keeps coming in with the short jabs, and again, she's sitting here smiling like. Aren't we just so cordial? Saga, I'm just so glad that we can just agree to disagree.
Entirely appropriate to treat, quote, gender ideology extremism as a subcategory. It is not a war on trans people. You are not a special class of citizen. If there's a higher rate of mental illness.
It would be nice. It would just be nice to see anybody. I mean, maybe Kyle needs to step in for, like, this is what sucks, is I don't want to fucking do that. I don't want to fucking say that Kyle needs to come in, but at least Kyle might actually have some balls against his asshole.
And or violence or particular, like you're talking about.
Like, seriously, where is Crystal in this?
White men.
Stop momming him.
It's like, well, if you look at the demographics of the country, but white men can.
Yeah, I know she's married to. That's why I made the.
Be grouped in.
It wasn't even a joke. It was actually just like a.
Very specifically to the school shooter manifesto.
I'm actually like genuinely mad at this.
Like,
I thought Crystal was a better debater than this, where she could definitely call out bad faith and embarrass Saga. Like, she used to be able to do that. Like, I remember the good old days where she would actually embarrass Saga, where he would feel bad for holding some positions because he would feel like a bad human being. But no, this shit where you're just like, it's okay, Timmy. It's okay, Saga, honey. You can have the bad takes. Fuck off.
Category, and we can talk about that publicly with no shame or fear. Well, then I'm sorry, you get to be treated like everybody else, which is apparently what you want. So I think broadly, this conversation, it has ignited in me, like, I'm trying to find like a secular.
Kyle doesn't have to sit across the table from him every day.
Morality police. Maybe that's a fool.
Make bigots embarrassed again. I mean, again, the bare minimum.
Fool's errand, but we need to bring it back. That's my main takeaway.
Oh, is it?
From the.
Oh, God.
This entire thing. The internet is poison.
They're doing it in Utah. So.
No, they're not. Not nearly enough.
They are.
That's the problem. They're not doing it nearly enough.
Small town in Utah. I'm sure you'll be feeling that not so secular morality.
If you get their asses off the internet, then maybe none of this would have happened. Hey, if you
feel bad for his kid. What a dick. I might have accidentally gotten this stream demonetized singly because I think that, well, hold on. How many times did I use this? Let's see. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I think I'm still good. Oh, yeah, I got mad. I just got really mad. Guys, and that was like through a good high, too. Like, I was riding that high after the 4-2, or, the 5-2-0. But man, Internet's poison, not my show, though. Oh, get fucked. He sucks. He sucks. We're still under F-bomb quota. It's more so how many I say in a amount of time and how long that segment is. Yeah. Yeah, we might be over. I mean, we're still good. I mean, it says I'm still good. Hold on. Let me check one more thing. Whew, that was scary. Okay. No, we're still good. Just like I did when I read that Nancy Mace article this Friday on stream. You just, like, you wigged out. I mean, dude, sometimes it's hard not to. Like, I don't know, man. I know that I have a little bit of that where I'm just like, ooh. Like that. I got like a little bit of the stress headache. Like, I'm gonna calm it down though. I'm good. Like, I'm gonna come back down here and enjoy everything. I just had a power outage for the last 2 hours. Can you start again? I mean, technically you could just start the show over, but no, man, hang out. I'm not going anywhere for at least about 20 something minutes. So I'm gonna chill with y'all. He knows he's lame. If he can't be cool, then everyone else will suffer, including us. I mean, he's got literally, like, typical chip on his shoulder, fucking, like, never was cool. You know, can definitely speculate whether his wife has cheated on him or not. Okay, that was mean. He deserves it. Watch the show again when you're done and see what I mean. Wait, what? He was never cool, but now he has money and he's gonna show us. Yeah. Yeah, he's totally got that. I play golf at the finest clubs. Yeah. Probably suck too. I never played golf and I could probably beat him. I'm not even kidding. I shank a little on the drive, but you give me an iron. I'm making par. Hey, I know golf terms. Look at that. Stupid little outfits they wear, though. They were just like... He's just mad because he got suckered into wearing this, like, the dumbest clothes. I don't know. Vosh, you know what? During his fashion arc, he would probably dare say that I'm a slob because I like comfort. I remember he said that once, where he was just like, yeah, if you don't wear like a suit and a tie and just, you know, have like when you have to meet the occasion, I'm like, no, I mean, I do, like for weddings and if I had to for a media appearance, I guess. Ugh. I don't know. God damn it. Why did John Fetterman have to be such an asshole? Like, he had to go and ruin it, too, where it's just like, oh. Like, the one dude that I was like, the thing I agreed with was breaking the dress code. Wear what you want. Gym shorts, hoodie. I mean, I could get behind that. And then this motherfucker had to go out, like, turn out to be Zionist. Ah. Egg on my face. Listen. I can hate Fetterman, but also argue that the congressional dress code's stupid and you should be able to show up in your PJs. Fucking, if there's one thing Gen Z did right, it's being able to go shopping in your PJs. God, I'm so glad that they took that away. There used to be a day, guys, and I know that most of you remember, but there might be like one or two people in here that don't know that you used to have to like get ready and that was like to go to the grocery store. You know, like you had to put effort in. Fuck that. Hashtag shop in your jammies. There you go. I'll make that hashtag. Wait. I'm gonna tweet. I'm doing my first live tweet on stream. All right. Embarrassing. I'm doing this like 20 years too late. It's like, guys, I found this link on Twitter. You guys can give my thoughts. It's crazy. Oh my god. I forgot what I was tweeting. Hashtag something. Oh yeah. Hashtag shop in your jammies. Thank you, Gen Z, for making shopping in your jammies normal. Hashtag shop in your jammies. It's not the best tweet, but fuck it. In jammies. Damn it, there's no tag. I thought there would be. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that tweet. So hashtag shop in your jammies. I would start it, but I don't want to be the only one. That's dumb. I hate Twitter. I really do. I'm not big on social media. Like I remember like I had to get dragged into like Facebook, like kicking and screaming, where everybody was just like, if you don't get a Facebook soon, we're just not gonna even try and contact you for things. I'm like, oh, that's mean. Like, but that's where we plan everything. I'm like, why? And then group text, and then I was like, oh, okay, we could definitely keep things to Facebook. I hate group text. I hate group text. Sorry, I'm just being like totally real. Like, fuck group text. Run a relay in your PJs. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm getting to that age where like chafing could be a problem. So, if I got Under Armour like underneath them, I'm good. Hashtag baby powder. Also, hashtag TMI. What did I say? Fun half, right? Oh my god. Speaking of, like, that was the least fun half. That was rough. That was rough. God damn. I gotta say, that was I actually have a little bit of a headache from that, to be honest. I got really mad. Like, Saga sucks, dude. And I'm dead serious. Like, I'm not sure how much of this shit I can take. Like, I don't think Breaking Points is going to be on, you know, the let's see what these guys have to say list anymore. Take them out of the video review. Sorry, guys. Kyle's still cool, you know. Crystal can go and, you know, hang with Kyle. But man, I mean, dude, what is up with that? Like, that is... Yeah. I'm actually, like, genuinely bothered by how he was speaking about trans people and people with mental illness. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, dear God, if you're neurodivergent, he apparently is totally, like, perfectly fine with that. TYT also gone too. I haven't focused on TYT for long enough to, like, just not care. But yeah, you're right. They are. They're never coming back. Still gonna watch Thanksgiving though. Like, sorry. Trust me. If you had to do what I have to do on Thanksgiving, like, I don't know. It's mostly like in-law stuff. Yeah. Not exactly always the most going on. I'll just say that much. So. If you see a naked guy running down the street, run with that man, because there's some scary shit coming. Or he's a nudist on his late night run, and you may have just accidentally, like, you might have weirded him out. It's just like, I was kind of, this is, no. This is my thing, man. Do you think Sagar knows his points are lame and threatened to leave if Crystal pushed back too much since he wants to follow the manga trends and she wants a job? It's a good question, actually. I'm assuming that they own the wait, no, because that... Do they own the show? Yeah, I think they do, though. Because they started Breaking Points as like a, you know, an alternative to Rising. And then, you know, they brought the rest of the Rising crew over too. You know, and Ryan Grimm and, yeah. If so, she needs to take the hit. This is bigger than a job. It is. And the thing is, it's not even that big of a hit. It is just standing up for your moral principles. And I don't know, man. Like, I didn't like her fecklessness. Like, that's the word of the night, apparently, is talking about the Democratic Party and, you know, Crystal Ball against Sagar and Jetty. God. Like, seriously, dude. What a prick. What a prick. This guy is out there saying some of the, like, least... least punk rock stuff I have ever heard. Like, what a... insufferable. Started to make some points, then didn't follow through. Yeah, because she was too busy smiling, trying to make nicey nice. Like... I don't know, man. That was disappointing. This is the second time that somebody that, like, I really respect, I've been disappointed by them today. Howard Stern was a big one. Like, I know I've mentioned it numerous times tonight, but God, Howard not really talking about the Jimmy Kimmel thing was such a bummer, dude. It made me kind of see him a little bit differently, where I was just like, oh, this is like, man... Howard, you're doing the thing where now we have to kind of question, like, was any of it ever true? Debate should not be show business. I understand that, but that was more than a debate. That was like, that could have turned into an argument. Howard staying silent about Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, it was, well, not silent, but like he did like 10 minutes on it, and he was just really coy, and he was just like, I can't say too much, which, again, hearing Howard say that, immediately I was just like, oh, this is about his contract. And his contract is tied to, I think the guy who owns Sirius also, like, runs, I forgot what else. Shit. Let's see. Who owns Sirius? Liberty Media Corp has the majority stake. Oh, it's publicly traded. I didn't know that. Liberty Media. John C. Malone, billionaire, businessman, landowner, and philanthropist. Are you actually a decent dude? He donated $250,000 to President Trump. There we go. That's all I needed to see. All right. Gee, I wonder why Howard needs to be a little bit quiet. That sucks. I was just making a shadow box too with all my Howard stuff. I think the Jimmy situation showed that Trump's authoritarian envelope is limited. It did. It really did. But if you have someone like Howard Stern doing something where he's just like, please, Trump, do not mess with my stuff. Like, nobody's real anymore. Sorry. That was a little extreme. I'm worried it's more like when you fly into enemy airspace to see what they do. Wait, what? I'm sorry, I missed something there. Let's see. Oh, as a test to see our reaction? That... Good theory. It's actually a good theory. Also see, like, how far people will go. What type of money they're willing to, like... It's these kinds of things that make me want to start a political show. I mean, that's kind of what happened to me. I started to live the I've Had It podcast with their takes on Trump here. Oh, I got that right here. Trump spiraling after he deletes tweet leaking his secret. Oh yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's watch this. This little palate cleanser. This will be fun.
The Trump regime is escalating the authoritarianism at an alarming pace, and everybody should be mortified by how they are using Charlie Kirk's murder to exploit their desire to take over the United States of America in a way that means eliminating and eroding civil liberties. Rolling Stone is reporting the following: Donald Trump's most authoritarian week yet. Trump and company are using Charlie Kirk's assassination as an excuse to ramp up
Yeah, it's almost like it was a false flag because none of it makes sense, and it like he's way more useful to these people dead than alive. Weird.
their ongoing
weird
campaign.
It's almost like, I don't know, it's not too far fucking fetched, but whatever.
For total power. And so what happened after that is they coordinated their messaging and started immediately blaming the left. They are trying to consolidate power in the
You want John Oliver canceled? What?
executive, which is fascism. They are using overt nationalism, which is fascism. And then he's going after his enemies because Granny Kanks is 95 years old and clearly has dementia and should not have a cell phone for security reasons and for a lot of other reasons. He thought he was sending his attorney general a DM. And in fact,
all right.
he posted it on Live Social, and it
this is real. He actually, oh my god,
is as chilling as it totally gets.
it.
Put up the
oh my god,
alleged DM. Pam, I reviewed over 30.
Dude, I don't know. It reads too much like a tweet. I don't know, guys. Sometimes we get too excited about this stuff.
Statements and posts saying that
I think that he actually like did this, and this
essentially
kind of leads credence or like gives credence to the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing because it reads very similarly.
Same old story as
Bam.
last time. All talk, no action. Nothing is being done. What about Comey, Adam Shifty Shift, Letitia?
Yeah, I don't think he would call him Shifty Shift like there.
They're all
this is legitimately just like he didn't do this by mistake. He wanted this public to like to pressure Pam.
Guilty as
no. You don't think that he's gonna try and embarrass his own regime, who keeps walking shit back and is embarrassing him?
Hell, but nothing is going to be done.
Like, come on. Justice must be served by putting my ass in jail.
Then we
wait.
almost put in a Democrat-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia with a really bad Republican past, a woke rhino who was never going to do his job. That's why 2 of the worst Dem senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit. And now that we had no case, no, I fired him. And there is a great case, and many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsay Halligan is a really good lawyer and likes you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. President DJT. So and then he deleted this, but let me just point out a couple things.
Oh, he deleted it? Oh, okay. Then hold on. That might have been all right. Oh my God, does he actually? That's even more embarrassing is that he actually talks like this.
Number one, he texts the same way that he
No way.
Yes, okay, that was the first thing. Number 2,
he talks like he tweets.
He is basically cooking the books. He wants to start with, this is my enemy, and then you make the case.
Yes, that's how this goes.
Which is why we here at iHip News are calling bullshit on the text messages that the FBI gave to prosecutors. Because what they want to do is, here's the narrative, cook the evidence. And I cannot impress upon you all how dangerous this is for people that don't follow the news cycle but care greatly about the economy. When you erode the court system so much so that businesses don't have a court system that they can go into to enforce contracts, investors flee. Right now, the dollar.
That's holy shit. Thank you. Holy shit. She just spoke a language that most Americans, they speak that.
Is having the
adopt that, guys.
Worst.
I know I am.
Year on record.
Great point.
Meanwhile,
he's burying inflation data.
Lying to you, and all he
and why do you think the stock market's still so fucking high?
Cares about is Marie Antoinetting the Oval Office, building his ballroom, getting comedians fired, and charging his enemies. This is staggering. It is unbelievable. In any other country on the planet, this is impeachable. It is immediately impeachable. But these law and order Republicans do not give a shit. And my, oh my, how the Republican Party has fallen. Imagine Richard Nixon was told by the Republicans in Congress, you must resign because we will not work with you because you are corrupt. And he did accordingly. He resigned on August 8th of 1974. In just 50 years, as the Republicans fed their insatiable desire for Christian nationalism, white supremacy, and rigged capitalism, they have fallen to where now they will uphold all of that, so much so that they will damage their own future to have it. It's wild.
Well, and they clearly, over and over and over again, we see them voting for Donald Trump because they don't want him to be mad at them versus their own constituents. They are putting the interests of Donald Trump over their own. What stuck out to me about that is he's social media posts and legal pundits. I mean, he does not surround himself with expertise, nor does he read briefings. He reads social media. He says it right there. It's so appalling that he's the president of the United States.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we get it.
And you know, we all knew this because from Trump 1.0, the people that left his
right there is one of she reminds me of one of my mom's friends.
Administration. They called him.
We get it.
Hitler. They called him a fascist. They called him a Nazi. And these were right wingers. I mean, these were conservatives. And so now what you have are the bottom feeders. Right. This is the rise of the bottom feeders because Donald Trump lives in the gutter and the
bottom feeders, but out of I hate to say out of central casting. He keeps saying it.
People that were around him in Trump 1.0, whom I disagreed with politically, they cared about the country more than they did this man's ego. And now he's surrounded by people that are egomaniacs for his ego, which is crazy. All right. Then he puts up a tweet afterwards.
My mom would have hung out with these ladies and just been like,
they're really nice, but they're a little extreme, and I wish they were a little more, godly.
Letting Bondi know he loves her. Pam Bondi is doing a great job as Attorney General of the United States. She's very careful. She's smart. Blah, blah.
My mom was a wonderful woman. She just may have had,
blah. He's going to be nominating
some mixed thoughts on, politics.
Lindsay Halligan to be the United States attorney in this very important part of our great country. She'll be fair and smart, desperately needed justice for all. What Lindsay's going to do.
She was never MAGA, though. She absolutely hated that man.
Is she's going to cook the books, manufacture evidence for him to be able to incarcerate his enemies. Letitia James, James Comer, Adam Schiff. This is as serious as it gets. And will the Republican colleagues of Adam Schiff stand up? And will there be a big hearing about this today?
No.
Nope.
No, they almost let them fucking censor Rashida Tlaib. Are you fucking kidding me?
There won't be, because
like, dude,
these men are pussies through and through. Their number one thing every day is to not piss off this demented, deranged man. And then once you capitulate to that, everything else that you do in your day doesn't matter because you have no conviction. All right, next up, here is just a typical day in Trump's America in September. Put up this tweet. Ned Price tweets, on a single Saturday in September, Trump instructed his AG to go after specific potential enemies. We learned that his DOJ ended an investigation into his border czar, who was caught on camera taking a $50 cash bribe.
Wow. Yeah, this is a lot in just one weekend. I kind of said that at the top of the show where I was just like, guys, it was a big news weekend where the rest, like, I felt like I could take days off. This is, I said it, where I was toying with going live on Sunday because there was so much news.
On top brass, threatened to expel journalists who report info not cleared by them. His White House spoke to a shady deal that will see TikTok in the hands of a consortium of GOP mega donors. Trump threatened bad things if we don't retake Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan. I think he wants the guy seeking the Nobel Peace Prize that's doing this shit. His most senior counterterrorism official is in a Twitter spat with Laura Loomer. None of this is normal. All of it is dangerous and corrosive to our democracy. And here is about this Tom Homan bribe. Put this up, Kylie. NBC reported that on September 20th, 2024, with hidden cameras recording the scene at the meeting spot in Texas, Homan accepted $50,000 in bills, and apparently it was in a Kava to go sack, according to an internal summary of the case and sources. So the FBI has this guy on tape.
Ted writes, oh my God.
Accepting a bribe, and that if he...
This is crazy. Okay, like, I don't know. Maybe Trump could have done just the little bit where it's just like, I wouldn't hire a bunch of dudes that have active criminal investigations. That's crazy. It's almost like when we say you're a administration full of criminals, that we're not wrong at all. There's no hyperbole. It is 100% like, no, dude, these guys are criminals.
Into the Trump administration, that he will curry favor. And of course, Pam Bondi killed the thing. She killed it. And then people on the right said, we don't care. We love Tom Homan. This is the guy who alligator Alcatraz, deporting people without due process.
Any of my crops suitable for consumption? I accidentally hermed my my plant. Yes, I have enough.
I cannot impress upon the viewer.
But let's just put it this way. I'm looking into maybe starting a little side business if I can work it out, because I know that there was cedar seeds.
And the listener,
Pep's plants.
Enough how damaging this kind of stuff is for every aspect of our country.
Honestly, it wasn't the worst thing to happen, because I was kind of looking at doing something like that anyway. So, but now I have to clean my tent, and I think I have to buy a new fan.
Not only human rights,
because I'm pretty sure that that's what happened.
But for those of you that are big fiscal people,
I still had some like pollen or something on my fan.
This type of stuff will erode our economy. When we do not have good courts and we do not have a good Justice Department, investors will flee. This is utter insanity.
We always have talked about that it's a prerequisite to have some type of sexual abuse, whether it be women or children, in your record to work for the Trump administration. Turns out fraud and bribes, that's...
How about the idea Trump liked Holdman because he could hold this bribe over? Yeah.
It's all required to. And then I was thinking about when I saw this, you would have a criminal mindset to work for a criminal, to see all of the things he's doing against the Constitution and say, I'm fucking in, to take people off the street from their families, put them in concentration camps. You're not right. And that's who is running our country, soup to nuts.
And a very underreported issue right now is a lot of people that were in alligator Alcatraz are gone. Nobody knows where they are. I've read a couple of articles on it and I intend to do more research on it, but about 1,800 people are completely missing that were in alligator Alcatraz, and now they are gone. There's no record of them. So this is incredibly alarming. And then
that seems like a pretty fucking alarming thing. Yeah.
This is the stuff that's happening with the pro-Jesus, pro-life party. This is, it's, I cannot impress upon everybody enough how important it is that we call out the religious hypocrisy of these people in our personal lives and in the government, because
do you imagine a world where Shane Smith didn't turn into a fucking corporal greed asshole and actually still did like independent journalism?
That was
like, punk rock journalism where he would, I don't know, go and send a team down there and they'd make an awesome video about it. Oh, the good old days of, good Vice.
Erode everything that we have in
You want to talk about like just a holy fall off
this country, and it's happening at such a quick, alarming rate. And then I just want to bring you to this. This is a quote that struck me, and I thought this was so good. Agents.
Yeah, I would say about 3/8. Yeah.
And that's what
Yeah, that's about what I had.
Self-FBI quoted Bradley Whitford. When authoritarianism is on the rise, you can count on the richest, least vulnerable men on the
I'm happy for you.
planet to be the biggest cowards.
I got hopes for my outdoor.
And boy, have we witnessed that. The cowardice of the men that are the least vulnerable.
Looks so old. Thank you. I wish more people would just say that, man. Like, he does. He looks fucking terrible.
To stand up for those.
That's why we thought he was dead.
That are.
And everybody was like, is he? I mean, even Mago was freaking out about that. They were just like, we haven't seen him in 4 days. What is going on? And they were trying to play it cool. They were coping pretty hard.
Vulnerable has been so incredibly disgusting. And here's what's going to happen to all of the ass kissers, all of these oligarchs and all of these billionaires that kiss the ass of Donald Trump.
I forgot what.
At some point, the
toothpick method.
Knives of this government will turn towards you, even though you're a billionaire, even though you created cool things, even though you can go into the White House and give them a trophy. Now, at some point, you will not be safe either. Look no further than all of the other dictatorships and authoritarian regimes around the world. The oligarchs curry favor initially, and then they start falling out of windows next. All right, that's all we have for this episode.
I mean, I don't know what happened to Mr. Hellman. Maybe his jaw got in front of his eyes and he just tripped down the stairs. I don't know. It's crazy. Dude, what are you doing? Oh, smoke was still good. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's still decent. Like, I also over-dried it because with my wife in the hospital, I didn't really have time to do it. So it was like a week over what I should have left it. So I lost a little bit from that. But yeah. Speaking of, guys, if you want to help out the stream in any way, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, become a member if you are not already. Members, we have established today that the if you go for the spicy, oh my god, spicy tier, then yes, you will get my gaming codes. And god damn it, I gotta go play Smite. I'm gonna suck. By the way, like, I'm gonna suck at Smite. I'm not good at these games. That's just the reason I don't play them. So, but it'll be funny. I'll give you that. Oh god, I'm assuming I'll have to have my mic on too. Woohoo! I just did. I left it hanging for an extra week. It was whatever. It was an oopsie. I just did that yesterday, actually. So Mike was the one who found the I Had It podcast. Was it? Was he? I mean, I don't know about that. Really? Was it? Oh, like for to put it on your radar or something like that? Because I'm trying to think. I think that they were like an organic algorithm hit for me where I was just like, I kind of like them. And they were in shorts mostly. Back when I actually used to care about shorts because, now they're all fucking AI or I don't know, man. As someone who has to create that kind of content, it's a little annoying, but I like making them. I just don't like watching them. But don't take my advice on this one. Like, just like the shorts. You can like short videos, short form videos. They're fine. They're great. I mean, they are. Found it through the "Get Your Fat Ass to Cracker Barrel" video. Oh no! I know exactly when they started coining the "Get Your Fat Ass to Cracker Barrel" and then the "Kinkle's McTaco Tits." No, because they went super viral on Facebook, where like my wife was showing me clips of them. So I need to get a few recommendations from my wife. She's got some good videos, like that she's watched that and showed me where I'm like, wouldn't mind showing a few of these. They're not exactly political, which I'm not sure if you guys like Swoop. That's her favorite YouTuber, but I watched a few Swoop videos where I was like, I would watch that on stream. That's a good one. I like her takes. I can try to make some propaganda shorts from your stuff. Really? I'll take them. Please do. Yeah, no, for real. Oh, God. Actually, yeah, Sylvie, you would be good for this. Can you, like, timestamp things when if you even think that it's clippable? Whether it's for shorts or, like, maybe even a longer form segment. I've been doing that. God. Content grind. Once you figure out what you have to do, you're just like, ow. Because that's the thing. I got to make videos because that's the way that my stuff will get out there, and I'll grow a little bit more. I'm comfortable with you guys. Fuck. I'll try to adhere to the current trends. Hey, sure. Yeah, I mean, then hopefully I'll be able to clip those for TikTok as well, because I need to do that. I need to put my political content onto TikTok. Guys, follow me on TikTok if you have not already. I don't know when they did this, but you need 50 followers now to go live, which, cool. But, yeah, I don't have that. I got, I don't know. Let's see. What I got? I didn't care before, but I had already gone live a few times, which is crazy. Oh, I got 32. Oh, shit. Not bad. Actually, that's not bad. Yeah. 18 more followers? You know, I think I could do that. I'm just wondering how quickly I'm going to get banned, though. Because they have way different TOS. And on top of it, they cap you. Like, as far as, like, how long you can put your stuff, you know, or make your stream, so. I would have to do something where it's, like, the first 2 hours are for, like, TikTok, and then, like, I curate it through all my streams, and then after that, I just focus on the YouTube stuff. I just stopped watching military documentaries because it makes me sad that, Trump is at the end of it now. Yeah, I could see that. Definitely not feeling what I would consider patriotic lately, but then again, I am still patriotic enough to be like, no, I like my country. You know, it's imperfect. It has a lot of problems. God damn it, I like it. It's fine. You know what? But I'm not like rah, woo. I just want to see it get better, but apparently it doesn't want to get better. It just wants to stay in this constant state of just give billionaires more and fuck ourselves over. But, by the way, there's a newer AI engine that sort of aggregates from other models. Perplexity. Oh. Went through all that deep state for this. I mean, the meep state is a real thing, man. the deep state. It's more like the meep state. Might be a shitbox, but it's our shitbox. Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel about Chicago, where it's just like, hey, you can say it smells like piss and it's got its problems, but I love my city. It's the people. Honestly, I do love my city. It's weird. It's when you get out to like the country and the suburbs. Spent a little bit too much time out there. To 2 concerts. And yeah, different crowd, different vibe. Oh my God. When I was walking into the, I went to go see the Dirty Heads, and it was like in the middle of a field where like, it was definitely like, oh, this is definitely, we're out there. Dude, this kid is, he just reminded me of like the nerdiest kid. And I mean like I kind of felt bad for him because when I was in school, you know, we were all into Jesus and stuff like that, but this kid was the one who, I don't think he has secular fun. I think that his fun is Christ, which he starts asking his mom just like, Mom, why did that man have to hide his cross? Which the guy had a cross tattoo and he had his sleeve like this and only half of it showed. And she's like, I don't know, honey. Sometimes there's sometimes people get persecuted. And I just wanted to fucking chime in and just be like, number one, it was a Celtic cross, which, yeah. It's like, no wrong. It's just very common. And it's like, yeah, if it's a forearm tattoo and you have sleeves, it's likely going to get covered. But this woman took that opportunity just to give, little Timmy his little history lesson on why Christian, oppression is a thing. Ugh. Reminded me of school. It's gross. We fought hard for this shitbox. I mean, you did. You did. And that's the thing, like, God. Well, and all right, you see where I was going with that, where I was like, well, I mean, there's also other meanings that you just want to be very careful about there, Sonny. Mom, but the cross looked like it was an iron cross. It's like, I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean, but for real, like, I've talked about him. We were the one. He was the guy that I had the argument with about like the Charlie Kirk stuff, and then we agreed that the FBI thing was sus. But he was like that, where like his mom didn't let him watch secular stuff, so like he was just into like Veggie Tales, like, but like creepy into Veggie Tales. So it's like, bro, all right, the videos were kind of like, Larry the Cucumber, and what was it, Larry Man or whatever? Like, yeah, that was all right, but dude, this was his whole existence. What was the other guy? Oh fuck. Mr. Whitaker. Fuck. What was the fucking name of that? Like, it was this inventor, Mr. Whitaker, and he had like this fucking dorky like mechanic guy. And like he would invite this kid to like come and learn about Christ. And like they'd go on adventures and they'd always lead back to Christ. I don't know, it was weird. Yo, thank you for that. Please do hit the like button, share, subscribe, become a member. Yeah, man. And Propaganda, yes, Propaganda is tomorrow. Be here. It'll be fun. I'm gonna talk a little bit about the free speech thing with Jimmy Fallon. Not Jimmy Fallon, the other Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel. I think there's like, again, who's the Howard fan? Baba Booey, number one. Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis. And then Jimmy Kimmel. If there's nobody that is, and yeah, that was wasted on all you guys. Nothing's wasted on you. I love trying to keep you guys entertained. Oh, man, I gotta promote this, like, hat thing a little bit better. I gotta find a way just to be like, you see that? Hat. Because, yes, you see this? Hat. This is a wacky hat. You guys know it. I don't want to over-promote it. Just re-looked it up, and it seems that like Fox hosts are talking about Jimmy Kimmel aren't. Jimmy, all they did was official reporting of the official statement and moved on. It's almost like they have a little egg on their face and they can't admit, like, disappointing.
No fascist takeover. We can't blame the left on this one.
It is kind of funny. I mean, I'm gonna enjoy this. I'm gonna enjoy the fact that a lot of people, you know, they were looking forward to Jimmy Kimmel never coming back on the airwaves, and then he's back by Tuesday. You thought, for you, Friday was a day that will go down in infamy. You will never forget it. But for me, you'll be back on Tuesday. Sorry, I tried to make a little twist on the M. Bison line. Again, there's like two people here that might know what I'm talking about. If you've never seen the first Street Fighter movie, do yourself a favor and watch it as like just a get high and on life, and yeah, sit down with just some fun munchies and just laugh. It is such a ridiculous movie that it is just, at points, it actually gets entertaining where you're just like, oh, that's not bad. But then you're just like, it's just consistent. I love it. That's what I do to unwind. I watch bad movies. Like, I love Mystery Science Theater. Like, I love Mystery Science Theater, but I do my own version, essentially, where, like, I'm not even trying to record it. I just love riffing on bad movies, or not even riffing, sometimes just laughing at them, where it's like, oh my god. Robo Geisha, that was one that was just like legendarily bad. It's like 2 hours long for no reason. What a bunch of pussies. Yeah, no, I can't believe it. Like, seriously, they were going to run that coverage all weekend, and then, oh, Jimmy, I almost did it again. Jimmy Kimmel's back? Yeah. I wonder if Howard's actually going to cover it, though, like tomorrow. I wonder if he'll be like, okay, so that's kind of funny. You know, you guys are all outraged for 10 minutes, and then I wonder if he's going to feel like a doofus for fucking canceling his Disney Plus, because he was even going on about, like, they need to do the right thing. You know what? I'm going to cancel my Disney Plus. Do it right now. And then he's just like, this hurts because I have stock in Disney. And they went on, like, his dad, and he's like, his dad talking about, oh, Howard, you have to get stock. You have to go Disney. Disney stock never go down. If you don't know, that's how Howard's dad used to talk. Actually, he used to talk like this. What you need is proper modulation. Proper modulation. What are you doing, you idiot? That's one of my favorite recordings is he's at the radio station with his dad when he's a kid, and you can hear, like, little Howie, and then he's just like, what's the matter with you? You're being a moron. Reminds me of my pops. That, you know, less New York and old Jewish man. But, if I had to do an impression for my dad, it would almost it's not because of like the Trump part, but it is like the come on guy, what's wrong guy? Like, he's kind of like that a little bit. Hey guy, I'm just joking guy. Like, well, come on, I thought we were having laughs. You know, it's a little generational trauma. Oh man. Well, was and is. Just says some shit though. It just gets me. Like to this day where I'm just like, what the fuck? Never ceases to amaze me. I'm not sure if you have parents like that. My mom, she said wild shit, but yeah, my mom was also. You would expect it from her occasionally. My dad is one of the ones where it's just like he'll throw it out. He'll throw it out, but it's always at a random moment, so it's just like, there's just no planning. Oh, we're 2 minutes behind. Well, that's a pep talks. Cheers. Yeah, you know how I said I'm gonna do 6.5 hours? Oh, no, I just said that. Sorry to go on the Howard Stern Stonelock. Again, I'm still like so upset that that was the time. That was the time to really like gun for the administration, and then he even made it a point to be like, you know, I talked about politics and everybody got mad at me. It's like, does that mean you got a phone call? It sounds like you got a phone call. Someone telling you like stick to the dick and fart jokes and like I gotta say, that was kind of part of like what was interesting was hearing his unfettered political takes. But then again, that's what I enjoy, so. Yeah, nothing else I want to cover tonight. I got this Piers Morgan thing for tomorrow, the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Yeah, we'll cover that later. Because I do not have the patience in me. DBZ surrounded? You know what?
I am Vegeta.
Alright, fuck it. Let's go over it.
I am Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans, and today I'm surrounded.
I actually dig the fact that it's like old Flash animation.
By 20.
I love old Flash animation. It takes me back.
Frieza supporters.
Vegeta versus 20 Frieza support.
My first claim is simple. There's no excuse. Serving Frieza makes you evil automatically.
You say everyone who worked for Frieza is
Good night, Edge.
evil, no exception. Doesn't that make you a hypocrite?
I'm speaking from experience. I had to...
Is this supposed to be a pun on Jubilee? Yeah.
Learn that lesson the hard way.
Oh, please. No one here benefited more from the Frieza Force than you, Vegeta. You lived off his empire for years. He favored you, treated you like his golden boy, and you used that to boss everyone around, even us. You are as bad as Frieza. Maybe even worse. And now, you come here acting like we are the villains? Vegeta, between all of us here combined, our body count is still probably smaller than yours. We are not evil, Vegeta. The universe is evil. We are just trying to find a place in it.
Telling yourself that.
All right.
But the reality is that you're just cowards, terrified of change. Yes, I had a horrible
I love the fact
past, but at least I own up to it. I don't let it define me. I move forward and try to be better every day. Instead of using my past as an excuse, use what I'm trying to be now as an example.
This is just making me want to watch DBZ Abridged, which I know I'll get hit with, so I ain't doing that.
If you really want a place in this
Check out DBZ Abridged if you've never seen it. It's the best.
harsh universe, the first thing you should do is stop living like a slave and leave Frieza's empire.
Oh yeah? Just quit the Frieza Force and everything will magically works out. Well, guess what, Vegeta? Not everyone can just leave and go bang a billionaire,
Don't you
play
dare talk
family
about
man,
my wife.
and live rent-free on Earth and hang out with gods like you. Gods who, by the way, other reason this universe is rigged against people like us. But sure, Prince Privileged here is gonna lecture us about good and
You
evil.
can keep throwing your sad little personal attacks at me and blame everyone but yourselves for the choices you make every day. But it doesn't change the truth.
Why not just make Zarbon the color of Zarbon?
All of you
out there,
are
just
pathetic
putting that- I don't know, whatever.
cowards. You slaughter innocent people, children, just
it's going too long.
to impress a tyrant
not trying
who will
to
throw you
please
away
him,
the
I'm just
second you
trying
mess
to
up.
survive.
It started off strong, but now it's going a little too long.
You say you're
Like they could have like wrapped this one up pretty easy.
doing it to save yourself. No, you sold yourself the second you decided to be his dog.
So your claim is that you can't be in the Frieza Force without being evil? Then what about me? I'm not a fighter. I'm a doctor. I've never killed anyone. In fact, I've saved lives. Do you still call that evil?
Everyone who knowingly supports Frieza's rule of terror is guilty.
Nah, we'll end it there. Great premise. They just need to, just, I don't know, edit it just a little. I'm sure that this is, whoa, I just had one of my own videos recommended to me. Dude, check this out. Hey, look, I made that. That's me. That's me.
Wow. Hey, guys, wow.
I'm on the YouTubes. Look, Mom. I did get to say that to her, and she thought it was kind of funny. Like, I actually got to say, like, look, Mom, I'm on TV, and she was just like, are you proud of yourself? It's like, yes. Yes, I am. Wait. Here, I think that I can at least do the audio for this. Here. Any new Epstein stuff? No, there isn't, unfortunately.
Okay, what the hell am I sensing? Is that the Namekian? Is that me? Is that me stronger than me? I'll f***ing kill me! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
Wow, Piccolo's pulling a your dad.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Damn it, damn it!
Oh yeah, see?
And now we have this. You, Namekian, too strong! Explain now!
He fused with you, Namekian, too strong! Explain now!
Kami, so we could become stronger. The f***'s a Kami?
Basically God.
But I'm still here! Do you really believe your own hype that much? I am the hype!
Even the guy scrubbing the floors.
Yeah. Do you really believe your own hype that much? I am the hype! Fucking here, I will link this. This is, oh my god, I love this shit. Here, Team 4 stars. Okay.
The following.
Here. This is the original episode that's from. Ah, yeah, die! Fucking shit. Oh man. What the fuck is a commie? Yeah, Vegeta in DBZ Abridged actually has he has so many moments where legitimately you will forget like what was said in the original Dragon Ball Z and you will just go like full on replace it with just the abridged version, which is fine because it's You're the schnapps. Oh my god. I hope you guys realize I have not watched that specific clip in years. Like, that was one of the OGs. God, it just makes me think of a few friends. Like, you know what? Yeah, I got a few text messages to send. You know what? Fuck it. Let's tag them in this. There we go. Oh my god. Alright, guys, but I should yeah, I gotta get going. I want to hang out a little bit more, but I just realized it. I'm gonna close out the show with a song from KIRK, and then, yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow, noon Central, 1 Eastern. I'll be opening up this space, which always happy to do. It's gonna be a good time. Yeah, I get some rest. Yeah, I should. You need an adult. Well, unfortunately, I cannot help. Which you guys are probably all just unilaterally like, yes. Song by Charlie Kirk. What? No. Song by our boy Kirk. Not Charlie Kirk. His name is, it's Kirk. I am an adult, Gohan. That's... Oh, yeah. No, like a real... Oh, god damn it. But yeah, guys, sorry. Getting locked in the stream and locked into this again. But yes, I will see you guys tomorrow. This space. Hang out for the song, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Good night.
She says she keep it fine, I know she says she love me, yeah. I ain't stupid, I'm a savage, best to wise up like a match. She been wanna pull up on me, fucking came about to pay. Look, when she used to do that, I pull bags like shorty itching. Now I was finna dump her money, yo, she said she wanna stay. I was about to do it, she know that I've been on her every day. She just on that need some money, I'ma calling up my bank. Look, that's a flex that I'm on a host taste, so flex, that's dope. That's dope, like she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. That's dope, like she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. Way too flame, now come taste this, ay. So much bag, I can't waste this, ay. Peep the chain, now come take this, ay. Way too flame, now come taste this, ay. I said you always feeling down, now you winning. And I ask you if you used to stacking bins, man. That girl changed my mind. I said she want me, but she could do me out, it got me and my family. If you flex, she want it bad, best play all the time. But you know I'm stacking racks here all around. When she ain't all about me, say she be gone. When she step to me, that's no fun at all. So flex, that's dope, like she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. That's dope, hey, she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks
Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed